Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was in High School of the Dead Part 2. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 11. The sky had darkened significantly when Naruto ran over with Alice in his arms. Alice-chan, where's Kota-san? She used one arm to shield her face from the sting of the rain, and used the other to point to a garden-like area behind the house. He nodded, and she reached back to cover her face with the other. Naruto ran faster as he began to hear them talking. He stopped on the roof and looked down at the view. They had surrounded Kota and was hunched over some of the weapons that hadn't been sealed in his scroll. He narrowed his eyes as he stepped off the roof and landed with a thud. Sitting Alice down on the wet grass, he began walking toward the crowd surrounding the otaku. "We don't have time for this shit, kid! You have to hand over those weapons right now! We can't just let some inexperienced kid run around with that kind of firepower!" Kota was in tears as he heard them trying to talk him out of his weapons. "No! I can't! I'm the only one who can use them properly! I can't give them up! If I do, it's okay, Kota-san. You're not going to have to give them up." Everyone turned their heads at the voice and saw Naruto standing behind them with his arms crossed and a dangerous look on his face. His black coat was flapping furiously in the wind around his feet, and his hair was still hanging down, covering his right eye, showing only his furrowed brow and his left eye, as it seemed to emit a slight glow in the rain. His mask hid everything else that might have shown any emotion. They noticed the sword strapped to his side and the Taurus on his belt. A man wearing a white uniform was ready to go for the pistol hanging in its holster at his side. "Who the hell are you and why are you here?" Naruto uncrossed his arms and began walking toward the circle. "I'm Kota-san's partner, and from the looks of it, he's being pushed around by you guys. I can't allow that." The man was about to speak until another, deeper voice echoed through the courtyard. "What's going on here?" Everyone turned their heads and saw the man who had spoken. He was a tall man, that was for sure. He towered over Naruto by about 2 inches and was very intimidating due to his rather muscular build. His hair was jet black, and he had serious orange eyes that narrowed with a dangerous, seemingly permanent glare, making them hard to see in the rain. He wore a tight-fitting black outfit that only made him look more dangerous as it accentuated his muscles. On the left side of his waist, he had a katana securely attached to his belt. The circle broke as people fell in behind the man, and he crossed his arms. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. "Those men over there were trying to force Kota-san to hand over his weapons. And who the hell are you? Are you another one of them trying to take what's theirs? Because if you are, then I'm going to kick your ass." The man's eyes narrowed even further, if that was even possible. "My name is Takagi Soichiro, Don of this patriotic organization. And who are you?" Naruto's eyes widened as he began to sweat. Yeah, did you just say Takagi?" Soichiro nodded. "You wouldn't know a girl by the name of Takagi Saya, would you?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Takagi Saya is my daughter, and who are you?" The color immediately drained from Naruto's skin as his pupils dilated. "Oh shit!" Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and looked down while kicking at the grass. "Who are you?" Naruto stopped moving and looked at him. The man looked mortal, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. "If I can fight those things, then I can take on Saya-chan's father. However, a guy that big and terrifying, damn it, what do I say?" He was thinking about what to say to the man until one of his own decided they would step forward. "If you don't answer to Takagi-sama, then I'll..." He didn't get to finish when he found the tip of Shiketsu's sword dangerously close to his throat. He gulped as he looked along the blade and saw that the hand holding it was attached to Naruto's, whose gaze had turned to pure malice. "You will do what exactly?" Soichiro began moving his hand toward his own sword as he spoke. "I'd advise you to lower your blade, child. You're beginning to push your luck in this current situation." Naruto looked at the Takagi and slowly twirled his sword back into its dark sheath. "Tell your men to leave, and perhaps I'll talk later." His eyes narrowed dangerously, and Naruto felt a wave of cold wash over him, but he stood his ground. The man smiled and waved his hand. The people around him looked at him skeptically, but he eventually left as their leader had ordered. Naruto smiled back and crossed his arms. "Thank you, Lord." Soichiro nodded and put his hands behind his back. "You intrigue me, child. Now answer my question, who are you?" Naruto took a breath and spoke. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, sir. I am the protector of this group." Soichiro raised his eyebrow. "There are only two of you." "No, there aren't." He looked to the right where the voice came from and saw Saya, now wearing knee-high black combat boots, walking over to stand near Naruto, making him slightly uncomfortable in front of the man as her gaze moved towards the two. It soon started to crowd again as everyone exited the woodwork. Takashi came over and stood next to Koda while Alice came over and wrapped Koda in a hug as she looked at Soichiro. Shizuka came over while having Rei's arm around her to keep her up, and Siko was right next to them with her injured arm wrapped in strips of bandage and dressed in a beautiful blue kimono with a wonderful pattern on it. Naruto stood in front of them all with Saya at his side. The older Takagi man kept his arms crossed as all the teens and the nurse stared at him with looks of pure determination. The blonde swordsman spoke. "You see, Takagi-sama, I protect them and they protect each other. We're all part of a symbiotic group living because we all work to better each other. We're not going to let you take down one of us without the rest putting up a fight, and that goes double for me. Fight them, you'll fight me, and I won't hold back." The wind picked up, causing the rain to speed up like bullets, stinging them all, but they all held on as they looked at the man in charge. He looked back at them and then looked Naruto straight in the eyes. Naruto wanted to flinch, but for the sake of the group he was defending, he just narrowed his gaze at him. Soichiro smiled. "Very well, Uzumaki-sen, your friend will keep his weapons." Everyone sighed in relief, and Saya did the one thing Naruto wished she had hoped to do. She pulled down his mask and kissed him. Her eyes widened as they darted up to Soichiro's, and she saw the man's eyes widen at the sight. When Saya broke the kiss, she looked at Soichiro, and his eyes narrowed back to their normal gaze. "Child, may I speak with you and this boy?" She nodded and looked at Naruto with a smile before playfully putting on her mask. Her skin was draining again, and her teeth were gritted as her eyes opened. She took his hand and began dragging him behind her father as the man trudged down a path toward a small building that looked like a dojo. Her eyes dilated and opened substantially. "He's going to use me as a training dummy. He'll cut me into small pieces and then put them in a box. He'll grind my bones into powder and use them to make his bread." Naruto, shut up. "He was able to handle the fact that you stood up to him and didn't kill you the moment she kissed you. Maybe he's the type of guy who likes it when the boyfriend takes a stand. If he's not, though, you're screwed." Naruto paled even further when he realized they were at the sliding door to enter the small dojo. Soichiro took off his shoes and sat them by the door as he opened it. Saya began untying her boots and Naruto did the same. Only it took less time and he had to wait for her to take hers off. She blushed when he looked at her with an amused smile as she placed them next to his own. He chuckled at her playful look as he let her in before him. She took a step and met Soichiro's eyes and an immediate chill ran down the base of her spine. He tried to shake it off as he walked in, unhooked his sword from his belt, and sat cross-legged directly in front of him with his coat draped across the floor behind him and Saya sitting properly on her knees to his right and her sword to his left. Things were very quiet as Naruto and Soichiro stared at each other. Only the male Takagi was much harder with his glare. Finally, after much silence, he spoke. "Uzumaki-sen, you have apparently caught my daughter's eye. This is a very interesting development. Would either of you care to explain the situation?" Naruto was stumbling over his words and Saya sighed as she spoke. "Naruto-kun and I are together, too, Sama." Naruto laughed shyly as Soichiro's gaze hardened. "Is that so? Naruto-kun?" His eyes narrowed at the older man when he heard the way he said his name. Saya frowned at her father until she could feel Naruto turning serious beside her. "Yes, Takagi-sama, your daughter and I are together." Soichiro gave him an interested look. "You sit there with my daughter and yet you speak to me like that?" Naruto nodded once as he sat up straighter and ran his hand through his wet hair, smoothing it back over his head as if holding it. I speak to you this way because I don't believe you deserve the respect you expect me to give you." The muscular man let out a light murmur of thought as he placed his elbow on his knee and placed his cheek on his fist. "Please clarify exactly why I don't deserve the respect you give me." Naruto nodded as Soichiro and Saya felt a new air surround him. "Your men tried to bully my family, Takagi-sama. That is all. You disrespected those I have grown to appreciate by letting your men try to take what was theirs, so in return I deny you my respect as Saya-chan's father." Saya smiled when she heard him say family with such conviction. The quirk held his gaze on Naruto with great interest. "So you deny me the respect most believe I deserve because I didn't stop my people?" Naruto groaned. "For goodness sake." Both Takagis were shocked by the statement as Naruto continued. "Yes. You can demand the same respect you want from me, but you won't get it until you can treat us with the same respect, knowing that we fought with our lives to get here. And I didn't even get here until today because I once again risked my life for my friends so they could escape. So with all due respect possible, Takagi-sama, I deserve as much, if not more, respect as anyone else who can survive in this hellish land that includes you." Things were quiet for the next few minutes as Soichiro watched Naruto with one eye to try to spot any trouble. After about 10 minutes, he smiled and started laughing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What is it, sir?" Soichiro stifled his laughter but kept his smile as he spoke. "I haven't met many young men willing to speak to me in such a manner, and deny me what most give me in spades. You intrigue me, Uzumaki-san. I can see why my daughter chose to fall for one so straightforwardly. Although there is something about you that confuses me." Naruto tilted his head slightly, waiting for me to finish. "Ever since I approached you and Koda-san, your demeanor has changed many times. You were intimidated, scared, and distrustful of me, but almost instantly you grew into a strong individual who stood up for your friend. When we arrived here, you were once again distrustful and fearful of me until I spoke to you directly. When that happened, you grew into a hardened man who spoke his mind. Would you mind explaining the reasons for this to me?" Naruto sighed as he stared at his sword for a second before looking back at Soichiro. "I'll admit I was very scared seeing you when I first saw you coming in the pouring rain. I guess it was the current atmosphere and the one you brought with you, but it scared me. But when you spoke, it reminded me of a man I once knew, a man I couldn't stand, and my old attitude towards him caught up with me. In a way, he was a lot like you. He came from a clan that demanded respect from everyone and saw them all as nothing more than insects under his feet and something to take his anger out on." This made the man's interest even greater. "Who was this man?" Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked away, as if he was looking at the object of his hatred and disdain. Saya could only watch with her face full of pity as she looked at his angry face. "His name was Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan and father of one of my best and closest friends, Hyuga Hinata." Soichiro nodded. "This man obviously bothers you. Is it personal?" Naruto shook his head. "Yes. It was, but it's not like it matters now. We were good friends, Hinata and I. We hung out and occasionally went out to eat together when we had time off from our jobs. The thing was, her father found out, and immediately ordered me to stay away from her. She never liked me and made it clear she didn't on multiple occasions. In fact, she was the only one in the clan who actually liked me, and didn't reject me because of who I was." The man looked at him, his eyes slightly softer, but no one noticed. "So you were forbidden from seeing her again, was it?" Naruto nodded as he continued, his voice growing dangerous the more he talked about Hayashi. "He took away the only person who had kept me sane all those years. Even though he thought I wouldn't do anything about it." The Takagi chuckled. "I take it you did the exact same thing you did a few minutes ago?" Confronted the man? Naruto laughed dryly and nodded once. "I did, but on a slightly larger scale. You see, when he first started, I did my best to be respectful, but then he started going on and on about how the Hyuga clan wouldn't associate with the village pariah and how he didn't want me to taint the clan air with my impurities. I tried to remain composed as the insults came my way, but I soon snapped and started throwing out barbs of my own and jabs at his ego, but it didn't go as planned. I ended up getting into a fight with him, and then I heard that I was being arrested and held for 5 days until Ba-chan figured out where I was and got me out. The two members of the Takagi family had their own ways of dealing with what they heard from him. It saddened Saya, and she wished she could do better. Soichiro simply stared at Naruto, as if calculating what would come next. So you lost her in the end, huh? Naruto nodded. I did. I would work with her from time to time, but beyond that I wouldn't see her again. At least that's what Hiashi team thought. He looked back at Soichiro with hardened eyes that were shards of ice. That is enough, though now you know why I speak to you that way, Takagi-sama. And I know why you asked to speak with us, but I will not let you take Saya-chan away from me. You may try, but I will fight to keep her, and it is best that you know that now. The room once again fell silent as Soichiro stared down at the blonde maelstrom. He soon began to laugh, and not long after it began, it turned into a full-blown laugh. Saya looked at him as if he'd grown 2 more heads, and Naruto looked at him in confusion. When he was able to calm down, he spoke. I think you've misunderstood the purpose of this little tryst, Uzumaki-san. I never intended to tell you to stay away from her. Well, I would have if you hadn't passed the test. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. What exam? Soichiro smirked. I brought you here to see if you had the backbone I expected. If you had been a weak, puny cockroach, then I would have forbidden you from speaking to my daughter ever again. Both Saya and Naruto paled at this when they heard it. But since you not only stood up to me, but were also willing to fight me for both your friends and my daughter, you passed the test almost with flying colors. My only daughter will not be with anyone less than a natural leader willing to stand up for his subordinates and defend his honor at the same time. Although it's still rather strange for you two to meet in this chaos. Naruto blushed at the compliments and rubbed the back of his neck. Saya smiled at her father before giving Naruto a quick kiss on the cheek with a smile. Naruto froze at the touch, and Saya kept her smile as she walked away. Soichiro just smiled a little at the sight. It reminds me a bit of my younger days with my wife. The guy has won her over by being a kind leader, not to mention he has a way with words. I'd say my daughter is in good hands. Soichiro stood up to his full height, and the two teens stood beside him with Naruto strapping his sword to his waist once more. He walked over to Naruto and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. You're a good girl, Uzumaki-san. I trust you'll treat her well. Naruto nodded as he turned away and walked out of the dojo into the rain, leaving the two teens to their devices. As Naruto stared at Soichiro, Saya walked in front of him and leaned her towards him, silently saying that she wanted him to hug her. He complied and wrapped his arms around her waist, rested his chin on her head, and closed his eyes. He got his lewd smile once more as he spoke. So Siko-chan told me you two had some fun last night. Naruto's eyes widened as his breath caught in his throat. She told you? Saya shrugged. She hinted slightly. She said you and her were to tell me something later. Naruto sighed, and Saya turned in his arms to look at him with her lewd little smile. Oh, it's all right, Naruto-kun, you don't need to worry about a thing. Naruto sighed in relief. After all, he opened his eyes and looked back up at her. She made him blush with her smile and glasses together, making her look like the Hexy librarian type. She gave him a cute wink as she spoke. I said I don't mind sharing. His eyes opened and his mind began to fill with images, bad images, Hexy images, kinky images, and exciting images. He got a goofy grin on his face as a trickle of blood ran from his nose. Saya giggled at the sight. You seem to be enjoying the idea of it, Naruto-kun. Naruto shook his head and quickly wiped the blood from his nose. He smiled a little. Then if you don't mind sharing, then I guess you wouldn't mind sharing a bed with me and some other women, huh? Saya stood on her tiptoes while keeping her perverted smile plastered to her face. With her lips not even an inch from his, she spoke. I think maybe it would be fun. Naruto's face turned red as she continued speaking. Maybe I could bring Shizuka-chan and Siko-chan and we could come to you in the middle of the night. With the image growing in his head, Naruto could feel his intimate area tightening. Her hand trailed down his chest and rested just above his waist as her eyes closed in a way that heated Naruto to his core. And maybe we could wake you up. Her hands touched his waist as her fingers slid under his cargo pants with his shirt blocking the hem of his boxers. With the three of us, I'm sure we could make this sleepless night worth it. As Naruto's eyes closed at the feel of her breath on his lips, he shuddered as her index fingernail gently ran over his hardened manhood through his boxers. He had to do everything he could to make sure he didn't jump on her right then, and he was lucky she didn't when a cute little voice sounded at the dojo door. "Oni-chan!" Naruto and Saya were immediately separated from each other, and 5 feet apart, as they innocently looked ahead and saw Alice standing there with a smile. Naruto smiled. "Alice-chan, what's wrong?" She laughed, and jumped towards him while hugging her legs again, making him extremely uncomfortable given their current situation. He looked at Saya, hoping for help, but she was trying to hold back her laughter at the sight of his face. Naruto frowned in defeat. "Oh no, it's okay, I'll get her later." He put on his smile and looked at the girl. "Alice-chan, can you let me go?" She looked at him with a confused look. "Why, Oni-chan?" Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and laughed sheepishly. Well, it's a personal problem, something you're too young to know." She made a sympathetic face and let go, making Naruto sigh in relief. Saya walked over to Naruto with a shit-eating grin on her face as Naruto looked at her playfully. "Don't worry, Saya-chan, you'll definitely pay for not helping me later." The smile on her face and the glint in her eyes told him that she was serious. Even though Alice was right there, she walked over to him and stood on her tiptoes so she could be in his ear. "Have I been a bad kitty, Naruto-kun? Are you going to punish me? Do you want to pull me into a room and spank me? I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you?" With the overload of images of Saya with pink cat ears, a tail, and her hexy librarian look in his brain, Naruto couldn't take it anymore as he was launched through the dojo's sliding door by a blood rocket. It shot straight past where the group had been standing and slammed into the brick wall of the house before falling to the ground in a smoking heap. A little ways away, Siko heard the impact and looked over to see him face down on the ground. He got up from staring at the fish and quickly walked over to him, only to see the perverted grin and double lines of blood on his face when he got there. He looked back to where he had shot and saw Saya approaching them with Alice by her side and the same smile she had given him in the room. He walked over and looked at Naruto with skeptical eyes. "What happened to her?" Saya giggled as she cupped her hands around Siko's ear and whispered to her. Alice watched, and as the seconds passed, she saw Siko's eyes start to widen and her face start to turn red. When Saya pulled back with her smile, Siko had a small trickle of blood coming out of her nose. "A kitten that would be hexy? No. Bad Siko, bad Siko. But it's very The pink-haired girl turned around with a smile and walked away from the scene to go to her room for some time alone. Siko shook her head to rid herself of the perverted thoughts that permeated her mind and also went her own way. Alice had stayed behind to try to wake Naruto, but discovered he was unconscious. She sat in the rain beside him until he could wake up. It was about an hour before the blonde whirlwind woke up from her perverted thoughts. The rain had calmed down to some extent, and she was soaked for so long. "You know, kid, you're lucky you have such a miraculous healing factor. You'd be as sick as a damn dog right now if you didn't." Naruto rubbed his head and stood up as he looked over and saw Alice sitting next to him picking up pieces of grass and cutting them into small lines. She smiled as she nursed her aching head. "Everything all right, Alice-chan?" She looked up at him and smiled. "Oni-chan!" She jumped up and wrapped his legs in a hug. He chuckled. This is starting to become a regular thing for her. He bent down and picked her up before placing her on his shoulders. "What do you say we get out of the rain, huh?" Her response was a sneeze, and he took that as a yes. Walking in a random direction, he hoped to come across a door to go inside so he could get them both out of the rain. As she walked, she spoke to the little boy on her shoulders. "So, you stayed there the whole time I was gone?" He got a chuckle. "Yep. I couldn't leave you out there alone." He smiled at her response when he saw a door up ahead to go inside. "You know you can get really sick if you stay out in the rain, right?" She hummed a little. "I know. I just didn't want to leave you alone." They reached the door and opened it to see a small hallway leading to the house's foyer. He set her down and continued walking to the enormous foyer with the grand staircase. Alice then spoke up when she heard water dripping on the floor. Oni-chan, you're all wet. Maybe you should change into something else? Naruto was confused until he looked down and saw he was standing in a pool of water that almost put the pond outside to shame. He looked back and saw there was a significant line of water where he had gotten out. Turning to her, he laughed sheepishly, but then he saw something. You're even wetter than I am! His indignant shout made her laugh as she walked away. I know! I'm going to change! Naruto sighed as he watched her leave and straightened. I guess it wouldn't hurt to wash this stuff. Everyone else has either completely changed or washed some of their stuff. I'm still wearing the same things, at least I don't smell like a bucket of pure ass. You can always change your clothes, you know? Naruto shook his head as he started up the stairs. I can't. All of my clothes have special seals on them that allow them to resist the infected, and trying to copy the seals would take too long. I'll wash my things for now. Are you planning on washing your things by hand? He shook his head and was about to continue until someone grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him into a room before closing the door. As he stumbled back into the dark room, he took out Shiketsu and was ready for a fight until he heard a voice. Oh, Naruto-kun, that way of greeting us. He sighed as he sheathed his sword, and a lamp turned on to show Saya, Siko, and Shizuka were in the dimly lit room. He smiled a little and tilted his head with his eyes closed. Hey girls, what's up? The three of them looked at each other and smiled as Shizuka approached him and removed his jacket before placing it on a chair in the room to dry. She sat him down on the bed and knelt behind him while rubbing his neck. We've been talking and it turned out that where you come from, you would have had to take 5 wives. He blushed as she continued her massage, and Siko came over and sat next to him on his right as she leaned into him. And we all thought that with the circumstances at hand, with the world becoming a chaotic place with very few sane people, eventually we'll have to share anyway. His blush grew hotter as Saya knelt in front of him and parted her legs so she could move closer to him and wrap her arms around him. We thought we'd go ahead and get started. I think we deserve it too, since Siko-chan brought you all for herself last night. Naruto smiled a little as a small trickle of blood ran from his nose again, prompting laughter from the three of them. Saya spoke softly. Are you having fun again, Naruto-kun? He looked into her eyes, his smile widening. He let it die a little, however, as he leaned down from the massage to kiss her on the lips. He broke it and moved in to kiss Siko as well. As he was about to kiss Shizuka, she grabbed him and threw him onto the bed, crushing their lips together without remorse. Chapter 12. While Shizuka was ravaging Naruto's lips, the other two girls got to work removing his clothes. Siko undid her belt and carefully set it aside so as not to damage the scrolls, while Saya kicked off her boots. Shizuka pulled out her shirt and pulled it over her head as she broke the kiss, much to both of their dismay. She quickly intertwined her lips with his while Siko untied the tie of her kimono and threw it away. Saya was unbuttoning her shirt, while Naruto pulled off Shizuka's turtleneck to reveal her purple bra. Lemon skipped. Saya smiled and laughed as they walked down the stairs and onto the lawn to get to the shops. It was just their luck that they heard a commotion coming from a shop along the right side. They got closer and both heard that they were talking about Soichiro. Saya got angry and was about to storm into the shop until Naruto grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. You need to keep a level head if you're going to face them. They're a group of adults who would probably either cast you aside or associate you with Takagi-sama as their daughter. We have to be cool about how we do this. She took a deep breath and nodded as they slowly made their way toward the tent's entrance. She took another breath and looked at Naruto. He was staring at the entrance, as if it were his most hated adversary. His arms were crossed, his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, his mouth and nose hidden behind his mask. Since he wasn't wearing his coat, his muscles were clearly visible through his short-sleeved shirt. Shiketsu was once again tied to his side. The way the mist swirled around his legs gave him the look of a hardened warrior ready to fight. Saya smiled, knowing it was all an act. He can put on that nonchalant look all he wants, he's still the nicest guy I've ever met. It's good to know he's by my side. She turned back to the store and put on her serious face before moving the flap out of the way and walking in with Naruto right behind her, his face cold the whole time. They caught the attention of the adults and turned to meet the two teenagers. A woman in a purple floral shirt and a pair of pants with her black hair cut very short spoke up. "Who are you two? This isn't a place for kids." Saya looked at her and replied. "We heard you talking about Takagi-sama. I'd like to know why you're speaking so badly of him." The woman smiled as she crossed her arms and walked away. "Like I said, this isn't a place for children, and this conversation doesn't include you." Saya had to do her best not to growl as Naruto kept his icy gaze focused on the back of the woman's head. "Don't brush us off so easily, woman." Her tone was dead as she spoke, and she turned and narrowed her eyes at him. "You should show me a little more respect, young man." Naruto looked at her more coldly if possible. "I am 18 years old, woman. And I've had enough people here demanding respect from me simply because they're older. Say that word one more time." He bent down and drew his sword a little to show a glimpse of the sharp edge. "And my blade will find your throat." The severity of the threat scared most people, but the woman simply used it to her advantage. See? See now what this disease is doing? It's turning everyone into mindless killers. It's even affected children, and that man isn't doing anything to stop them from threatening us." Naruto looked at her and began walking forward. "Do you think his is simply an illness?" He cast a shadow over her and sent a chill down her spine. She was about to speak, but he got in first. "You think what's going on out there is nothing more than a pandemic? Well, you're right." She smiled and Saya gasped that he agreed with them, but they both immediately returned to their original thoughts as he spoke. "But this isn't just driving people crazy. It's bringing the dead back to life. It's mutating them. Something's happening and none of us know what it is exactly, so how the hell can you say you know what this is?" She shuddered as she tried her best to withdraw into herself, just like the rest of the adults. Saya was honestly scared of him for the moment, but then she remembered that he'd been through it before and had probably met people like them during his outbreak. "If I had to deal with people like that over and over again, I think I'd get a little pissed off, too." He calmed himself as he pushed his sword completely back and turned. "You guys are stupid. You know nothing about what's going on, and if you continue to think like you are, then you won't live long enough to learn anything about it. You have two choices at this point. You can all grow a pair and fight for your survival, or you can sit in your little shop and bitch and moan about what's going on without doing anything about it, and die even faster." With his last words spoken, he walked out of the shop. Everyone was either sweating, coughing, or in a daze. Saya was the last of the three as she came out to see him standing a little way from the shop. She smiled softly as she walked behind him. "Naruto-kun, you were right about what you said." She smiled as she chuckled. "Yeah, though I'm sorry for taking your spotlight there." She laughed and shook her head. "It's okay. I went in to straighten their heads and you did it for me. It's easier for me." Naruto looked at her and couldn't help but laugh before turning and walking away. She got confused and ran after him. "What's so funny?" She caught up to him, and he was still laughing as they made a turn onto the sidewalk. "I'm laughing at what you said. A self-proclaimed genius saying it's easier on his head cracks me up." She smiled at what he was saying and nodded. "It's pretty funny, huh?" Naruto nodded as he looked around as they walked. His eyes soon landed on something that looked oddly familiar. "Hey, Saya-chan, I'm not exactly good with things that are usually so new to me, so you'll have to help me, but isn't that the bus we took from school?" She looked confused until she looked over and saw the bus they had left Shido and the others on slowly approaching with guards flanking it. She narrowed her eyes when she saw the grinning face of the evil man behind the wheel. While his eyes weren't on her, she felt sick just being able to see him. He parked, and everyone started getting off. The same man in the white suit from the day before met Shido with an umbrella as they walked toward the house. Naruto glared at him. "I'll kill that man if he comes near any of us." "I second the motion, Your Honor." He walked forward as he saw Shido and the man stop under the main eaves in front of the front doors of the house. They were open, and Naruto saw that some of the group were dressed and ready to go somewhere. Well, they did talk about going to find their parents. Maybe that's what they're wired for. He and Saya walked when they saw Ray running towards him with the bayonet pressed against his throat. It was an interesting sight to see as she moved it towards his face and spoke as she did so. Naruto smiled as he saw that whatever was being said was affecting him. It was when he was reaching a crucial point that he saw Soichiro arriving behind them. From the way Shido had frozen, he was apparently sanctioning his right to kill him. Takashi had jumped but was held back by Siko. Naruto had just reached the bottom of the stairs and saw her lower her bayonet and turn around. He's not worth killing. Naruto smiled at the fact that she was the bigger person. Shido stood in the rain as Soichiro spoke. Very well then. You, Koichi-san, will leave the facility tomorrow at noon. Those who came with you will leave as well. If you stay 1 second longer then you're leaving without your bus. The pale man turned, defeated as he walked down the flight of stairs only to come face to face with Naruto and Saya. He stopped dead in his tracks. Naruto didn't take his eyes off him. Saya-chan, can you go upstairs with the others for now? He wanted to protest, but did as he was told, and Naruto kept his gaze on the sickly sensei. So Shido team, I seem to remember telling you that if I ever saw you again, I would skin you alive and burn you to a crisp. Do you remember that? He nodded fearfully as Naruto looked at his sword, but decided against it. You're lucky killing you was his choice this time. If I see you near any of us tonight, you'll die. Now get out of my sight! The man stumbled over his feet as he ran toward the bus and began delivering the news to his small followers. Naruto looked ahead as he climbed the stairs and met up with the others. So what was the plan? Ray looked at him, but Takashi spoke up. We were going to go out and try to find our parents. I think seeing Shido team put a bad taste in Ray-chan's mouth. And since he'll be here tonight, I think she's even angrier. Naruto nodded. If you're planning on going out, I think you should wait until tomorrow. Moving around in this rain can make you sick, and if she's angry at Shido, then it may push her to do things that could get her or anyone around her killed if they tried to save her. Ray blushed at his absence but then spoke. You don't have to talk like I'm not here, you know. Naruto chuckled. I know that. She looked away and Naruto turned back. This day isn't going too well for anyone, I guess. At least now we can take some time for ourselves for a while. Everyone nodded as they walked away, leaving Naruto alone. She turned back to the rain and crossed her arms. I think that small talk was more for me than for her. Seeing that man made me want to rip out his fingernails and rip his eyeballs out of his skull. God, his face, it reminds me so much of Orochimaru. She turned around to see that Soichiro hadn't left. Are you here for a reason, Takagi-sama? The man nodded as he placed his hands behind his back after signaling for him to follow him. Naruto did so, and they were walking through the house in the rain. I wanted to address something with you, Uzumaki-san. Given what just happened, I think it's quite important. Naruto nodded, his arms still crossed as they walked. What is that exactly? He spoke without hesitation. You carry the aura of a leader, and there's no doubt about that. But my concern isn't your ability to lead. My concern lies with your conviction. Naruto was surprised by this. What are you talking about? I'm always sure of my decisions. Soichiro smiled. A leader can be sure of anything they want, but if they make a decision that goes against their better judgment because someone else felt differently, well, Naruto understood the idea and interrupted. Do you think just because I let him go for Ray-san, my conviction isn't strong enough? He nodded. I told her the decision was hers when she wanted to kill him. I also saw my daughter and you coming, and the look in your eyes was so obvious a blind man could have seen it. You know that, and you can't hide it from me. You wanted her to suffer before you ripped her body in half. Naruto frowned as he nodded. Soichiro smiled. I can't blame you. I used to associate with the man's father, but that was before I realized how corrupt he was. He cheated on his wife and was so cruel to her it drove her to suicide. The reason I know this is because when I first knew his father, my own wife got to know her. She was much kinder than he or his son has become. When he died from alcohol poisoning, my wife and I cut all ties with the man and his family. It sickens me. Honestly, I wish Ray-san had killed him. But this conversation isn't about me, it's about you. Why didn't you kill him? Naruto sighed as his hair fell in front of his face again due to the rain. I want to say it was because of Rei-san, but I had promised the man before that if I ever saw him, I would skin him alive and burn his corpse to ash. This time for some reason I couldn't. His face, I hate it when I saw it, I wanted to peel it off. Soichiro stopped walking and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Why didn't you, Uzumaki-san? He stopped and turned his back on her as he let his arms fall limply to his sides. I just couldn't. He wasn't one of the infected. While he is a vile and despicable man, he hasn't killed anyone, not that I know of. I need a reason before I kill him. It doesn't have to be good, but I have to have one. Soichiro nodded. That's a good thing, Naruto-san. Naruto was caught off guard when she used his first name and turned to look at him as she continued. You don't just mindlessly kill people, even if you despise them. Your feelings were hell-bent on murdering him, but your reason kicked in. A leader must be able to think clearly despite their emotions. You may have only said you were protecting the group, but they see you as a leader as well. Naruto looked confused and continued speaking. I saw the way you handled Takashi-san and Rei-san. You kept them calm and collected even after you dealt with Koichi-san. All eyes were on you, and they took your suggestions without question. You may not have intended to do it, but you take control, and you do it quite well. If this is the family you told me about yesterday, then it's obvious you're the man in charge. He gave an embarrassed smile at the words spoken to him and took the time to gather his thoughts. Well, I don't really mean to, I guess it just comes naturally. Soichiro smiled as he pushed himself away from the wall. That's the thing, Naruto-san. Sometimes you can be the leader, but other times we are born with the ability to lead. We are the ones who can make the decisions that others don't want to make. Remember this, Naruto-san, because we are the ones everyone will turn to when paradise collapses into hell, but we will also be the first ones hunted down if things don't go as planned. Are you familiar with the first rule of leadership? Naruto nodded. It's all your fault. The older man smiled and nodded as he walked away. You're going to do great things, Naruto-san, great things indeed. The blonde maelstrom turned with a grin on her face as she began walking back to the front of the house. As she walked, she became deep in thought. So I'm the leader, huh? The way you handle them is the way a true leader would. You're good with people, and the people you can talk to are willing to follow you to hell if you had a good reason. He turned the corner and walked while leaning against the wall, hanging his shoulder over it. I never thought of it that way. When I left Konoha, I thought my dreams of being a leader were shattered. Even if I could return, she said the papers would be filed away as a dishonorable discharge. But now I'm a leader. However, you can't let this go to your head, Naruto. If you're outmatched in power, you'll eventually push them too far. Just do what you've been doing. You may be stronger, but everyone else is capable of making good plans. Naruto sighed and nodded. You're right, I can't just storm over to the position. I'm sure they'd kick me out at that point. He climbed the stairs and swung his legs over the ornate railing that faced the overhang in the rain. He sat down and rested his elbows on his knees while resting his hands. I'm still a little upset that Takagi-sama let Shido team stay the night. However, I swear I will remain faithful this time. If he comes near any of those under my protection, or those who love me, I will kill him. The thing is, I don't think anyone would be opposed to him being wiped off the face of the earth. I think some people would start dancing and cheering for him. I'm not going to name names, though well maybe I would. Naruto laughed and sighed as he looked up at the cloudy, rainy sky. Hey, you know for a fact you'd dance on a pedophile's grave, he nodded with a smile. I'm not saying he wouldn't. Actually, thinking about him makes me worry more about little Alice-chan more than anyone else. He's not a very physical guy and definitely looks like the type of person who fights his battles with other people he's worked his fingers on. If he were to fight me, or anyone else in my group, one-on-one, then I could crack his skull open with a single punch. I'd buck him up before I killed him. Naruto chuckled, but then out of the corner of his eye he saw Shido and his group coming up the stairs. He frowned at the man and it made him move faster, but one of the students, a tall boy with dark yellow hair and brown streaks on either side of his head dressed in his high school attire, caught his eye and sneered at him before walking over. Naruto saw this and groaned. I wish it was Shido, then I'd kill him. As the boy approached, Naruto spoke. What the hell do you want? He pointed his finger at him and shouted his answer. What the hell do you think you're doing, staring at us like that? Naruto sighed again. Maybe if you paid attention, you'd see I'm not looking at you but at your shitbag, sensei. Hey! Don't talk about Shido-sensei like that! Naruto simply glared at him before sliding down the edge of the railing and walking inside, leaving the boy fuming. He smiled as soon as he walked past Shido because the man flinched and cowered. I think I need to take care of some things. Since you guys are staying the night, I need to fix something. And if I do it right, then it'll give me a reason to kill you and no one will have to know my true intentions. Naruto crossed the house to the place where he knew Kota had grown accustomed to hanging out. It was the house's garage where he could work on the weapons. He opened the door and entered, finding it quite humid. He ignored the air condition and headed over to where he saw Kota working on cleaning the shotgun he had given to Komuro. Kota-san. The otaku jumped and held the shotgun close to his chest as he turned around. When he saw it was Naruto, he sighed and smiled. Ah, Naruto-san! How are you? Naruto shrugged and spoke. I actually came because I need you to do something for me. Kota nodded as he waited for Naruto's request. I need you to get everyone to stay in one room tonight, except for Rei-san and Alice-chan. I want you to put them in my room and let it be known impassively where they are. Kota nodded. Fine, I'll tell them. But why do you want that? Naruto smiled. I have a plan that might make a snake rear its ugly head. Kota nodded again and started walking. Fine, I'll let everyone know. I hope your plan goes the way you want it, whatever it is. Naruto nodded in thanks and started walking his way, hoping the time would fly by. The rest of the day passed fairly quickly as people started to go to bed. Kota had told the group and everyone obeyed, wondering what the blonde's plan was. He had also done as he was asked and, very indiscreetly, was whispering to himself near Shido. Now the blonde sat in the corner where Shizuka had thrown her jacket the night before. He was in a position where no one could see him until the overhead lights came on, and he moved away from the door. Rei and Alice were already asleep in their bed and he sat in the dark as the light from the full moon shone through the curtains, covering the room in an eerie light. Time passed as he stared at the door with purpose. As the clock ticked down, he felt nothing but anticipation as he waited for what he wanted to happen. At least 2 hours passed until he finally heard the door handle turn with a quiet click. He bent down to the floor where he had placed Shiketsu's suru and silently lifted it into its sheath. When the person entered, Naruto narrowed his eyes. It wasn't Shido. It was the boy from before Sonoda. Chapter 13. Naruto kept his icy gaze trained on the boy's head as he quietly closed the door behind him and turned back to the bed. Naruto saw his hand reach for the button of his pants as he moved and frowned in disgust. When he heard his zipper being lowered, he took a chance and began pulling Shiketsu's suru out, the sound Sonoda made masking his revelation. I was expecting a murderer, not a rapist, or it could be Shido's fault anyway. When his pants were off, Naruto put the sheath back where he brought it from and silently put his sword in a reverse grip and gently stabbed it into the ground, remaining seated and waiting for the teen to make his next mistake, and he did one that made things worse for him. He grabbed his boxers and started to pull them down. As he moved a little closer, Naruto saw that it wasn't even Rei he was looking for, it was Alice. He didn't wait any longer as he took a deep breath, stood up, and slashed his sword at him while growling, aiming for his head but missing by barely a decimeter. The sound of the sword sinking deep into the wall made Sonoda jump and squeal as he quickly pulled up his boxers, but it also woke up the two in the bed. He looked at Naruto and could see him as his eyes were now accustomed to the darkness of the room. Unfortunately, he looked straight into the blonde swordsman's eyes. Naruto's eyes were still their normal blue, but the way they narrowed and the anger pouring out of him, it was suffocating. A pressure weighed down on him, and he felt like he was being crushed by a ton of bricks. He tried to back away, but then he heard Alice scream. Naruto looked over and saw that she was hugging Rei tightly, and the older girl was trying to calm her down. Naruto narrowed his eyes even further as he slowly turned his gaze back to Sonoda. He got dangerously close to the teen as the would-be rapist, metaphorically, raised his balls and spoke. What the hell do you want? Naruto didn't say a word as he growled at him. That's when Tsunoda started to get scared. Answer me! Naruto was now taller than the boy by an inch as his eyes seemed to glow as the moonlight bounced off the walls and hit his eyes, giving them an ethereal look. She looked past him and walked as she reached for the handle of Shiketsu's suru, pulled it out of the wall and turned to face him, holding the blade in her right hand with a normal grip. Tsunoda got angry and reared his fist back, shouting as he threw it forward. Stop ignoring me! His fist connected with Naruto's face, and Alice screamed for her Oniai-chan. Her head snapped to the left, and her body turned a little with it, making Naruto hunch over a bit as he looked into Alice's teary eyes and was able to catch Rei's worried look. His mouth opened in a frown as he gritted his teeth while clenching his free hand and shot back up, catching Tsunoda right in the right side of his face, sending him flying towards and through the wall to his left, earning another yelp of surprise from Alice. Naruto never let his eyes leave the boy as he stuck his sword into the ground and picked up his discarded pants before stepping through the 5-foot by 5-foot hole and into the now lit hallway. Down at one end, Saya and the others had left their room, and at the other end, Shido, Morita, and the other students came up the stairs. Naruto glared at Tsunoda as the boy tried to stand up, his back to Naruto. Naruto took this opportunity and grabbed the pants by the bottom of each leg and pulled them around his neck, twisting him and pressing his foot against his back, causing him to gag and begin to choke. Saya was shocked and ran down the hallway towards Naruto. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Her eyes never left the boy as she watched with fatuous glee while he tried with all his might to break free. Shido did the same as Saya and ran down. Tsunoda-san! Saya got there and grabbed Naruto by the shoulder, trying to get him to stop, but he wouldn't. She called out to Takashi and Kota for help, but stopped when she heard Naruto speak. No! He deserves this. He tried to grape Alice-chan. If I wasn't there I would have. I'll kill him! I'll kill him! Saya looked back through the hole and saw Alice and Rei crying. She looked back at Tsunoda with a deadly scowl that almost matched Naruto's. She then turned her back on him and walked through the hole to try to get them both to calm down. Naruto was starting to get amused when he felt a slightly stronger force on his shoulders. He tilted his head slightly in his berserk state, and saw Shido trying to pull him away from the boy. He forced the larger snake free as it broke free and spun around, grabbing Shido by the throat and slamming him against the wall next to the hole. He heard Tsunoda behind him begin to gag and cough as the air assaulted his lungs. It was a shame for them that Sachiro's room was on the other side of the house, so they couldn't hear the commotion. But what the people around were thinking was simply, was it bad for Naruto and his group? Or was it bad for Shido? Shido tugged on the blonde's hand while the other was clenched into a fist at his side. Shido team! I'll kill you too! His pupils dilated when he heard this. He tried to speak through his compressed windpipe. Why are you going to kill me? I didn't do anything! Naruto growled upon hearing this. He pulled it off the wall and held it in the air, letting go and then slamming it down with his other fist, sending it flying down the hallway towards his students who stood in front of him to protect him as he came to a sliding stop. Naruto yelled as he walked towards him, his frown still visible. You're the only one who was supposed to know! You should have told him to come here! You're to blame! You are! I'll kill you both of them! He was getting closer until he heard Tsunoda coming towards him from behind. His eyes widened as his face went crazy, remembering what he had tried to do, not that he could or would ever forget. He spun around and punched him in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain and fall onto his back. Naruto was on top of him as he punched him in the face and grabbed him by the throat with both hands. Takashi watched as he moved closer to make sure Rei was okay and saw Naruto's eyes. They were starting to blacken around the edges, and the blue in his irises was also starting to darken. He forced himself to look away as he went through the hole. Back with Siko, Shizuka, and Kota, they all watched with teary eyes. Not because of what was happening but because of what could have happened to Alice. They felt no remorse for Tsunoda's gagging and coughing. Naruto put more and more pressure on her neck until he began to feel a strain on the bones inside her neck. He saw her eyes begin to water as her face began to change color. He couldn't help but be amused by the struggles of a would-be child rapist. He scratched his hands and tried to push him away, but it was no use. With maniacal laughter and wild eyes, Naruto applied the final pressure and crushed her larynx. The struggle slowly began to die down as the boy could no longer breathe. Naruto stood up and walked towards the hole again before walking back out to face the group of students who came with Shido, holding his sword in his right hand. He saw that Tsunoda was still trembling and trying to breathe, but chuckled as he watched the life leave his eyes before turning to the now standing Shido. He pointed his sword at him with his crazed grin. "You're next!" He started moving towards him until Saya came through the hole and grabbed him by the shoulders from the front. "Naruto-kun, that's enough! There's no need to kill him now. As much as we'd like to see him dead, you've already taken care of Tsunoda team. More deaths would only cause trouble. Please, I'm begging you, stop this now." Naruto looked at her and then heard small clicking sounds in the rubble of the wall, and saw Alice come to his side and hug his legs, crying, "Oni-chan, please stop. Please stop, don't kill anymore, please." He looked away from both of them and narrowed his eyes. "However, I should kill him now. He'll only be trouble later." Alice shook her head between her legs. "Please don't kill him. I don't want you to." Saya saw his eyes start to return to normal as she looked at them, and then saw Shido over her shoulder who was grinning like he just won the lottery. This made Naruto angry, but he didn't show it. "He doesn't even care that I just killed one of those following him, you damn bastard. He's just like that snake, Orochimaru." Shido turned and escorted his students back down the stairs to where they were sleeping, so they wouldn't be seen for the rest of the night. Naruto calmed himself as best he could as he leaned over and gave Alice a quick kiss on the forehead. "It's going to be okay, Alice-chan. Go back to bed. No one will hurt you while I'm around, okay?" She shook her head and spoke. "No, I want you and Sayawani-chan with me." He looked at her with a smile and nodded. He stood up, picked up Alice, and kissed Saya's cheek, earning a smile and a kiss from her. She saw Takashi leading Rei from her room through the royal gate, and Rei looked at Naruto. "Thanks, Naruto-san, I'm glad you were there. You proved my point about him to everyone." Naruto nodded. "I just wish it was him and not Tsunoda on that floor." She nodded as she and Takashi headed to their usual room while Naruto started walking down the hallway towards the room Saya had been staying in before they got there. They arrived at the room and it was practically the same one Naruto had been staying in until he used his body to blast a hole in the wall. He dropped Alice onto the floor and watched her run to the bed and jump on it with a smile. Saya approached with a smile, wearing the same pajamas she'd worn in the apartment. Naruto smiled as he took off his coat and shirt before kicking off his boots. He stood to Alice's left, while Saya stood to her right. He smiled as he laid his head back on the pillow, but felt Alice wrap around his arm as she quickly fell asleep. He looked down and saw that she was curled up, making her almost smaller than his arm's length. He looked down at Saya. "She's so cute." Saya smiled as her eyes closed. Soon she closed her eyes and fell asleep as well. Naruto rolled his head back to stare at the ceiling. "I'm surprised." "What's so surprising? When you told them he was trying to grape her, all of them were probably ready to help you kill him." Naruto nodded as his eyes began to close. "I wonder what I'll do about Shido team." "I don't really know, but you do realize that everyone left that kid's body in the middle of the hallway, right?" Naruto shrugged his right shoulder as he yawned. "I don't care. They find him and then I'll tell them what happened. They don't like it, then they can go buck themselves because we're leaving today, remember?" He got no response as he closed his eyes and fell into the first dreamless sleep he'd had since he'd gotten there. Naruto woke up the next morning to find Alice still attached to his arm, but not asleep. She looked up at him with big, innocent eyes and a smile as he looked over at the nightstand and saw it was almost 7 p.m. He blinked and looked over at Alice and saw that Saya was gone again. His sweat dropped at this. "Does she just leave me? It's 7 p.m., you bucking retard. That means nothing. Look at me. I slept all bucking day. Not everyone is like you, idiot. Everyone else sleeps regularly." It's your fault I don't sleep regularly. That's more than likely why I slept for so long. Details. Naruto sighed as he started to stand up, picking Alice up as she squealed with laughter. He chuckled as he put his boots on, finding it difficult to do so with her there. He laughed as he left the room with her still hanging on in her real clothes, meaning that at one point she had changed while he slept. As he walked down the hallway in just his pants and boots, his hair ragged instead of slicked back, he looked like a guy who thrived on war. His scars weren't horrendous, but they were numerous, and some looked terrible. He was honestly surprised at how many times he'd taken his shirt off or ripped it off, yet no one had asked him about them. Unfortunately, he wasn't so lucky with Alice now that she was fully awake and realized everything. Oni-chan. He looked at her and spoke. Yes, Alice-chan? She looked at his chest and back. What are all those things about you? He stopped in his tracks in the hallway and looked at her again. Why do you want to know? She shrugged and almost lost control. I was wondering, they look a little painful. She sighed as she turned and walked back to the room to put on her things, talking as she walked. I've been in a few fights. Normally most of my scars would heal, but some of them were a shame, and now they're reminding me not to be so naive around certain types of people. They reached the room, and she stood up as he sullenly put on his shirt. As she did, she saw the large circular wound on his back and also saw a smaller one over his left lung. It was faint, but it was there. She quickly ran over and was too late to see the lung scar, but she saw the other side of the wound across his abdominals. She gasped at the size, half a foot in diameter, and looked up at his face. It was sad as he took his mask and put it on, hiding his nose and mouth, and brushed his hair back, revealing his satin eyes. He put on his long coat and soon found Shiketsu's tsuru in its sheath on Saya's side of the bed, meaning she had gotten it and brought it to him. He smiled softly beneath his mask as he strapped it on the opposite side where he let his weapon rest on his scroll belt. He looked at Alice and saw that she looked sad. He smiled and bent down to pick her up, and she ran over to him. He picked her up and sat her on his right shoulder with a smile as she giggled, the moments before forgotten by both of them as they left the room. It didn't take long for them to reach the foyer of the house, where they found everyone standing near the railing dressed to go and guarding the path leading to the house. However, Shizuka was off to the side talking on the phone with someone, and Naruto also noticed that Siko had a second katana strapped to her right side, opposite Kitsunhai. She smiled as she walked behind the man at the end, Takagi Soichiro. He smiled as he set Alice down and made a shushing motion, and she complied by placing her hand over her mouth with a smile. Naruto began to tiptoe superfluously near him and was about to do something until he spoke. If you value your life, then you won't do anything, Uzumaki-san. Naruto deflated as he sighed in defeat. He walked over to Alice, who patted him comfortingly on the leg. Saya watched the whole thing and smiled as she turned her head back to see what everyone was waiting for. Naruto joined them and saw Shido loading his students, minus Tsunoda, onto the bus they had entered. He saw Naruto and felt a chill run down his spine as he climbed onto the bus before starting it and starting to drive. I thought you were supposed to leave at noon, Takagi-sama? Soichiro sighed as he spoke. He came to me this morning requesting a memorial service for one of his students. Apparently the boy died from a crushed larynx. Naruto paled as Soichiro turned to him with a smile. Koda-san explained what happened and that you had some sort of plan. Okay. I'm guessing you were planning for Shido to be the one to arrive in the room instead of the other student. Naruto sighed and nodded. I was going to kill him since him doing so would have given me a reason. When Tsunoda came in, I was just going to beat him to a pulp and send him away, thinking he was simply being a hormonal teenage boy when I saw him go for Alice-chan though. He looked down at her and held her head against his leg like a father would his daughter. He looked back at Soichiro with a look of conviction, the look the man wanted to see. I killed him! I can't stand someone who would even think of doing that to a child. The man and woman beside him smiled genuinely, and all eyes were now on Naruto as he held Alice against his leg. I'll kill anyone who threatens Alice-chan with anything. If I have to kill half the world, then I will, to protect the last glimmer of innocence in our lives. Soichiro smiled at the look in her eyes. She had the eyes of a father, the eyes Soichiro respected above all else. Naruto would stay true to his words and not back down. He placed a hand on her shoulder and was about to speak until a bright light flashed across the sky in the distance. Naruto, being the one in front of the light, shielded his and Alice's eyes. Also off to the side, Shizuka's phone popped and began to smoke. Saya looked over at it, and her jaw dropped a little as her eyes widened while the light began to dim. "Oh shit!" Naruto looked at her. "What's wrong, Saya-chan?" Saya didn't reply as she turned to Shizuka. "Shizuka-chan, give me the phone." She did so and Saya held down the power button. It didn't turn on and she handed it back to him. "Rei-san." Rei looked at her. "Look through the sight on your gun. Can you see the dot?" Rei did as she was told and spoke as she lowered her gun. "I can't see it." "What just happened?" Saya cupped her chin with her thumb and index finger in thought. She spoke after a few minutes. "They performed a Hain." Takashi looked confused. "What's a Hain?" Saya nodded as she continued speaking. "It's a high-altitude nuclear explosion. It creates a strong electromagnetic pulse within a certain radius. The resulting strong EMP has several components. In the first few tens of nanoseconds, about 1/10 of the weapon's yield appears as powerful gamma rays with energies of 1 to 3 megaelectron-volts. The gamma rays rain down into the atmosphere and collide with air molecules, depositing their energy to produce large amounts of positive ions and electron recoil. The impacts create megaelectron-volt recoil electrons that are then accelerated and spiral along the Earth's magnetic field lines. The resulting transient electric fields and ensuing currents generate electromagnetic emissions in the radio frequency range of 15 to 250 MHz. However, I won't bother you with other stuff like the Starfish Prime test even if it was the largest man-made nuclear explosion in space. Everyone's eyes were rolling, including their fathers and mothers, when she finished, and both Naruto and Shizuka were rubbing their heads at the sheer amount of information. She looked at Saya with a mock-hurt expression. "So in normal speech what did he do?" Saya snorted and muttered about people not appreciating her intelligence before speaking. "Basically, he just destroyed all the electronics inside his radio." Naruto nodded with a smile as he rubbed his aching temples. "That would have been easier on my head." Saya snorted again as she walked up to him and kissed his forehead. "There, are you better now, Naruto-kun?" She got into a playful thinking pose and shook her head with a big grin. Saya giggled and quickly kissed him on the lips, earning a disgusted sound from Alice, nothing from the group, a quick laugh from her mother and earning Naruto a death glare from behind. Naruto then nodded as he was about to speak until he heard something with his higher hearing. It sounded like metal against metal and glass shattering with some sort of rock sent crashing along the ground, and it was coming from where Shido and his group had left. His eyes narrowed as he accelerated, surprising Soichiro and Yuriko with the display of sheer speed. Soichiro looked at Saya with an approving look as his mother spoke. "Does he do that often?" Saya looked at him and nodded. "He does it on occasion when he has the energy and one of us is in trouble. He's very protective of all of us, even those who don't love him as a lover." Soichiro nodded as he looked back behind him. "He definitely is, if he's willing to kill a living person to protect you all. And the fact that he made that plan in the first place to try and find a reason to kill Koichi-san, it means he wants you all to be happy and not have to worry. After all, there were only 2 reasons he told me why he didn't just kill him right there when you met on the stairs." Saya looked at her father in confusion. "What were they?" "He said if they met again, he would kill him." Soichiro smiled as he crossed his arms. "The first reason was because Rei-san had made the decision not to do it at the time, and the second was because she didn't have a good reason to. By making that plan, she was trying to lure Koichi-san into doing something stupid. Unfortunately, Koichi-san is a generally intelligent man in his own right. From what I could gather from what Koda-san told me this morning, he sent Tsunoda in her place." Saya made a sympathetic face as she soon heard Naruto's voice shouting as he ran up the hill. "Close the gate! Get your men ready, Takagi-sama!" The man looked over to where he saw Naruto come barreling through the gate with the 2 guards he had seen 2 days before working on the concrete barrier. He sat them down, trying to catch his breath. Saya walked over and rubbed his back as she leaned in to try and talk to his face. "What happened, Naruto-kun?" Naruto took a deep breath before letting it out and sitting cross-legged on the ground. "That EMP thing apparently affected the Shido team bus. It crashed into the thing they were using to replace the concrete slab. It wasn't there, though it apparently ran off somewhere. But a horde of the infected are coming, and there are behemoths with them and predators on the rooftops, but there's something else with them, they're coming fast." Soichiro narrowed his eyes. He turned and roared his orders. "Everyone prepare to fight! Close the gate and arm quickly!" The orders were carried out in a timely manner. Koda left with Takashi to go get the weapons, and Siko was making sure all their equipment was properly secured. Saya was talking to her mother while Shizuka comforted the scared Alice and Zeke. Soichiro had turned to the now standing Naruto. "You said behemoths and predators, what are those?" Naruto began his explanation and kept it short and to the point. "A behemoth is basically infected that is bigger and stronger due to some sort of mutation. A predator's appearance is pretty normal, but it has claws, fangs, and is faster than greased lightning. Before I came here, I fought both the behemoth and the predator at the same time with Siko-chan. They seem to be able to work together." He nodded. "What's the other thing you saw?" Naruto took another breath and spoke. "I only got a glimpse of it, so I'm not sure how accurate I can be about it, but it was a normal infected one. Its stomach was sliced open and had 2 tentacles made of its small and large intestine. The small intestine was almost 6 meters long, and almost grabbed me before I ran here. The large intestine was smaller than that by about a third at 2 meters. It tossed one of the infected into the air while the other tried to get to me. I barely got away because it caught me off guard." The older man nodded in understanding. "All right. Well, at least now we can prepare for the worst. How did you kill them?" Naruto looked toward the door and saw that they hadn't made it up the hill yet. "The predator and the behemoth are simple. If you decapitate it, then it dies. I'm going to assume with that in mind it's the same for that thief." Soichiro raised an eyebrow in amusement at the name. "Snatcher?" Naruto glared back. "Think about it, he has tentacles that can grab people. I think that's what earned him the name Snatcher." He nodded and turned to walk away, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. "This is getting worse, Alter. These things are starting to mutate at a faster rate. With these things popping up like this, we're going to have to find out who's doing this, and we're going to have to do it quickly." "I know, Naruto, but for now we have to focus on getting out of here and away from these things." "What about the Humvee?" He shook his head and rested his hands on the railing. "If Shido Team's bus was hit by that thing, then there's a good chance the Humvee won't work anymore. There are always miracles, you know." Naruto sighed, knowing she was right. He looked up at the sky. It was starting to get dark as the sun was setting, and he saw people running around while blowing out candles. He looked towards the gate and started to see the heads of the infected horde. It was when he saw the behemoth and that thing that he started to worry, but it would still be a while until they reached the gate. The predators had even slowed down to take up a position next to the behemoth like mascots. Naruto sighed as he turned around after a few minutes and saw that everyone had fallen into place behind him. Soichiro and Yuriko looked at him with analytical eyes while Saya stood with the group holding a Kiku Crest Luger P08 that her mother had given her. Siko stood beside him with her arms lazily crossed as her right hand rested on the hilt of Kitsune Hai and her left rested on the handle of the other blade. Shizuka stood beside him with her brown medical bag on her back, and Alice and Zeke stood near her. Takashi stood with his shotgun next to Rei and her midget gun. Koda stood next to them with his rifle and ammo vest buttoned up and ready to go. Naruto looked at Soichiro with questioning eyes, and the man smiled. "They await your guidance, Naruto-san. It is your duty as their protector to lead them to a safer place." Naruto looked at him as if he were crazy. "What are you talking about? We can't just leave them here to face these things. You'll surely die," the man shrugged. "It's your decision, I just hope you make the right one." Naruto frowned. "I can't leave people I know I can help. We'll stay and help, and I'll get them to safety." His group smiled slightly as they saw his protective side come out. Soichiro smiled at him as he turned toward the door. The creatures had reached him, but weren't pushing him. They had split up and let one of the 10 behemoths pass as it approached him with its fists balled. Naruto smirked as he drew Shiketsu's Sura from its sheath while waving his hand, signaling for everyone to get ready. Shizuka re-entered the house while Siko stood to her right side, standing and drawing both swords from their scabbards while Soichiro stood to her left with his own sword ready to be drawn at any moment. Saya stood with Yuriko and Kota stood at the railing with his vest full of ammunition clips. Takashi and Rei stood ready to fight near the stairs while Sachiro's men all stood near the door with their guns ready to fire as their leader gave the order. As the behemoth swung its fist forward, Soichiro and Naruto let out a mighty roar of the same order. Chapter 14. Naruto was quick to act as the gate had been blown off its hinges by the behemoth's massive blow. He stepped out and ran, leaving everyone at the railing as he met the gate in midair before it lunged at Sachiro's men who had taken up position in front of it. He drew back his sword and sliced cleanly through the iron that fell to the ground right in front of them, but knocked down candles that had been placed around the compound so they could see at night, setting the grass on fire. More concerned with the battle before them, Naruto landed and thrust his hand forward, shouting once more, "Open fire!" He disappeared in another burst of speed and reappeared on top of the brick post that once held the gate in place, and watched as they did as he'd ordered. Bullets flew over the expanse and were able to mercilessly kill off some of the less infected, but the mutated ones began their vicious attack. Naruto was about to intercept them, but was caught by a predator that slammed into his side, sending him skidding on the concrete and crashing into the fountain hard, losing his sword in the process. Everyone on the balcony saw this and sprang into action to help him. Siko, Yuriko, Rei, Takashi, and Soichiro jumped over the railing and ran to try and reach him, but were interrupted by a behemoth and its predator duo. Takashi, Yuriko, and Rei aimed their weapons while Soichiro and Siko rushed to fight the creatures up close. Kota had begun picking off the lesser infected with great effect and was about to reload, but was stopped when he heard a roar behind him. He turned quickly and saw a predator leaping from the wall toward him. He pulled out a small pistol and began firing until it was upon him. He tried to roll out of the way, but its claws caught his right thigh with a rather shallow cut, allowing him to drop to his knees and continue firing. He didn't stop, though at least not until Saya came up behind him with the Luger and blew his brains out the front of his skull. Kota smiled his fatuous glee as he ran to his rifle and reloaded, resuming his effective sniper barrage. Naruto wasn't doing as well as the others as he struggled to get up from the blow he received upon hitting the concrete. He got to his knees and was ready to stand until he felt something wrap around his waist and knock him into the air. At that moment, he was instantly alert as he looked down and saw the thief and began struggling against the gut that had him in its grip. His gaze hardened as the infected brought him down to the ground hard. Near the tents, the battle between the sword wielders, the weapon wielders, and the infected was also favoring the infected. Soichiro had taken down many on his own, but he was still on the run from a pursuing predator. Siko was having trouble taking down the behemoth without another swordsman to help her break its tougher hide. She frowned as she dodged a punch and slashed at the offending appendage with both swords, but only managed to slice it a little. "They've got stronger!" Takashi heard this and frowned as he fired at the approaching predator. It was too close to dodge, but it still passed through even though he lost an arm in the process. He ducked, hoping it would jump over him, but he didn't have much luck as he brought down a hard, knobby claw that sliced through its spine. It roared in pain, but fought it off as he spun around and fired another shot, sending it into the air with a hole in its stomach. He turned his head to Naruto, seeing him once again held in the air. "Naruto! Help us!" The blonde swordsman struggled against the intestinal tentacle holding him in the air, but he was still trying to recover from the last blow he received from the ground, courtesy of the snatcher. It was then that he saw a behemoth charging towards the group of fighters without them noticing, due to them being caught up in their own battles. He struggled harder, but it was all in vain as he was forcefully thrown back into the fountain. However, he didn't stay down. The adrenaline rush hit the protector like a haymaker in the face as he got up and ran at the behemoth, supercharging his balled fist with his chakra as he reared it back and slammed it into the base of the monster's spine, sending it flying forward. The group vanished and he met it halfway with another supercharged punch to the gut, sending it flying back towards the snatcher. Naruto smiled as he watched it fly, but grunted when the thief could be seen leaping out of the way with great agility. With his adrenaline pumping, Naruto took off again, leaving the others to fight off the infected coming towards them. Siko and Soichiro stood back to back with Yuriko, Takashi, and Rei firing at the horde, taking down one at a time. Naruto was running towards the thief when he saw the longest tentacle coming towards him. He flipped it over and slid along the creature's length as he slammed his foot into its face and sent it flying into the horde, crashing into a brick wall with a puff of smoke exploding from the impact. He grinned, thinking he was finished, but when he saw another infected fly through the air, he knew better. He turned his head toward the railing. "Koda, give me deck fire!" His response was 2 bullets that whizzed past both shoulders, taking out the heads of 2 infected bearing down on him. He grinned as he turned and began chasing the thief with utter purpose. "Alter, this thing is strong! What do I have to do?" He dodged the infected and countered their lazy attacks as he listened to Alter's voice ramble in his head. "Your guess is as good as mine, Naruto. I've had as much experience with these things as you have. The funny thing is, I think they've been mutating based on how you've been killing them. The behemoths can match your strength, the predators are matching you almost perfectly in speed, and this thief is expertly taking you out at range, preventing you from getting too close and using taijutsu. Things are starting to look bad for you, kid. It's only a matter of time before you run into something that can take you down in every single one of these facets. Whoever started this knows you're here." Naruto frowned when he heard this. "Q-chan said I was the wild card here, things aren't going as planned." He dodged another infected as he leaped into the air to attack and saw that the thief was ready for him to attack. He complied and lunged at him, his fist ready to slam into his face. "I'll take you down!" He was ready to hit it until he felt a tug on his ankle and he was ripped out of the air and slammed to the ground by a tentacle he should have seen. He was then thrown into the air, off balance, and so disoriented he was able to recover. Siko saw this and broke away from the small group of fighters to run over and help him. "Naruto-kun!" She jumped on the heads of the lesser infected and began using them to get closer to him. As he fell, she tried to jump up to catch him, but something happened to her. She shuddered and a feeling went through her cold like nothingness. She couldn't recover in time and was crushed in the side by the snatcher's longer tentacle, sending her flying across the concrete to a slow stop. Saya screamed for herself and Naruto as she ran down the stairs, despite Koda's protests to stay on the landing. She fell and shot at the infected with her Luger until she ran out of bullets and began beating the lesser with the butt of the pistol. Naruto saw her and yelled, "Sai-chan! Run! Get out of here! You can't beat this thing!" She started to fall and barely saw the predator approaching her from behind, grabbing one of her pigtails and throwing her backwards into the stairs. She fell into the horde and into darkness. His mind was blackened as the horde marched upon him, and somehow he quickened his pace and began attacking far more ruthlessly than before. He heard the cries for help as he lay on the ground. He heard Alice's screams for him, but he didn't dare move. "This is a dream, it can't be real. Are we losing? Are we going to die?" He heard Siko's desperate cries to get up and help. Soichiro was yelling about how a true leader would handle the situation while mowing down those coming for him. Saya was unconscious, and Takashi was doing his best to reload so as not to be swarmed by the infected. Rei was barely able to hold them off with her bayonet, and when she fired, she was too weak to handle the recoil, ending up on her but with little to no time to recover. Koda, in the distance, was starting to run out of ammo, and Naruto was the one with extra ammo and weapons in his scroll. He was starting to get swarmed by the infected and was barely able to hold them off when Alice and Shizuka ran into the house to escape them. But predators and a behemoth were coming up the stairs towards them and Koda was powerless to stop them. Naruto was too deep in thought that he failed to notice he was being lifted into the air. When he finally realized it, he didn't do anything about it. He was being pulled into the thief's face, and he got a good look at him. He was generally normal except for his gray skin and the fact that he was missing an eye and his lips, showing his gnarled teeth. Naruto gave him a goosebump. "It's over, huh? We're going to die, aren't we?" He sighed as he tilted his head at the sounds of carnage, but he wasn't expecting what was coming next. "And then it's SSSS. His eyes widened as he looked at the creature, and it smiled. It looked weird without lips and it didn't seem natural, but Naruto was about to start fighting it until the thing slammed him into the ground and used its other tentacle to start strangling him. Alter tried to get it to move. "Naruto! Get up! Stop standing there! Fight back!" Naruto's vision began to darken as he felt nauseous and heard what sounded like laughter coming from the thief. "I can't, he's too strong," everyone was shouting for him, and he was starting to lose his hearing as he felt the darkness try to take over. "You know what? Fine. If you don't do something, then I will." In almost an instant, Alter's chakra began to flood into Naruto's coils, effectively covering up his natural chakra for the time being. Naruto tried to fight it, and closed his eyes to try and avoid anything distracting him, but it was no use. Naruto's eyes immediately darkened and the muscles in his neck tensed as his body began to race with Alter's evil, malevolent black chakra. When he looked back into the thief's eyes, his voice changed. "Now you're dealing with me, you slimy undead cold son of a bitch!" His hands, now pale and clawed, reached out and grabbed the tentacle, pulling the creature down on top of him and slammed his knee into its stomach, sending it tumbling back and breaking the tendril without any trouble. He stood up and removed his coat, letting it fall to the ground. His eyes narrowed as he reached out, and in a dark flash of black fire, Shiketsu's Suru was back in his grasp. His grin turned mad as his skin began to pale as if he hadn't seen sunlight in hundreds of years. In the glow of the fire, he looked like pure evil. Soichiro watched with interest. "What's happened to you, Naruto-san?" The possessed Naruto, now Alter, stood still as his evil grin threatened to split his face in half. His coal-black eyes were fixed on the thief, whose eyes were narrowed to evil slits. He was about to charge until he roared with a piercing sound wave. Alter glared at him as the 5 remaining behemoths and their predator chanted behind the creature, acting as the leader. Alter simply waited until the charge order was given. At the head-splitting roar, they all charged at once. Alter stood until they drew close and yawned, tilting his head back before turning it back with his evil grin in place. He jumped up and down as if preparing for a boxing match, and then charged forward with his sword in a lazy grip. A behemoth swung at him with its fist, but Alter effortlessly sliced through it and severed its head as well. A predator approached him from behind and tried to grab his head until Alter snatched his arm and ripped it off, using it to drive a behemoth through the skull, killing it and paralyzing the other creature. It reared back and let out an outrageously demented laugh. "Is this? Ha 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 ha!" Alter leaped into the air and slashed open his arm, causing blood to spill over the edge of Shiketsu's Suru as he charged his corrupted chakra into the blade. He raised it high above his head and brought it down in a massive arc. "Sudodo, Bura de Supyazu!" Everyone in the original group remembered this attack and tried to look away, but morbid fascination drew their eyes to it. It looked a little different from last time, as it was just a spear of blood and chakra that appeared, but it was larger and most likely did a lot more damage than the previous attack. The spear charged towards the ground in the thief, but the remaining 3 behemoths stepped forward and tried to take the hit for their leader. Alter chuckled as he sent even more chakra into the technique, causing it to rip through them like nothing more than tissue paper. The thief leaped out of the way, but the spear followed. The creature roared, and all 15 of the predators charged after it as it lowered itself to the ground, attempting to bring the spear after the thief. Alter saw them moving toward him and snarled, relinquishing his grip on the spear and readying his sword in front of him. Just as his feet touched the ground, the attack began. A predator approached him and cut off his head, but another was already in the air above him. He raised his sword and was ready to block until another hit him in the stomach, and he was sent back to the ground, still standing, but sending dust everywhere. He looked at Siko on the ground and then at Soichiro. "You two come here and help!" Siko tried to recover from her dazed state, but Soichiro was already on the move, his sword barely out of its sheath but ready to strike. She gathered her dual swords and staggered slightly, feeling the same pang she felt when she failed to save Naruto. But she quickly shook off the feeling and rushed after Soichiro with a roar of courage and determination. The two swordsmen were nothing but an enigma as they tore through the horde separating them from Alter, the thief, and the predator squad. Soichiro continued rolling and stopped as he sliced 3 of the infected in half while Siko used her back and jumped over him, crossing their swords and descending like an angel of death. She was swift and flawless in her execution, cleanly slicing through 5 of the infected. They were on the move again as they ran side by side. Siko, while running, threw a blade at one of them and jumped, pulling it up and slicing its torso in half while slicing another cleanly in half behind it. Soichiro dashed past her and cut through the final line of the horde, keeping them away from Alter. They fought their way through and immediately found themselves in the thick of the fight. Alter watched them storm onto the battlefield and were quickly attacked by 2 predators as the other 12 came for him. He took a deep breath as they surrounded him and began to stare at him as if contemplating how they were going to finish off their prey. He closed his eyes and began to gather his energy, ready for them to attack him with every intention of killing him. "Come at me!" They came for him one at a time, a poor tactic for creatures that seemed to be evolving so quickly. He sliced the first one in half, and the speed of their attacks began to accelerate as the next one arrived. He sliced it in half, and then, as the next one arrived, he drove his sword into the ground and dodged the predator, grabbing its arms and tearing them off as he passed. He swung one arm at another charging one, driving a spear through its chest, and used the other arm to bash the other one's head in. He dashed back and pulled his sword out of the ground before slicing the other one into 5 different pieces. He leaped up and slammed the hilt of his sword deep into the 6th predator's head before ripping it off. The rest of the infected mutants stared at him with anxious eyes until the Snatcher's raspy voice spoke, echoing slightly. KKILLLTHHHHHHATTHTNG Harvest SSSDENERGY. Alter closed his eyes once more as they all leaped toward him at once, ready to kill him without mercy. They never had the chance to do so as he raised his sword, dragged his foot along the ground, and spun, tearing Shiketsu's sewer through the air. In a second, the 6 predators surrounding him were sliced in half and fell to the ground around him. Soichiro was able to take care of the predator in him, but Siko was simply toying with his. She had taken his legs and one arm, now watching him crawl along the growth with a smile. He began to feel the pain in his head again and his vision blurred for a split second, but it returned to normal in a moment with his attention focused on the crawling predator. With a slash of his sword, he severed its head from its shoulders. As agonized shrieks were heard, the attention of the 2 swordsmen and the swordswoman turned to the thief. He snarled at the pale monster, and Alter simply disappeared, reappearing in the same spot with his sword covered in blood seconds later. The creature took a step forward only to feel its right arm fall off in the process. Alter smirked as it disappeared again, following the same routine as before. Another arm was lost from the creature as it roared at Alter. W or THLESSSSSSST Ra A Triple HH. It roared again and charged at him, but Soichiro took the reins as he ran in front of it and ducked, using the blunt side of his sword and slashing it through the air as it got close. Siko saw this and acted, leaping at him and slashing him across the waist from behind, leaving him looking as if he were still whole. Alter watched this and saw it still whole in the air and smiled even wider as he dropped it before slicing it from crotch to head, watching it fall in 4 pieces to the ground. All the sword wielders formed a triangle around the body and Soichiro spoke. "It was a good fight and we all fought hard, but there's more than we can all handle now. Everyone must get out of here." Alter tried to speak, but found it was getting harder as his eyes began to close. His skin changed pigments back to Naruto's normal tan color, and before his eyes were even completely closed, they returned to their normal cerulean blue. He fell to the ground with a thud, leaving Shiketsu's sewer to hit the stone beneath them. Soichiro tried to laugh, but it was dry and emotionless. "See? Even he's exhausted. There's no point anymore. You have to get everyone out of here, Busujima-san. We can't win this fight at this point anymore. We might have been able to, but now we don't stand a chance." Yuriko-chan and I will stay back and hold them off as long as we can, but all of you need to leave now. Siko nodded and moved to pick up Naruto, but found that all the remnants of the infected horde were beginning to surround them, leaving Kota, Takashi, and everyone else uninhibited by the creatures. Soichiro saw this and shouted, "Yuriko-chan!" The woman turned her head and saw her husband looking at her with the same smile he had the day they met. She read his lips and blushed. "We're going to die together, my love." She smiled and with renewed vigor began attacking her husband, blasting away infected after infected as Siko picked up Naruto and ran to where Takashi and Rei had picked up Saya. Kota was getting Shizuka and Alice out of the house, and they were running toward the garage. When they got there, Takashi kicked the door. "Damn it! I forgot Saya-san said the EMP knocked out everything. I guess that means the car too." Kota walked over to the Humvee and started looking over and under the hood. Nothing under the hood looks fried. It seems like it would work. I guess if it doesn't, we'll just run away. And if we don't, I guess this is the end of it." Everyone nodded and Siko sighed as she loaded Naruto into the back of the Humvee with only a slight struggle since his body was much heavier than hers. "Too bad about your coat, Naruto-kun." Shizuka jumped into the driver's seat and everyone climbed into the back seat with Takashi placing Saya in the front seat. He turned the ignition and heard it sputter. He stopped and tried again, getting the same sputtering noise. He slammed his head against the steering wheel and hit the dashboard, making the engine roar to life. He jumped with a soft yelp and felt the rumble of the Humvee. She smiled and slammed the gas as hard as she could, rocketing out of the garage and blasting through the infected blocking her path. In the back, Naruto was just beginning to recover when he felt the Humvee shake as it ran over the infected horde. He bent down, rubbed his head, and listened to Siko. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" He turned to her and nodded with his eyes closed. Where are Takagi-sama and Yuriko-sama?" Siko looked down and didn't speak, letting Naruto take in the image at once. His eyes flew open, and he ran to jump through the hole at the top, but Takashi and Kota grabbed him. "Naruto-san, they're left alone. We didn't abandon them." Naruto growled as he used his regained strength to break free from their grasp and jump down the hole, screaming the whole way, "I won't leave them behind!" He burst through the hole and onto the roof of the Humvee. He crouched and held on, ready to jump when it stopped. He made it to his pod but remembered he'd left Shiketsu's Suru in the back of the Humvee. He started growling at his own stupidity until he saw Soichiro and Yuriko in the distance, fighting off what used to be the people following him. "Takagi-sama!" The man turned just in time as the Humvee leapt up beside them. He stopped his attack and bowed his head solemnly, trying to convince himself that he was doing the right thing by leaving his daughter alone in the cruel new world of the undead creatures. His meditation was interrupted when he felt a tug on his neck and was ripped from the ground. His cry of surprise was matched by Yuriko's as they were both lifted from their places on the battlefield and dragged into the hole on top of the Humvee. They slammed into the rear wall of the vehicle at full speed and grunted in disgust. Soichiro narrowed his eyes directly at Naruto. "What the hell were you thinking?" Naruto tried to catch his breath, holding up a finger to tell him to wait. When he had his words ready and his lungs were filled with glorious oxygen, he spoke. "I told you if I can help it I won't leave anyone behind." Yuriko smiled and nodded. "I'm glad you were able to get up in time, Naruto-san." Her husband nodded and crossed his legs and arms after removing his sword. "I'm glad too. Being ready for death and facing it are two entirely different things. Although I wonder why did you grab us?" Naruto sighed as he twisted in a crouch so his head wouldn't hit the roof of the Humvee. "I'm not repeating myself." Soichiro smirked at this and chuckled. "Anyway, on another note, it seems I've been demoted." Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned to sit cross-legged while everyone else sat in their seats talking amongst themselves, oblivious to the conversation. "What are you talking about?" Soichiro smirked as Yuriko walked past Naruto to sit with everyone else. "You see, you lead this group. When you grabbed us, you shoved us into this little squad. Now we're under you." Naruto was confused at first until he understood. He giggled like a little schoolgirl until Alter's voice appeared in his head. "What did I tell you about letting this shit go to your head?" Naruto stopped immediately as he looked at the leader Takagi. So you're following me now? The man nodded and Naruto sighed. Unfortunately, I have no intention of ordering you around, Takagi-sama. You're still too experienced in certain things to me, Soichiro laughed lightly and spoke. However, it seems you have a bit more experience fighting these things. In this new world, that counts for far more than political experience. Naruto nodded. That's true, and my combat experience more than likely surpasses yours. I think perhaps we should set the topic of leaders aside for now. The more pressing matter is what are we to do now? Soichiro cupped his chin in thought, much like Saya had earlier that day. I guess we'd have to find a place we could survive in for a while. Besides, we'd have to find other survivors if we could. There's one place we can go that fits both bills for that. Naruto looked at him in confusion until he continued. We could go to the mall. There'd be food there, and I'm sure some group of people have staked a claim there as well. Naruto nodded. It would be a good idea, but we can't make our group grow too large. It was like I was explaining to the group on the estate. Soichiro raised his eyebrow. What were you all talking about? The blonde shrugged. I simply told you it would be best to leave the mansion in the first place. Being with a larger group creates more noise and will attract these things faster. The older man nodded and leaned his head back. You're right about that. So I guess that's where we're going then? Naruto nodded and lay down on his back. I'm going to lie down for a while. Can you tell them what we're doing? Soichiro nodded and awkwardly crawled over Naruto to the front to talk to Shizuka while the blonde boy just stared at the roof of the Humvee. He snorted and closed his eyes. I think now would be a good time to talk to Alter. Chapter 15. Naruto appeared in her mindscape and was genuinely surprised when he saw the state of it. The grass was starting to grow back, though it retained its sickly hue, and the sky was only gray instead of pure black. The trees were still dead and bodies still hung from their branches, but overall things were starting to look better. He looked around and saw Alter sitting cross-legged by the eternally bloody river. He walked over and sat down next to her, placing Shiketsu's Sura beside her. How are you now, Alter? The dark spirit shrugged and gave a dry chuckle. Except for the fact that I'm disappointed that I only have a tiny bit of freedom to kill those buckers, I guess I'm pretty good for now. Naruto nodded as he looked out at the wide, current-driven river. Well, we'll be heading somewhere Takagi-sama mentioned. When we get there, I should be able to kill an infected and have enough time to perform the jutsu seals. Alter, I made you a promise, and I intend to keep it. Alter smiled and nodded. Well, that's the best news I've had all day. But Naruto looked at him and saw that Alter's eyes were narrowed in their moment of seriousness. Things are starting to get very troublesome. Naruto nodded and looked towards the river. They're definitely going that way, aren't they? If what you told me was true, then I think it won't be long until I meet the one who can fight me on equal terms. Alter growled at this and stood up before starting to leave, angry about something. Naruto jumped up and grabbed his sword before following him. Where are you going? What's wrong? Alter growled again before turning to face him, pointing in no particular direction as he roared his opinion. That bucking bitch turned us on. We're not bucking savages in this bucking war. You're more powerful than these bucking things. Your chakra levels are nowhere even near what they asked for without QB. The way things are, soon we're not going to be any better than each other, and those mutations may be able to kill us without a bucking problem. The bucking Michio. He should have been able to see an alternate future with us. Naruto sighed as he tied Shiketsu's Suru to his waist. I understand that you're angry about the events and distressed by what's happening outside, but we have a mission to complete here, Alter. When I get you out, things will be easier for the group. I admit, QB returning to my mind left me seriously lacking in the chakra department, but I'm not relying on it. Alter growled again, but didn't scream. Without the addition of the QB to your chakra pools, you can't do what you used to. Your Kagebushin no Jutsu is nearly useless at this point. You've only used the Rasengan here and you wouldn't have enough chakra to be able to pull out your Rasen Shuriken without losing your bearings. With your normal chakra levels, you've only been able to use your small combination ninkenjutsu techniques, and even those are draining you. Face it, without the QB you can't do what you used to. Naruto turned around with a frown. I don't need a flashy jutsu or a grand technique to help me win this war, Alter. I don't need a monstrous chakra pool to become powerful, I just need experience and skill. I've fought people with chakra levels that would crush mine, like Pain's. When he had me in that headlock and was sucking my chakra dry, it wasn't a flashy jutsu that saved me. It was me using my head. Naruto turned around with his fists balled. I will stay strong with or without Kyuubi. I don't need his chakra to win this war. The malevolent entity sighed as it turned back to the river with a straight face, taking time to calm itself before speaking. It no longer matters if your resolve is stronger than you are physically, Naruto. With the way things are spiraling out of our control, strength is all we need right now. We can't survive on your determination alone, ever again. Naruto felt his eyes burn as he looked away and kept his fists balled as Alter continued. You've overcome quite a bit in your life, that's for sure, Naruto. I've had a lot of time on my hands, and I've looked back on that time quite a bit. Your life used to be simpler for you when you could throw people off when you just got up and kept fighting, but these things don't matter to them. If you get back up, they won't be surprised and will give you a chance, just do their best to push you down and then kill you. Naruto sighed as he sat with his legs spread towards the river, his heels resting an inch from the blood. He kept himself propped up as he looked up. I know, but it all happened so fast. We fought those things for 8 years back home, and then, when it was finally over, they sent me here to fight the even stronger infected. Is it bad that I want to go back to the way things were? Is it bad to want to be carefree again? Alter looked at the blonde and his lips were in a small frown. It's not bad to long for the times of the past, but if you don't look to the future, then you're not going to move forward. The real world doesn't do what we all want it to do, it does what it sees fit. He sighed and closed his eyes. I know that all of this is becoming too much for me. I can't fight these things like I didn't in the elemental nations, they're too strong, and their numbers are practically unlimited. Alter shrugged and sat down next to his less evil other half. They're stronger, that's definitely true. But you must fight them with everything you have like you did before. I suppose I jumped the gun when I said we can't win with determination alone, because it's with determination and perseverance that we've made it this far. Naruto smiled as he remembered the day everything went to hell. Buts are only good for 3 things, Naruto, and that's kissing, shitting, and kicking. You can't make an excuse for this, kid. When he was done, Alter looked at Naruto with inspecting eyes as he watched Naruto's every move. He curled his legs closer to his chest and held them there with his arms. His eyes were gently narrowed in thought as he looked at the blood flowing in the river. Alter smiled at the sight, but his eyes softened slightly as he spoke. You're scared, aren't you? Naruto scoffed and spread his legs once more. What the hell are you talking about? Me? Scared? Haha! That's so funny, Alter! Alter kept his eyes level with Naruto's as his eyes narrowed, unnerving Naruto, causing him to look away. It's so obvious, huh? The darker side nodded and looked down at the bloody river. You might not think about this kind of thing much, Naruto, but you're probably one of the easiest people to read. It also helps that I'm literally a part of you. The blonde curled up again and sighed, ignoring the poor attempt at lightening the mood. I didn't want to lose them, they've accepted me for who I am and I've only known them for a few days, I don't want them to die. Then you need to show them that feeling, Naruto. Prove that you don't want to lose them. By staying on the ground when you thought all hope was lost, you were only showing a willingness to give up and not that you wanted them to stay. You've preached since day one that you'd never give up. Well, where was I when you were down and about to die? Naruto sighed again and spoke. I was going to lose anyway, I couldn't fight that thing. It was too strong. He didn't get to finish when he heard Alter grunt and turned his head just in time to see the fist connect dead center of his face, sending him flying a short way across the endless river. He looked up to see Alter with a terrifying look of rage covering his pale and already terrifying face. Enough! I wanted an answer. I didn't want you boohoo teenage angst. Grow a set of bucking balls, because if I could take that damn thing then you could too. Naruto held the side of his face, then looked down. Alter calmed himself down as he stepped closer while he spoke. I'm just as strong as you and you know what I did to those things. What you lack is the will to use your full power. Why didn't you use your true power when you knew things were starting to go downhill? Still looking away, Naruto spoke. I don't want to be pushed away. They accept me, actually want me around as a person. He looked up to see another fist connect with him in the face, sending him sliding off the ground. He didn't bother getting up as Alter lectured. There you go, letting your petty teenage angst rule your thoughts. This is war, Naruto. This isn't the time to be a pathetic teenager. We can't worry about who accepts us or not. The only concern now is survival, until we can find those who released the virus. Alter now loomed over Naruto as the boy spoke. You don't understand me at all, Alt. Another fist, and Naruto wasn't going to let it connect. He dove into the bloody river and under the surface to dodge the earth-shattering blow. He rose from the blood covering his entire body and the surface reaching mid-calf. His face was twisted in anger as he roared. You don't understand. They accept me. This isn't a trick to protect you. They actually accept me. Alter was upon him in the blink of an eye, her fists ready to ram into him. Then where's your determination? Why won't you protect what's important to you? She swung her fist down, but Naruto, with a deadly glare on his face, simply raised his hand and caught it with ease, stopping the malevolent entity in its tracks. Alter splattered blood and received a jolt of pain as Naruto began to crush his fist. In a dark voice, Naruto spoke. No, you understand. Alter. To protect them, I can't go all out. My abilities are too dangerous to be used constantly around them. If you think for 1 second that I'll put them in danger, then you're a bucking idiot. And even now you contradict yourself, because most of my truly powerful techniques are too draining. He brought his fist up and slammed him dead in the face, sending him crashing into a tree. Alter stood in the splintered remains of the tree as he rubbed his sore cheek with a grin. You see, Naruto? Where's that power? Where's that ferocity when you're fighting outside? You had it before you and Saya reunited at the apartment, but after that, it's like you started numbing your strength on purpose. Even when you were ripped from the car by that behemoth, you told them to leave so you could get access to me. At first, I found it a little flattering, thinking that you didn't want to overwhelm them with the presence of my power, but then it was pretty clear that you were afraid to show them what you were truly capable of. As Alter spoke, Naruto had walked from the river with blood dripping from him and stood over the dark spirit with a fixed gaze on his face. His voice was still low and as cold as before. I understand what you're saying, Alter, but it doesn't matter. Unless the situation calls for it, I won't be letting loose, so stop. He turned and was about to walk away, but stopped when he heard Alter struggling to get up. He turned to find the dark entity forcing itself to stand as it spoke. Naruto, I know you're scared, but there's a lot more at stake here than some petty relationships with a group of people. You have to focus. You said it yourself that you were on a mission to protect them, and you've started to waver by suppressing what you can actually do. You have no other choice right now, Naruto. If you want to make sure they survive, you have to let go of the relationships, and you can't see them as anything more than a target to protect. Naruto's eyes narrowed. If that's how I'm supposed to see them, then that's your mission. Alter looked at him with a confused look as she held the side of her face. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto turned away and began to fade as he spoke. When we get to that mall and I get you out of here, it's your duty to protect them and it's mine to lead. There will be no arguing about this decision. When Naruto faded completely, Alter smiled as she straightened and dropped her hand from her face. He doesn't even know it, and he's becoming what he must for them to survive. He has the capacity to make a tough decision, but he has his emotions and can endure anything. He didn't back down even when I told him to give up on them. You're becoming what they need, Naruto, and you don't even know it. Naruto woke up to the feeling of the Humvee lurching to a stop and heard the people inside start to move and get out. He had to squint when he saw the sun streaming in through the hole in the roof. He opened his eyes when he got used to the light and grabbed his sword, jumping in with the rest of them. When he came off the top, he saw everyone huddled in a circle and saw a large building not too far in the distance. Naruto pointed at it and spoke. Is that where we're supposed to go? Saya looked at him with a smile and nodded. Yes, it is. We think there are people inside because we saw someone at the door and they left. We're getting ready to go in, but we need to make sure our things are safe, so we're going to hide them except for a few small weapons. Naruto simply shrugged and took out the scroll containing the weapons and opened it. He stood up and spoke. Put them with the others. There's no use hiding them inside because someone might find them. Saya and the others nodded as they placed their largest weapons into the seal, and Naruto pumped a small amount of chakra into the scroll, causing the weapons to disappear in a puff of smoke. He rolled the scroll back up and stood up as he placed it back on his belt. Okay, so I guess we're going in now? Soichiro nodded and turned his back to begin walking through the spaced-out horde of infected that were randomly placed here and there. Naruto was looking through all of them to try and find one that had a general build and size like him. He saw one that was wearing an oddly colored, plaid button-up shirt with blue denim shorts. She had straight, shoulder-length black hair and a lean, muscular build much like Naruto's. The aforementioned blonde turned to Saya as they walked and talked while pointing at the undead person. Hey, Saya-chan, would you say that one's the same size as me? Saya turned to where he was pointing and assessed the infected's physique and size. After about a minute, when they had already passed him, she nodded with a smile. I'd say if I had blonde hair, blue eyes, and your hexy smile, I could pass for you and not dead. Naruto chuckled and spoke. Thanks. That's what I was hoping to hear. Just as she was about to ask him why he wanted to know, Naruto drew his sword and started walking toward her. As if he were simply taking something off a shelf, he shoved his sword through the center of her skull and watched it fall to the ground. He bent down and picked up the slain corpse, throwing it over his shoulder before turning back to the confused group. When he fell back into step with them, he simply shrugged. I need this one for something. Since we're here, I think I'll have time for what I need to do. Saya nodded with her smile once more, and they all continued walking through the horde toward the mall. As they got closer, they noticed a small wall to keep out the infected. They jumped down and made their way to the glass doors. As they approached, Naruto dropped the infected's body on the ground before he slammed the door. Hello? Is anyone there? He knocked for what seemed like an hour until someone finally decided to show themselves. The person who appeared at the door was a woman with short brown hair and a cute face dressed in a policewoman uniform. She worked through a bunch of makeshift locks and opened the door with a smile on her face. Hello? Asami would like to welcome you. Please come in. We can't have all of you out here with these things running around. Everyone was caught off guard by the instant confidence the police officer threw at them, but they were thankful that she wasn't crazy, at least they hoped she wasn't. The girls went in first and Naruto was the last one in as he had to collect the creature he had killed for his jutsu. The group looked around and saw that there weren't many people in the mall. There were a few elderly people and maybe a teenager or two here and there, but overall it was pretty empty. Naruto couldn't help but nod in approval. It seems they've kept their group pretty small if it were based on the size of this place. It's a very smart idea since taking care of a large group would be way too much of a hassle. So if it's smart to have a small group, why have you included 2 new people in the group? Naruto sighed and his head dropped in annoyance. If I hear that damn question again or anything related to it, I will personally chop off your balls or breasts. His head stayed still for a minute until he heard a small hiss. Wow, that's harsh, man. Oh, Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering what Alter wanted. Yes, Alter? She heard him sigh and became even more confused until she heard him speak. I'm sorry for everything, for being so harsh and cruel with my words. Naruto sighed again and it caught Sachiro's attention. He turned to the blonde and spoke. Is everything alright, Uzumaki-san? Naruto quickly looked up and smiled. Yes, Sachiro-sama. Everything is alright. The man nodded, and Naruto returned to his conversation with Alter. I can't put all the blame on you, Alter. You were right about quite a few things. I need to stop holding back because if I do what I did at the estate, we'll all die eventually. I really was lucky you beat me. He heard Alter's amused chuckle and then her voice. I admit that part of me really wanted to teach you a lesson by letting you die. But then I remembered we're bonded, so I can't really do that because if you die, I die. Naruto had to keep from laughing so as not to draw too much attention to himself. Again, Your only real concern is yourself. Why doesn't that surprise me? He got no response and simply smiled at the thought of having the psychotic soul fighting alongside him in battle. It'll be a handful, that's for sure. As the policewoman, Asami, took them on a small tour of the mall, Naruto saw that there were a lot of people he'd have to be wary of. Some of them were giving him strange looks because of the dead body he was carrying on his shoulder, but there was one that really put Naruto on the defensive out of the group. He was a guy who was wearing all black with a beanie on his head. The reason Naruto was looking at him more closely was because of the looks he was giving Shizuka as they walked past everyone. The tour itself was short, and there were a few rules they'd have to follow while there, but overall, it was a good setup they had going for them. The group had found a small area they were going to crash in, and Asami said it was fine. They dropped off their things and claimed at a clothing store. Takashi then spoke. I think while we're here we should hide the rest of our weapons in case someone tries to take them from us. Naruto looked at him thoughtfully and nodded. I agree with you, Takashi-san. He placed the body on the cash register counter and went behind it to open a small storage cabinet. He waved his arm in a way that told them this was where they would put their things and approached him. As they raised their weapons, all the swordsmen and swordswomen kept their swords at their sides, and no one argued with their resolve. After all, a swordsman's sword was basically the embodiment of everything they stood for. It was as much a part of them as it was their heart. When everything was ready, Naruto then turned to the body. He sighed and carried it off the counter before placing it back on the floor. He sat cross-legged beside it, and was about to prepare to begin his soul transfer technique until he heard Alice's small, innocent voice. Naruto Oniai-chan, what are you doing with that creepy thing? Naruto smiled a little and turned to her with his bright smile. It's a surprise, Alice-chan. He pouted a little with his arms crossed, but before he could speak, he heard Saya. You're not doing anything stupid, are you, Naruto-kun? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and laughed before answering. I don't think it's stupid. In fact, I think it's a very good idea because it's supposed to make us stronger as a group. She nodded in approval, but the questions weren't over when Soichiro approached her with a question. Uzumaki-san, you say this will make us stronger. What exactly are you doing? Naruto smiled again and was about to tell her the same thing he had said to Alice, but before he could, Soichiro spoke again. And don't think I'm going to back down just because you say it's a surprise. I'd like to make sure what you're doing isn't too dangerous. Naruto sighed and turned around on the ground to face everyone before motioning for them to sit across from him. They did as he told them, and he asked Soichiro a question. So you want to know exactly what my plan is, huh? The man nodded, and Naruto prepared himself with a quick breath before speaking. Well, I'm basically going to rip out half of my soul and implant it into the corpse behind me. Everyone's eyes widened except for Soichiro, who shook his head. That's impossible, Uzumaki-san. Naruto then smiled as he leaned forward, supporting himself with his hand on his knee. If only you could see half of the things I did before coming here. You take those words back, Sachiro-sama. I've created armies with a single hand sign. I've struck down enemies where their power far surpasses my own. Putting a piece of my soul into another body is just another challenge for me. Soichiro raised an eyebrow at this. Okay, for the sake of conversation, let's say this is actually possible. What would you have to do to make this work? Naruto sighed and prepared another breath as he was about to try to explain the workings of a jutsu he'd only been able to watch. Well, the most I actually know about the jutsu is that I'll need a body with the same build as me, which is why I had to take this one. I already figured out that I'd need to create a link between the body and myself before I can transfer the soul into it. The initial process of getting the soul into the body is simple enough. Getting the body to accept the soul and mold itself to its form is the main problem. I'd have to maintain the link for at least. Soichiro nodded at the explanation, and Siko spoke up. So you'll have to focus on this jutsu for a day without sleeping? Naruto shook his head. I'll be in an unconscious state until the process is complete. The good thing is that since this uses soul energy, I won't be exhausted when I wake up from the jutsu. Everyone nodded in understanding, and soon he heard Shizuka speak and Naruto looked at her. Is there anything we can do to help you? Naruto smiled but shook his head. Within the jutsu there is little I will need your help with, but I will need my body to remain quiet so I don't wake up until the jutsu is complete, so I would like everyone to leave and seal this shop so no one else can come in here." She nodded, and everyone stood up except for Naruto, who turned to the body lying behind him. As the group left, Naruto heard a voice and turned to see Yuriko standing there as everyone else left. She smiled and spoke. "I hope whatever you're doing works, Naruto-san, because Saya-chan really cares about you and would probably have a breakdown if something happened to you." Naruto gave his cocky smile and nodded as he turned his head back to the corpse. When he heard the metal doors of the shop slam shut, his face turned serious, and he began to flicker through a series of hand seals. This continued for about 10 minutes until it ended in an unrecognizable hand seal, and his eyes began to flicker as his body and the corpses began to glow. He fell onto his side with a thud and saw the room go blurry. As he fell, he saw a small line, like a blue thread, connecting him and the corpse, and then everything went black. Naruto looked around and all he could see was a black expanse of absolute nothingness. It reminded him of the first time he met Alter after he fell while defending the bus, only this time he was on a flat surface he could walk on. He walked forward and tried to find some form of solid wall, but to no avail. He kept trying to find the wall or the non-existent person, but stopped when he heard a voice echo around him. "You have a very memorable face, young Uzumaki." Naruto heard the voice and instantly froze as a chill ran down his spine. He turned and tried to see whatever had said, but it was the same absolute darkness he'd seen since appearing in the world. He spoke without stuttering, trying to shake off the fear that threatened to swallow him up. "Who are you?" He heard a dark laugh that sounded like claws on a chalkboard. "You know who I am. You've slaughtered thousands of those I inhabit." Naruto turned around, trying to continue listening to the voice while piecing together what it was saying. When it finally clicked, it stopped moving and his eyes opened. "Why you are the virus." He heard the same laugh and resumed his search for the voice. "You say it with such fear, child. Tell me, what about me is it that you fear? Is it the countless people I kill without a second thought? Is it the fact that with a single bite you yourself would be under my control? Please, I wish to know what causes these feelings to drive you. I wish to understand my enemy." Naruto's face twisted in anger as he continued to try to find his voice. "I do not fear you. I know what you can do, and despite the human fear, the chills in my heart, I fight you. Not only do I fight, but now I am turning yours against you with my soul." The laughter never came, but the voice came in full force, accompanied by a wave of icy air. You may have taken one of my soldiers, but you will ultimately fail in your mission. No one can kill me or restrain me." Naruto smiled and spoke. "What about those who brought you back from the elemental nations? They can obviously control you." The virus's laughter returned. "Do you think they brought me back? Do you honestly think a few pathetic humans could have taken me? You truly are a stupid child, Uzumaki-san." Naruto growled at the insult and yelled at the voice. "You were destroyed! I killed the virus itself." Naruto heard a grunt of annoyance come from the air around him, and the voice spoke again. "You may have killed a variation of me, but just as the flu has many forms, I too have many. As the world advances with its technology, I progress with my evolution. I can completely change the genetic structure of anything I inhabit now. The second evolution, the one you fought over 3,000 years ago, was nothing more than a simple act of reanimating dead cells. The first evolution was a plague that wiped nearly every living creature off the face of the earth. Even in my weakest form, you wouldn't stand a chance." As the virus continued speaking, Naruto could feel Alter's soul beginning to leave his physical body. He wasn't sure how he could sense it, but he knew the transfer was taking place. When it finished, Naruto responded in his own words with a cocky attitude. "But I think you forgot, I was able to wipe out your second evolution. You failed to erase us completely." Instead of a sarcastic comment, a grunt, or a laugh, Naruto heard a sigh coming from the darkness. He was confused until the voice spoke. "I guess you don't understand what's really going on here, do you?" Naruto frowned and gave up trying to find the voice. "What are you talking about? I understand that I need to protect this group of people. They're the new leaders, the voice snarled at Naruto. No! That's not what I'm talking about, you insolent little fool! The first evolution killed 50% of the primitives. The second evolution killed almost 75%. This is a system. This is the final evolution. Naruto's eyes widened as he began putting the numbers together. We didn't stop you, that stage of the race just ended. He heard the dark laughter permeate the air once more and the voice returned. Yes, and now we've reached at the end of days. This is the end of the world and there's no stopping it. Chapter 16. Naruto stood in the darkness with wide eyes, staring into the abyssal expanse. What are you talking about? The virus's voice spoke in a dark tone that sent shivers down Naruto's spine as it continued. This has been going on for a very long time, young Uzumaki. In reality, this was years overdue. There is absolutely nothing you can do to stop the natural order of all things, child. What you are doing now is merely delaying the inevitable, the blonde fighter snarled and roared. Shut up! Shut up! I'm going to break you down no matter what I do! I'll destroy every body you have! As Naruto fumed, the voice chuckled. You've got a definite spark inside you, child. The way you put up quite the fight for my vessels honestly makes me want to have you around for a good show before I finish off what's left of this godforsaken world. Unfortunately for you, I don't play games with my prey. You can run all you want and gather all the firepower you want, but you'll never keep them all alive. Actually, by being here you're killing the bachelor you promised that little demon of yours you'd protect. Naruto's eyes widened once more and he straightened. What are you talking about? Explain yourself! Another laugh was heard. Ha. You are great entertainment, young one. Oh, how I'll miss you. Perhaps I'll keep your corpse intact along with your soul, then you can amuse me more. Naruto let his chakra surge and spoke. Answer me, you damn bacteria! The virus didn't speak for a moment. Naruto almost thought it had shut down completely until he heard it return. Good, I suppose I can give you some idea of what you've done. If you were conscious when you were taken from the mansion, you would have seen that girl begin the suffering you caused. She's beginning to feel the effects of your presence more and more since the battle. You, young Uzumaki, have created a paradox of sorts. When you stepped out of your time, you erased yourself from that time entirely. You no longer exist there, meaning the woman you impregnated was no longer carrying your child. That being said, soon every single one of your descendants will disappear from the timeline entirely. Technically speaking, you have murdered your entire family. Naruto looked down with wide eyes as it made sense everything except one thing. He looked up before speaking. Wait a second, you said everyone would disappear. Why hasn't Siko-chan disappeared yet? The virus sighed before his reverberating voice resumed verbal stance. The beginning of your line goes back 3,000 years. That's a lot of time to cover, Uzumaki-san. Let's see, with 3,000 years to cover, I'd say she's got about maybe 3 weeks to live from the time you arrived to this moment. Naruto's eyes widened even further as the virus explained what was going on. No, that's not possible. That would mean he only has 2 weeks left at most. That chilling laughter rang out once more as the voice followed it. Oh, but don't worry, my son. I'll kill them all before that time comes. If I must, I'll take a body for myself and kill you with my own hands. Naruto growled at this and was once again on the offensive. Prove it! I'll tear your body to pieces and spill your guts all over the ground before you even have a chance to charge it. The virus's voice was calm and didn't reply for quite some time. Naruto simply roared louder as he began to spin and scream into an unknown distance. Come on! You cowardly son of a bitch! Come face me now! We'll see who's the strongest right here, right now! As Naruto screamed into thin air, he soon heard the voice, but now it was zoned into a single location behind him. Your voice, it's starting to bother me, kiddo. Naruto whirled around to face the voice but then stopped to look at the terrifying person he came to see. The person had a pale color to his skin that rivaled even Alter's sickly pallor. He wore what could only be described as a cloak of pure shadow, and his face was what terrified Naruto the most. It was horribly scarred and his mouth was mangled in a ferocious scowl of gritted teeth that were blackened and rotten. He had no eyes, but the eyelids were furrowed in a way that showed anger. The man had no hair and allowed the boils on his head to show as they pulsed very slightly. The person crossed their arms and spoke in the same voice Naruto had been hearing, telling him that this was the personification of the virus. So I suggest you shut your mouth before I decide to end your pathetic existence right this instant. Naruto staggered back from the force of the order in the virus's voice. He stood up straight before crouching down and reaching for his sword, but he didn't pull it out. Shut your damn mouth! I'll kill you if you say another word! The virus spread its arms in a way that simply offered Naruto an opening before speaking. Come then, child. Come and hit me! You can have as many tries as you want. Naruto smirked as he charged forward. I'll only need one. Drawing Shiketsu's sword from its sheath, Naruto delivered a powerful punch that effortlessly passed through the unfazed person. The virus chuckled and spoke without even turning to look at Naruto. You're pathetic and weak, kid. You should have known that if an enemy gave you an opening like that, then they obviously can't be defeated. Like me because I'm a god compared to you. What a stupid kid! Naruto turned and growled like a wild animal, much like he had grown accustomed to while speaking to the enigmatic entity. Damn it, shut up! I'll burn you alive, you useless parasite! The virus sneered at Naruto with its back turned and spoke in a condescending tone. My goodness, I can't wait for the day I fight you, Uzumaki-san. You look like you're going to be quite the fight. You wish to destroy me, to burn me, to tear me apart. It's so hard for me to withstand such a challenge. Our battle will be legendary. But unfortunately no one will survive this outbreak to hear about it. You'll all die, you, your friends, all of you. Its head turned even further, like the neck of an owl, as it spoke. And there's nothing you can do. Naruto was about to attack him once more until he felt a tug on his astral body. The virus smiled and turned its head before walking away as it spoke. It seems the process is complete, and this body is no longer mine. Our time is here, young Uzumaki. I expect some entertaining action before we reach our climax. Prepare yourself, Uzumaki, because the future does not bode well for you. Before the blonde maelstrom could respond, he was immediately pulled out of the dark landscape he so detested. Back in the physical world, a day had passed and Naruto's body was convulsing and sending out massive waves of chakra that covered the bodies in a dangerous and impenetrable dome of glowing blue and black energy, as a small ball of black energy slowly passed from Naruto's body to the corpse. The people around the mall had gathered outside the caged entrance and watched in fascination as the scene unfolded before them. The corpse next to Naruto inside the dome began to convulse, and the black ball began to sink into its torso. Disgusting crunches began to sound, and the people outside flinched at the painful sounds. The body began to pale, and its features began to change to resemble altar in Naruto's mindscape. While the clothes didn't match the dark appearance, they could easily be changed to fit the next living death machine. After minutes of deadly crunching and crushing, they finally began to die down and the chakra pulses began to become less and less threatening. The light coming from the dome began to dim until the dome was no longer there. People stared at the bodies in front of them, and some were able to recognize Naruto due to the fact that they saw him walk past them the day before the process began. But they didn't recognize the body beside him as it didn't look like the one he had brought inside. Although he wore the same clothes, the physique was now more like Naruto's. They both started moving at the same time, and the people outside were all up in arms with swords, and the policewoman, Asami, was holding a gun Kota had given her within the last 24 hours. Naruto stood up and held his head as if it was throbbing in pain. The other person stumbled a bit before getting back to his feet. Everyone was ready to shoot if anything went wrong. Naruto looked down at the now standing body and stared at it. Beyond the now tight clothes and shoes, it looked just like Alter. The blonde warrior sighed and tried to smile, but he was too tired, so it was enough to see Alter stare at his new body with a sort of infatuation. I can't believe it, I can't fucking believe it! I'm out! I'm finally out of there! Of course I am! Now I can kill these things whenever I want! Naruto kept his smile, but he couldn't forget the conversation he had with the virus. While he was losing it, he didn't forget what it had said about the two situations he was now in. As Alter looked at his body with joy, Naruto tried to push the thoughts away and spoke. Yeah, you got your body like I promised. Now you have to take off those stupid clothes, man. Alter looked up and smiled before nodding. He looked around and saw the men's section of the store before walking towards it with his satisfied smile plastered on his face. Naruto looked after him until he heard Takagi Saya's familiar voice coming from the front of the store behind the cage. He looked up to see her calling him, and he obeyed. Yes, Saya-chan? He sighed, but leaned his head against the bars as he spoke. I honestly thought you were joking about this, but it seems you weren't. So now he's with us too? Naruto nodded and began to explain. You see, he's practically a part of me, but he's been a separate entity within me for quite some time now. Under the conditions that he fights me, I offered to let him out of what had basically become his prison. Asami, standing to the side, listened to every word and spoke out of curiosity. Wait a minute, if that person was inside you, then are you an alien or something? Naruto looked at her with a deadpan look that made her giggle nervously until he laughed a little. No, policewoman, I'm not an alien. I'm quite human, though I possess a variety of abilities that are easily described as superhuman. Asami made an O with her mouth, showing that she understood but was still confused, and made it known. What? Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the expression on her face. She showed that she was so confused. When Naruto stopped his laughter, he looked at the policewoman and spoke in a calm but amused voice. I am a very special person, policewoman. That's really all I can think of to say without divulging sensitive information. Asami puffed out her lips and crossed her arms with a pouty look, and Naruto laughed again. Saya, enjoying the display in front of her with a small smile, spoke to Naruto, and he looked over. Can you open the shop now, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled and nodded before bending down and lifting the cage with ease. He took a step back and looked around, seeing that people were still looking at him with wary eyes, but he noticed that some people were missing. Saya-chan. She looked at him with concern in her eyes, wondering why the tone of his voice had changed so quickly. Yes, Naruto-kun? She kept looking around, oblivious to Alter coming up behind him all dressed and ready to leave. Where are Takashi-san, Siko-chan, and the others? Saya just gave a quick smile and sighed. They're fine, Naruto-kun. Takashi-san, Kota-san, and Siko-chan just went with some others from the mall to a pharmacy in order to get some blood for an old lady downstairs, and my parents, Rei-san, Alice-chan, and Shizuka-chan are downstairs with the woman. While she was calm about the situation, Naruto quickly turned around to face Alter, who saw that he was now dressed in something similar to Naruto's clothes, except Alter still had his coat and his things were a grayish color. He ignored him and spoke. Alter, we have to go now. The dark entity had its eyebrow raised in a confused manner. What is it, Naruto? Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the virus's voice pass through his head. You can't save them. The blonde quickly fell to his knees, clutching his head and groaning in pain as he tried to suppress his voice. Once he had the pain blocked out, he looked up, ignoring what had just happened. We don't have time. We have to go now. We have to get to them now. Alter's eyes widened, and he stood up and nodded. Naruto was soon on his feet and making a mad dash through the crowd, while Alter followed. They both ignored the screams of a confused Saya. She stepped back and sighed, trying to figure out what had just happened as she watched the man she'd fallen in love with run from the second floor and through the mall doors into the infected world. What was that all about? Why was he so nervous about the others leaving? Did something happen during that soul transfer? Naruto and Alter ran side by side, ramming into the undead hordes as Naruto used his jutsu to track Siko and the others' scent. Alter, while maintaining her running pace, spoke over the roars. Hey Naruto, why exactly are you getting so worked up about this? They can take care of themselves sometimes, you know. Naruto's eyes were wide as he focused on Siko's specific scent and ignored Alter's question in his focus. Noticing the scent was starting to get stronger, his head flicked from one view to the other, trying his best to find where it was strongest. When he had, he looked at Alter. Come on! This way! Alter sighed as they headed towards a building with a large red cross on it that Naruto was sure was where they were. As the blonde swordsman ran as fast as he could feel the voice running through his head again, only now it wasn't hurting him. It doesn't matter if you save them this time, Uzumaki-san. I'll kill them all before Siko can disappear completely. I think that would be for the best, honestly. Naruto growled at this, and Alter was no stranger to it, looking over and being confused by his behavior. What's wrong with you right now? Did you finally heed my words and grow a pair? The pale enigma simply shook his head and stared ahead, wondering what happened in the soul transfer. When they reached the pharmacy's door, they landed on a building in front of it, and saw that it was filled with undead creatures. Naruto reached for his waist, but didn't feel his sword. Eyes widening, he looked down and saw that Shiketsu's Sura wasn't by his side. He gritted his teeth and remembered it in his haste to get out. He forgot to grab the sword that had been at his side since the outbreak began. Alter noticed this as well, but he also knew about the scrolls on the belt around his waist. Naruto! Naruto heard his name and looked at Alter. He pointed at Naruto's waist and continued. I think now's the time you tried out those experimental tags, kid. Naruto rolled his eyes at Alter for calling him a kid, but he also nodded before reaching for the scroll containing his tags. Picking it up, he unrolled the scroll and waved his hand over a seal and pulled out a piece of seal paper that had writing all over it, front and back. In his head, Naruto was honestly scared of what would happen. This label could be very dangerous. I hope it does what I want. Naruto sighed and pulled his arm back before letting it shoot towards the zombies manning the post by the door. It stuck to the head of one of the infected, and the effects slowly began to show. A small, dark purple ball of energy began to flicker where the tag was placed on the creature and began to grow while a suction effect occurred, absorbing even the oxygen from its vicinity. As the ball grew larger, the pull became greater and the purple energy began to arc out from the ball and burn everything it touched. Naruto stood atop the roof and smiled at the success of his seal. I guess that was a huge success. This tag is definitely a valuable addition to my arsenal of weapons. Harnessing the power of pure destruction on a piece of paper, the possibilities, maybe this could be the key. This can kill the virus if it comes for us itself. Yeah, Naruto smiled to himself and crossed his arms as his worries began to disappear as if they were never there. Alter looked at him and noticed his new mood swing. He might not be completely stable, his mood is changing so quickly, more like he's bipolar. While that is normal for some people, it isn't for him. However, I'll talk to him later. We have to worry about Siko and Takashi for now. After a minute passed, the energy ball had grown to be about 15 feet in diameter and Naruto could see the air swirling around it, whipping up the wind and causing a tornado effect, pulling the infected inwards that they couldn't reach. With a grin on his face, Naruto channeled chakra into his index finger and thumb and quickly snapped them, causing the sound to reverberate through the streets. In that instant the ball simply disappeared, and with it everything inside it, including the ground and walls, were swallowed by it, leaving a perfect outline in them where it had been. Alter's eyes were wide, and Naruto's grin simply widened at the sight. He could see Takashi, Koda, and Siko standing at the edge of where he had been, their eyes wide, their weapons ready to fight. They looked up and saw Naruto, and their looks of terror immediately turned into sighs. Siko smiled at him, and he smiled back, but soon saw Alter. That must be the result of what he did. Siko covered her mouth with her hands and screamed. Why are you here? Naruto smiled and used a hand to cup her mouth. I just came to check you out. Siko nodded and turned to head down the stairs. Takashi and Koda soon followed her and arrived at the crater the tag had created. Naruto and Alter jumped down to meet them, and Koda spoke. What exactly was that you did, Naruto-san? Naruto crossed his arms and smiled before explaining. I had been experimenting with seals long before my own outbreak began and was in the process of creating a seal that would mock the gravitational power of a black hole. I took it to the next level and began experimenting with particles and molecules in general. By adding a special seal to the tag, I hoped I could make this tag break up anything that enters inside the dome and scatter it to the wind, never to be seen again. From the looks of it, Naruto looked around for emphasis before looking back at them with his smile returning. I succeeded! Koda smiled a little at this, and Siko was doing the same, only proud of the man she loved. Takashi was just staring at Naruto in awe, not realizing the magnitude of the power behind the blonde maelstrom. Naruto turned and motioned for them to follow him. Come on, guys, we can't keep everyone else waiting. They all responded and quickly followed him, as they were soon heading back to the mall parking lot. While it wasn't as crowded as before, the large number of creatures made it difficult to pass through without attracting attention. Naruto stood in front of everyone with his arms crossed as they walked through one of the largest gaps in the undead horde, occasionally backhanding any of them who had the prerogative to go after him. Everyone behind him was on guard, ready for anything to happen and also to kill one of the infected if they got too close. Alter was quite reserved, still thinking about what was going on with Naruto. The malevolent soul looked back at its old vessels with a look of pure thought crossing its face as the thoughts themselves did the same in its mind. Something happened during the soul transfer, something big. It freaked out when it heard they'd gone off on their own and was already on the offensive to go after them. If something did happen, then I'll have to confront it with everyone around, because they'll have to know too. I can't allow it to keep secrets that could jeopardize its QB mission. If it's serious and has to do with the group, then they have a right to know. The small group soon reached the mall doors and knocked, getting someone to come over and open it, letting them in with a cautious look. Naruto walked in, not giving the man a second glance like Alter did. The others smiled at the man and he smiled back, but then their eyes turned to Naruto, who was still walking away towards where his group had taken up their post at the clothing store. Alter approached Naruto, intending to find out something before fully confronting him. Naruto looked at him and uncrossed his arms with a smile. Yes, Alter? Naruto's darker side faced forward, so as not to draw anyone's attention, and so those behind him couldn't try to read his lips before he spoke. Naruto, I need to know this right now. Did something happen during the soul transfer? Naruto's eyes widened and he stopped in his tracks, halting everyone behind him. Alter didn't notice for a few seconds until he stopped and looked back, seeing the look in the blonde's eyes. He narrowed his eyes and his thoughts confirmed what he assumed was the case. Then something happened. He walked back to Naruto, who simply stared off into space and snapped his fingers in front of his eyes, regaining his attention as he spoke quietly so no one would hear. I'm going to need you to tell them what happened. Something happened and you went berserk before running off to go after them. If something happened and that involves them, then you need to tell everyone as soon as we get back. Naruto looked away and frowned as he heard the voice coming back into his head. It doesn't matter. Tell them. Tell them their efforts are in vain. Tell them there's no way they'll get out of this outbreak alive. Naruto's eyes were squeezed shut, and he fought the voice out of his head. Alter noticed this and made a mental note. Maybe what happened is a little more serious than he thought. Maybe telling them wouldn't be a good idea. Naruto looked back at Alter and was about to nod until the Dark Warrior shook his head. No matter. I'll talk to you privately about it later, okay? Naruto sighed and lowered his eyes before nodding almost instantly to that suggestion, relieved that he wouldn't have to tell everyone the horrible news. Okay, when everyone's asleep, I'll catch you. Alter nodded and turned to head up the stairs to his tent. Everyone else followed behind Naruto, trying to figure out why he had stopped. Siko walked up behind him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. She leaned down to place her head in his hand and shoulder. Is everything all right, Naruto-kun? The blonde was brought out of his thoughts and looked back to see one of his lovers and quickly looked forward. Once again the worry returned to try and consume him. Damn it! Why can't I look at her? Why can't I tell them what I learned? Why? Because someone like you doesn't deserve to be happy, Naruto. After all, who could ever love a monster? They're only with you because they think you can protect them. They think you can keep them alive. Once they see there's no chance of survival, they'll leave you. They'll abandon you like everyone in your village did. Your life was destined to be a pool of misery and despair the moment you were born. Naruto's eyes began to burn and opened. Siko noticed this and quickly walked in front of him, placing her hands on his cheeks before leaning in close to him and speaking as gently as she could. Naruto, what is it? What's going on? Her eyes slammed shut and she looked away, unable to bear the sight of one of the very people she was killing every second she was there. I find it funny, Naruto. I find it funny that you can't look the person you love in the eyes. After all, you'll only get to see her face for so long. Either my ships will find you and kill you, or I'll come and kill you myself. And if even that fails, then she'll die 2 weeks from now. Naruto's eyes snapped open, bloodshot from his tears. He saw that Kakashi and Koda were now standing behind Siko, the same worried expression on their faces. He spoke in such a small voice that they had to listen closely to hear him. Gather everyone, gather them together, because I have something I need to say. Alter was right, everyone deserves to know. If something happened, get them please. Kakashi and Koda nodded and walked off, leaving Naruto and Siko standing in the middle of the mall with people walking around them, not caring about the drama going on inside Naruto's head. Naruto looked back into Siko's eyes and wanted to speak, but the newer voice in his head wasn't done yet. You're such a confusing kid, Naruto. You don't want to tell them, but you'll do it anyway, knowing they'll just dump you after they find out? You're throwing away the only friends you have in this world, Naruto. I had kept the secret, at least then I get a little more entertainment whenever it comes to mind to watch you tear yourself apart. Naruto's eyes continued to spill tears and not a word came out of his mouth as Siko just stared at him, her eyes also starting to water. Naruto-kun, please, what's wrong? Naruto let his eyes soften as they began to droop. He looked into her eyes and his lips trembled before he finally buried himself in her shoulder. His arms wrapped around her tightly in fear that she would walk out of his life the moment he told her what he had done. Pulling even harder, he soon heard footsteps and opened his burning eyes to see everyone crowding around him with the same worried expression on their faces. Naruto forced back his tears and turned away from Siko as he squinted, trying to hold back the tears. As everyone stared at him, he knew they would soon be gone when they found out what was going on. With his resolve half-hardened, he spoke softly. I have something I need to tell everyone. Soichiro walked up to him and placed a hand on the downtrodden boy's shoulder before speaking in a calm voice. It's fine, Uzumaki-san. Even a leader like you must take a second to regain your complete composure. Do that, and then tell us what you need to say. Naruto looked at him and closed his eyes before nodding and taking a few breaths. The man withdrew his hand and returned to the group, of which Siko was now a part. When Naruto's mind settled and he finished slowing his heart from its rapid beat, he looked up at everyone, his eyes still bloodshot but his tears now gone. He breathed once more and spoke, looking down at them all. His voice, while no louder than before, was loud enough for them to hear without straining their ears. We can't survive this outbreak, I can't protect you. Eyes were wide and mouths agape as Naruto turned his back on them. His eyes began to burn once again. Chapter 17. As all eyes were fixed on Naruto's back, a single voice broke the silence with a deafening shriek. You are pathetic! You are making me sick! Naruto turned his teary-eyed face to where he heard the voice and went to see the smoking altar stand 5 feet behind him. The blonde warrior turned his head in embarrassment and sighed. I thought you'd say altar, but there's nothing I can do. Everything was explained to me while I was doing the soul transfer to get you out of me. I met the virus. This caught everyone's attention, and soon someone from the crowd in the mall walked up to him and spoke. Naruto didn't mind looking up. What are you talking about, kid? Are you talking about that thing you were doing back in the store? What did you learn? The maelstrom sighed once more and decided that since he couldn't protect them anyway, he'd at least tell them what he'd learned. Turning away from the man and toward his group, he could feel their eyes on him even with his head bowed. He dared not to look up, fearing the disappointed glances he assumed they would give him. During the soul transfer technique, I encountered an entity that was the virus itself. It spoke to me and told me a multitude of things, and they are all unavoidable. Alter approached Naruto with a frown and his arms crossed. He spoke with a gruff voice that was the epitome of annoyance. Explain what it was I was telling you, Naruto. I am pretty sure everyone here can handle the information. Naruto nodded and was about to speak again before he felt Alter's hand grab his chin and jerk his head so that his eyes were looking into Alter's deadly visage. You are going to speak to us with your head held high. You are going to not act like the hussy you've been acting like these past few days. Grow a damn pair of balls and face them all. Naruto's teary eyes looked around upon hearing Alter's words. He saw everyone's faces, and they looked nothing like what he expected. Siko, Shizuka, Alice, Saya, Asami, and Yuriko looked worried, while Soichiro, Takashi, and Koda were just as upset as Alter, albeit for different reasons. With his eyes closed, he nodded, and Alter dropped his hand from Naruto's as he walked away, allowing the blonde to prepare for the story. Naruto sighed and held his head high like Alter had told him before taking a breath and speaking. Well, the first thing I have to tell everyone is that this virus isn't just a coincidence. I remember telling you that I was in a situation like this once. Everyone nodded, but then Naruto heard a voice behind him. He turned around and it was the same man speaking. He was dressed in black except for the jeans he wore. A black shirt, a beanie, and shoes adorned the man's figure. What the hell are you talking about, kid? This is the first time this has happened. Naruto's eyes remained grim as he answered the man. Guess I forgot that none of you knew I'm a time traveler. I came from the past 3,000 years ago. The thug's eyes widened before he burst out laughing, as did most of the people in the mall besides his group upon seeing that they already knew the information. Naruto sighed and turned to the group and was about to speak before he saw Alter's face. The shadowy figure's next words sent out a wave of ice that would have frozen Naruto and everyone in the mall if it was truly the element itself. Silence that man this instant. Naruto had no choice but to obey Alter. The face he wore was nothing short of pure disgust that was pointed directly at Naruto. If I am to guide the boy's every choice to make him grow a pair, then I'll do just that. Naruto turned to the man and glared at him as he laughed along with everyone else. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop laughing right now. The man stopped, but it was only to answer Naruto as everyone else continued. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, you bucking retard? I can't believe you're so bucking stupid, thinking you're some kind of time traveler. He resumed his laughter and Naruto sighed before turning back to the group, too depressed to do anything at the moment. When he returned, he once again faced Alter with an increasingly venomous look of disgust. He'll silence himself, or he'll die. The icy tone the black soul took was horrifying and scaring Naruto. Then he heard another voice in his head. It's no use that pathetic thing trying to help you, you're broken. You've accepted that it's all for nothing, haven't you? You tried to make things seem better, and it worked until he brought it to you. You've become a weakling. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and raised his hands, clutching his head in pain as the virus's voice roared in his mind. Alter saw this and raised an eyebrow before taking in the picture. That thing must have found a way to make a psychic link with him, and is now going after him from the inside. It could be bad if it started talking to him during a battle, as it could very easily get to him and kill us. I wonder. Alter approached Naruto, who was now on his knees as everyone in their group looked on in concern and those outside of their group burst into laughter. She walked over and placed a hand on the tortured blonde's head and closed her own eyes, maintaining her grip even as Naruto thrashed and tried to throw himself to the ground. Why did you have to come into my other half-'s mind, you filthy bacteria? Get out, you useless maggot! This conversation doesn't concern you. Alter cringed at the virus's voraciously noisy retort, but stood there with his hand on Naruto. Let him be, there's no need to do this to him. A dark chuckle sounded in Naruto and Alter's mind until the virus answered him. You are pathetic, that maggot. You're going to make me so, I wish. Neither you nor he can stop me. The world is going to end and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I tried being nice and asking you to leave. I'm not going to be so nice next time. Naruto cringed as he gripped his head tighter, the screams, both inside and out, starting to get to him. He felt his head start to throb as he went through sensory overload, and his heart started to race. Trying to curl up even tighter, he could barely notice the sounds around him drowning out everything until everything just stopped. The blonde was still trembling, clutching her head in pain as it still pulsed at a quiet rhythm. It wasn't until she felt a small hand on her shoulder that she looked up. Looking around, Naruto saw that he was in his mindscape the way it was before he changed it for Alter. The sky was a great blue, the river no longer ran with blood, and the trees and bushes had returned in full force. Furthermore, before him was the reason for this welcome change, Kyubi. Her serene smile was as bright as it usually was whenever he came to visit her. Her voice was also its normal melodic tone as she spoke to him softly. Naruto-kun, why is it that, even in the deepest parts of your mind, I can feel the turmoil stirring within you? As she spoke to him, the sound of her voice flowed into Naruto's ears, and upon hearing it stop, he immediately grabbed onto her legs and began to scream. I never wanted this. I never wanted this responsibility. Not this power. Not this life or these burdens. Why? Why did it have to be me? Why did everything have to happen to me? Does my life have to be total hell? Kyubi couldn't help but look down at her vessel, a sad frown gracing her porcelain features. She gently tugged at his arms so she could kneel and place her head on his shoulder. She brushed his midnight black hair out of his face as he let out his overwhelming emotions. Running her nimble fingers through his hair, she spoke to him in a silky smooth voice. Sure, it's okay, Naruto-kun, it's okay. I know that you never wished for this horrible thing, you never wished for this madness to happen around you. Naruto, his eyes watering and his nose stuffed, tried his best to calm himself enough to speak without inhibition, only managing to succeed a little. So why did you ask me to come here? Why, when you knew what was going to happen? When you knew this was the end, when there was no way to stop it from happening? The raven-haired beauty sighed as she placed her hands on his shoulders to gently pull him in front of her so that he was facing her. You re-fine, Naruto-kun. I don't know about it. I knew everything that was going to happen to this world because of what I could do. I saw the world end because of this horrible plague. But that was before I'd put you in the picture. This statement caused the emotional blonde to look at her with a slight daze of confusion that mixed with his own. His unspoken question reached her rather quickly, and she smiled softly before beginning to explain her answer. I took the situations I was seeing and mentally inserted you into them. Using a special trick, I was able to deduce a few things. With the power of your leaf and techniques, coupled with your immense drive to accomplish anything, you were able to completely tip the scales out of the virus control. While I never took the matter of Seiko's chronic erosion and the virus' ability to evolve at such a massive rate into account, they completely tipped the scales. Naruto-kun, I knew that you could stop this from happening. Naruto heard these words and turned his head away in shame as he closed his eyes. Even if I could stop this, that would mean I'd have to go all out. I can't do that around them, not where they can see me. It was at this point that Kyubi was starting to get a little agitated. Normally she was able to get to him faster than this, but he, as most would say, was simply feeling sorry for himself. His voice didn't change much except for the fact that it became a little harder and more stern. I know that you fear being judged, but I also know that you worry about those people out there. By holding back your true power, you are running a grave risk of getting them and yourself killed in your battle for survival. While you still lived in Konoha, you were always talking about becoming the most powerful shinobi in history. You talked about becoming the next Hokage, a leader. When the village was attacked by Otogekyou and Tsunagekyou, the Sandaime fought with all of his strength to stop Orochimaru and gave his own life to do so. The Yondaime, your father, gave the same to seal me within you to protect his village from the rage of Uchiha Madara. They both fought with all of their strength in order to protect those they cared about. Follow in the footsteps of their idols. Use your true power to its fullest. Protect the people you worry about. Throughout her little speech, Naruto heard her words clearly, his tears stopping completely as each word sank into his mind. He was still sobbing, though he wasn't in as much pain as before. After a few minutes, his eyes opened into a sorry face as he spoke in a solemn tone. You're right, Q-chan. If you hadn't held me back in the mansion, I could have easily stopped all the infected. While I was holding myself back, not wanting to become a monster in their eyes, I almost let them all die. If Alter hadn't taken over, I would have died too, and then there wouldn't be a chance. Damn it! All I've done is sit back and feel sorry for myself while letting others protect me. I'm bucking done for. I'm taking the stand now. I'm going to protect them. Throughout her speech, Naruto had been standing up as his face took on a look of fierce determination and his hands balled into fists while Kyubi, still kneeling, smirked down at the blonde. The demon soon got up to stand before the rampaging blonde before she replied with a smile on her face. I am glad that you are seeing the better side of things now, Naruto-kun. Now, before I can send you back, I must tell you. Anyway, in order for you to have enough power to open another con to go back in turn, you will have no choice but to completely fuse it with you. You simply might not have enough power, and since the main piece of the jutsu has to do with balance, using my chakra would imbalance your already inter coils. This made Naruto's eyes widen, but before he could say his question, Kyubi had already taken the liberty of saying the answer. Before you came here through the portal, your reserves, even without my contribution, were on par with the Kage's. When you stepped into the rift, the cold feeling you were experiencing was the effect of time on your body. The main reason it didn't affect your physical body is because of my influence, but your coils became more seriously aged and started to break down. I learned this information by closely observing your memories, and I came to the conclusion that your chakra production within your coils has been seriously degraded. That is the reason why you have been feeling more tired than you normally would. If we meet fused, then you'll gain my chakra and you'll also put the rest of my soul within Shiketsu Suru, making you stronger. Wait a minute, wouldn't that kill me from a chakra overload? The soulful chakra construct shook his head before answering the blonde swordsman. When you gain my chakra through fusion, the scarring effect will cause your coils to revert and grow in size, larger than they originally were. However, you won't be able to hold all of my power, and any excess chakra will be automatically released from your body. It's going to take a few minutes, so when you go back, I'd suggest you quickly warn your other half to get away, or the chakra blasts will force them away. Naruto nodded, his look of determination fading slightly into a somber face. I'm going to miss you, Q-chan. I know this started with me hating you and you hating me, but you're the most loyal friend I could have ever asked for. Kyubi was surprised by this because she was still ready to explain it to him. Her eyes softened when she realized he'd already figured out what fusing would mean to her. Naruto-kun, I'm going to miss you as well. I don't want to leave you alone, but I made you a promise to find a way to get you back home. I'm going to provide for you and give you the power to do whatever. But in return, I want you to promise me something. The blonde maelstrom of power nodded as she walked over to him and wrapped her arms around his body before speaking softly. I want you to promise me that you'll do everything you can to keep us alive. I want you to do that for me, even if it means that you're going to have to become a monster in their eyes. Be strong. Naruto returned the soft hug and placed his mouth on her head to give her a small brotherly kiss before speaking. I promise you, Q-chan. I will use everything at my disposal to protect you all. I promise you until my last breath. I will be strong. Hearing her statement, Kyubi smiled as best he could as tears began to flow down his face. He let his arms fall behind him as he stepped back, his smile still on his face, though it began to falter when she looked into his eyes. His blue eyes were sad, but he still held a smile on his face, but she could tell it was forced by the tears that had sprung down his face once again. Once again, Kyubi spoke to her softly. No, don't cry for me, Naruto-kun. I'm doing this and I'm keeping my promise to you now. You must simply keep yours to me. Goodbye. It was at this point that her body had begun to fade away. Naruto watched as every part of her soon dissipated into a red mist, and in due time there was nothing left of her. The blonde maelstrom stared at the spot where she had once stood and, in the interest of keeping her promise, let a single tear fall to the ground. It didn't take much longer for Naruto to be forced back into the physical world around him. His eyes shot open, and he could feel the weight of Alter's hand on his head and his own on his side. The laughter around him and the argument taking place inside his skull had yet to cease, but he blocked out the noise as best he could and let his hands fall to his sides. His voice was low as he spoke, and only Alter could hear him. Get away from me! As the words left Naruto's mouth, Alter could feel something inside the teenager shift. It felt as if he had finally realized something within himself. Though he was puzzled, he didn't listen and kept his hand on his head, though he would soon realize that his choice wasn't going to feel good when the air began to change. The air around Naruto turned dark malevolent as swirls of dirt and dust rose up around him, and he soon began to leak a foul, red energy. Alter's eyes widened as he was able to quickly recognize this chakra as that of the Kyuubi's own. Pulling his hand away from his head, he realized he was too late. The laughter around him stopped as Naruto threw his head back, shouting his warning to everyone. "Get away from me!" Everyone ducked behind whatever was nearby as they felt the energy blast coming from Naruto. Alter, who didn't have enough time to retreat, was pushed back to the second floor of the mall. Everyone could only listen, as it sounded like something out of a horror movie. Sounds of lightning and roars of rage, pain, and torment permeated the energy. The fear of the inhabitants was practically palpable, and they couldn't even think about it. Naruto knew they were afraid. He could feel it in the air. He could smell it, and he was sure the infected did too. However, he didn't care at this point, as he felt the same pain running through his body and into his hand. It began to emit a light similar to what happened during the soul transfer. He knew what was happening and quickly grabbed his sword so the remaining Kyuubi soul could complete the fusion without a problem. Minutes passed, and the fear in the air hadn't dissipated. Over time, Naruto could feel his power returning to him and increasing beyond what it had been before. He felt his canines begin to elongate, and his eyes began to burn, causing him to roar in pain, clenching his now claws in pain. With a final roar, the evil energy surrounding him erupted as if a bomb had gone off, sending debris and chairs flying while the people behind them remained relatively unharmed except for the fact that they now feared for their lives. Naruto sat there on his knees, motionless, his hands once again at his sides for what seemed like an eternity. The first person to do anything was none other than Takagi Saya. Her orange eyes were wide with slight fear as she stood up, despite the warnings of her friends and parents, and stepped over the glass railing that had shattered during Naruto's display of power. Walking over to him, she was cautious as she called his name softly. "Naruto-kun?" The sound that reached the blonde's ears made her body move slightly as her head began to look at her. She stopped in her tracks with her scared look still on her face. She saw that his mouth was smiling. It wasn't a crazy smile, no, but it was one that reminded her of sunlight. When she looked into his eyes, she almost melted as the warmth spread throughout her body. His eyes had become exotically colored with red irises, while his pupils were slitted like an animal's. But they weren't evil, they made her want to smile back. The blonde powerhouse slowly stood up, and by this point everyone had abandoned their makeshift cover to come out and surround him. Those laughing at him and those following him now surrounded him and Saya with looks mixed with confusion, fear, and relief that he was okay. Naruto was about to speak until he heard a familiar voice behind him, belonging to the man who ridiculed him earlier. "What the hell was that, you damn monster?" Alter was about to jump down from the second level after recovering and silencing the man until Naruto looked at the dark soul with dominant eyes. That, coupled with the fact that Alter no longer felt like doing much at the moment, caused him to nod with a small smile. Maybe Kyuubi was able to get through his thick-ass skull then. His thoughts continued uninterrupted as he watched the altered Naruto turn to the man with a serious face before speaking. "I would suggest that you be a little gentler when demanding information from someone who is stronger than you." This made the black-clad man sneer before brandishing a small knife as he spoke. "You think you're tougher than me, kid? Ha! That's actually very funny. You're the one who thinks he can move through time. You're the monster who sat there feeling sorry for yourself because you're weak. He would have continued, but he quickly found himself gasping for air as Naruto lifted him into the air with one hand. After about a minute of gagging, Naruto spoke with him still in the air. "I'm weak, aren't I? Yeah, I must admit, I felt bad for thinking I was okay. But my eyes have been opened. I've been holding back everything I am. It took losing a part of me to learn this." This comment made Alter look down with a slightly solemn look. "So that damn bitch was all over it, wasn't she? Kid probably had it pretty hard, but at least she was able to get him to release himself." Naruto's face turned sad for a moment until it hardened once more as he burned a hole into the man's eyes with his own serious glare. "But I made a promise to keep everyone alive and I intend to keep that promise. There is a way to stop this plague and I am going to find it. Call me weak if you want, but threaten me and I will not hesitate to treat you as a threat to those I have promised to keep alive." The frightened man nodded in understanding and Naruto dropped him to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for air. The blonde ignored him as he walked away from the man and headed to his group. They were gathered once again behind him with small smiles on their faces. Giving up on his original pathetic thoughts, Naruto stayed true to his promise. "I know what I said before about me being unable to protect you, but I've seen the error in my words and my ways. I've been holding back because I was afraid you'd all hate me and think I was a monster. But my eyes have been opened. If it comes down to it, I'd rather have you all alive and hate me than have you die and like me." This caused an unexpected person to speak up, and it was Soichiro. He walked over and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder with Saya looking at him, and Naruto doing the same. "I'm not going to lie, I was worried about you for a moment, Uzumaki-san. I had thought that your resolve had failed you and you finally broke under all the pressure on you. I wouldn't have been surprised that for someone so young such a responsibility was placed upon them. But I'm proud that you opened your eyes. Learn this lesson that I can pass on to the next generation, that to protect those you care about, you must do everything you can. Never back down, fight, and never give up." Naruto smiled at her and nodded. "Yes, Takagi-sama, I never will." With that, everyone soon walked up to him and stood behind him, placing their hands on his shoulders in an effort to show they would stand by him. Saya was the first to speak. "We will never hate you, Naruto-kun. Nothing could force us to do such a thing." Siko spoke next. "Saya-chan is right. We will never abandon you. We will always stand by you as your loyal friends until our last breath." Shizuka softly kissed his cheek and rested her head on the hands adorning his shoulder. "If you ever think we'll abandon you, erase the thoughts as soon as they come to mind." Alice couldn't help but giggle and smile as she hugged Naruto's legs, making him stumble a little. "We can't leave you behind, Naruto and I-chan. You're faster than us and we love you too much." This made Naruto chuckle as he rubbed her head with his claws lightly, tickling it and making her giggle. Everyone said their words that made Naruto feel warmer and warmer inside, happy that he was better than he was before. As the moment drew to a close, something was heard that made everyone in the mall stand at attention at the sheer intensity of the noise. A roar ripped through the mall like a wave of fear and made everyone tremble, even the resident time-traveling blonde. He looked towards the entrance, and was shocked when he saw the glass shatter as another intense roar created a shockwave throughout the mall. Everyone backed away from him as he growled and began to turn towards them. "So the virus is going to do everything it can in order to stop us, isn't it?" Looking towards the entrance with a passive look on his face, Naruto placed his hand on the handle of Shiketsu's Tsuru, ready to face anything that crossed his path. The creatures near the entrance began to make their way into the mall, and the people around the blonde screamed in terror, except for those who had been through it with him. As the noise level began to rise, Naruto charged chakra into his vocal cords and shouted, "Silence!" The power behind his voice created a large explosion, causing the people around him to fall silent and those at the entrance to stagger slightly. Turning around, Naruto looked at Soichiro and spoke in a serious voice. "I trust you can get everyone out of here, Takagi-sama?" The man nodded and silently began leading everyone to the other end of the mall. The people who had once ridiculed the blonde followed her with the fear of losing their lives implanted in their brains. The blonde maelstrom closed her eyes and turned back to the mall entrance, her thoughts clearer than ever. "For the majority of the time I've been here, I've done nothing but act like a pathetic sack of shit. I feared losing them and instead almost caused them to die. No more!" His eyes snapped open and he frowned as he gripped the hilt of his sword in a crushing grip. "I'm proud to see what you've achieved during your mercy match, Naruto." The former Jinchuriki turned his head to see Alter coming down the stairs with his own sword drawn. He turned back to the entrance before answering. "I owed it to her, Alter. She was the first person who truly tried to understand me. When she told me what I was doing, my eyes were opened. After I realized my mistakes, she made me promise to protect you with all my might. I will do just that to honor her." The dark spirit smiled and stepped down to stand beside his better half as he too looked at the entrance. "So you do and think the little parasite is sending after us this time?" Naruto smiled and shrugged as he slowly performed Shiketsu's Suru. I'm not entirely sure, but I expect it to be a good fight. Alter chuckled before placing the butt edge of his sword against his shoulder. You and me both, kid. Just as he finished his sentence, another piercing roar nearly knocked them both off their feet as a gust of wind accompanied it. Naruto had to brace himself and squint to see ahead, but when he did, his eyes went wide and he nearly lost his balance at the sight that had emerged before him. He had expected something similar to what they had fought through at the mansion, but the virus was apparently starting to get much more serious. This creature was almost 4 times taller than Naruto, and its skin looked blackened and peeling, possibly due to something burning it too much over time. Naruto could feel soulless eyes staring into his own and could perfectly make out the contours of its muscles. However, what caught Naruto's attention was the fact that he could make out something underneath its skin that appeared to be some sort of biological armor. It was definitely larger than a behemoth, and honestly made Naruto wonder how much the virus wanted him dead. Well, my main mission is to kill this thing and prevent the end of the world, so I guess I can understand them wanting to get rid of me. It was after the roar that Naruto saw the smaller behemoths, predators, a snatcher, and the infected that looked like grunts coming out from behind this gargantuan. Naruto chuckled nervously as he turned to Alter with a slightly averted gaze. I think he seriously wants to kill us, Alter. Alter sighed and shook his head before slapping the blonde on the back of his head, causing him to flinch as the black spirit spoke. Of course, this parasite wants us dead. It's our job to kill it and stop this mess. I was honestly, though, expecting something a little bigger than that. Naruto laughed a little before bending down and pulling out Shiketsu's Suru before stretching his blade arm out to his side. I'm going to tear it to pieces anyway. This virus dares to threaten me, my friends, the innocent people of the world. I'll fight to the bitter end. Alter looked at him with a small smile, one that wasn't filled with joy or disgust, but actual respect. You may have taken the loss of a friend, but I'm proud of what you're restarting to become, Naruto. Show me my... Naruto burst from his spot, becoming nothing but a blur of black and blonde as he barreled toward the ranks of the infected surrounding their higher evolutions. He reached out and slammed into them mercilessly, leaving them falling to the ground in piles of limbs and blood. Every now and then, he would stop, taking the time to unleash a devastatingly enhanced technique thanks to the Kyuubi's soul and his rebuilt chakra reserves. Alter stood back and watched, knowing that Naruto was more than a match for all of them. Show me what you can do. His now blood-red eyes narrowed in anger at the creatures as he charged wind chakra into his sword, giving it a bluish glow before slicing through the neck of a behemoth, standing behind him as he fell to the ground motionless. The lone thief tried to grab it with the longer gut tentacle and missed as Naruto caught it in his hand before it could touch him. Pulling hard, he sent the smarter-than-average infected flying towards him as he prepared to strike at it. As it flew past him, he sliced it cleanly in half while also detaching the tentacle and using it as a whip-like weapon to strike at a predator that had leapt after him from the roof. As the protrusion wrapped around his neck, Naruto yanked once more and slammed into the ground right above the army of infected, sending scores of them into the air. When Naruto heard the telltale roars of the newly dubbed gargantuan, he turned to look at it and saw that it was larger than he had originally thought. The massive creature had piercing red eyes that seemed to be in a permanent state of rage. Naruto dove to the side as her fist came down much faster than he had thought possible. This is faster than I thought. I'm going to have to take him out quickly. Turning around, he saw that the monster had reached the ceiling and ripped out a large steel beam before bringing it down on the small blonde's head, though he was quick enough to dodge it and went in to start slashing at the beast. As he leaped up and brought his sword down on his shoulder, he saw that it merely scraped the armor beneath his skin. So is this the trumpet card virus, is it? This armor is tough enough that Shiketsu's Suru is unable to pierce it even with wind chakra channeled through it, rendering my kenjutsu completely useless. Looks like I'm going to have to do this old school. Naruto smiled as he leaped back 20 feet, using the monster's shoulder as a springboard. When he landed, he replaced his sword in its sheath before taking a firm fighting stance. Looking around, he saw the infected advancing once more. With a grin, Naruto prepared to move as well, that is until he heard the scream. The piercing shriek was heard throughout the mall and echoed off everything around him. His eyes widened as only one word, one name flashed through his head. Final. Here comes the next chapter of Outbreak. The chapters are coming along much slower, I know, but I have to deal with the typical high school drama, not to mention the fact that homework sucks. For all those who hate emo Naruto, here's this chapter. Naruto's going to grow a spine. I hate making emo people. It's pathetic. Enjoy. Outbreak. Chapter 16. As all eyes were fixed on Naruto's back, a single voice broke the silence with a deafening shriek. You are pathetic! You are making me sick! Naruto turned his teary-eyed face to where he heard the voice and went to see the smoking altar stand 5 feet behind him. The blonde warrior turned his head in embarrassment and sighed. I thought you'd say altar, but there's nothing I can do. Everything was explained to me while I was doing the soul transfer to get you out of me. I met the virus. This caught everyone's attention, and soon someone from the crowd in the mall walked up to him and spoke. Naruto didn't mind looking up. What are you talking about, kid? Are you talking about that thing you were doing back in the store? What did you learn? The maelstrom sighed once more and decided that since he couldn't protect them anyway, he'd at least tell them what he'd learned. Turning away from the man and toward his group, he could feel their eyes on him even with his head bowed. He dared not to look up, fearing the disappointed glances he assumed they would give him. During the soul transfer technique, I encountered an entity that was the virus itself. It spoke to me and told me a multitude of things, and they are all unavoidable. Alter approached Naruto with a frown and his arms crossed. He spoke with a gruff voice that was the epitome of annoyance. Explain what it was I was telling you, Naruto. I am pretty sure everyone here can handle the information. Naruto nodded and was about to speak again before he felt Alter's hand grab his chin and jerk his head so that his eyes were looking into Alter's deadly visage. You are going to speak to us with your head held high. You are going to not act like the hussy you've been acting like these past few days. Grow a damn pair of balls and face them all. Naruto's teary eyes looked around upon hearing Alter's words. He saw everyone's faces, and they looked nothing like what he expected. Siko, Shizuka, Alice, Saya, Asami, and Yuriko looked worried, while Soichiro, Takashi, and Koda were just as upset as Alter, albeit for different reasons. With his eyes closed, he nodded, and Alter dropped his hand from Naruto's as he walked away, allowing the blonde to prepare for the story. Naruto sighed and held his head high like Alter had told him before taking a breath and speaking. Well, the first thing I have to tell everyone is that this virus isn't just a coincidence. I remember telling you that I was in a situation like this once. Everyone nodded, but then Naruto heard a voice behind him. He turned around and it was the same man speaking. He was dressed in black except for the jeans he wore. A black shirt, a beanie, and shoes adorned the man's figure. What the hell are you talking about, kid? This is the first time this has happened. Naruto's eyes remained grim as he answered the man. Guess I forgot that none of you knew I'm a time traveler. I came from the past 3,000 years ago. The thug's eyes widened before he burst out laughing, as did most of the people in the mall besides his group upon seeing that they already knew the information. Naruto sighed and turned to the group and was about to speak before he saw Alter's face. The shadowy figure's next words sent out a wave of ice that would have frozen Naruto and everyone in the mall if it was truly the element itself. Silence that man this instant. Naruto had no choice but to obey Alter. The face he wore was nothing short of pure disgust that was pointed directly at Naruto. If I am to guide the boy's every choice to make him grow a pair, then I'll do just that. Naruto turned to the man and glared at him as he laughed along with everyone else. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop laughing right now. The man stopped, but it was only to answer Naruto as everyone else continued. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, you bucking retard? I can't believe you're so bucking stupid, thinking you're some kind of time traveler. He resumed his laughter and Naruto sighed before turning back to the group, too depressed to do anything at the moment. When he returned, he once again faced Alter with an increasingly venomous look of disgust. He'll silence himself, or he'll die. The icy tone the black soul took was horrifying and scaring Naruto. Then he heard another voice in his head. It's no use that pathetic thing trying to help you, you're broken. You've accepted that it's all for nothing, haven't you? You tried to make things seem better, and it worked until he brought it to you. You've become a weakling. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and raised his hands, clutching his head in pain as the virus's voice roared in his mind. Alter saw this and raised an eyebrow before taking in the picture. That thing must have found a way to make a psychic link with him, and is now going after him from the inside. It could be bad if it started talking to him during a battle, as it could very easily get to him and kill us. I wonder. Alter approached Naruto, who was now on his knees as everyone in their group looked on in concern and those outside of their group burst into laughter. She walked over and placed a hand on the tortured blonde's head and closed her own eyes, maintaining her grip even as Naruto thrashed and tried to throw himself to the ground. Why did you have to come into my other half-s mind, you filthy bacteria? Get out, you useless maggot! This conversation doesn't concern you. Alter cringed at the virus's voraciously noisy retort, but stood there with his hand on Naruto. Let him be, there's no need to do this to him. A dark chuckle sounded in Naruto and Alter's mind until the virus answered him. You are pathetic, that maggot. You're going to make me so, I wish. Neither you nor he can stop me. The world is going to end and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I tried being nice and asking you to leave. I'm not going to be so nice next time. Naruto cringed as he gripped his head tighter, the screams, both inside and out, starting to get to him. He felt his head start to throb as he went through sensory overload, and his heart started to race. Trying to curl up even tighter, he could barely notice the sounds around him drowning out everything until everything just stopped. The blonde was still trembling, clutching her head in pain as it still pulsed at a quiet rhythm. It wasn't until she felt a small hand on her shoulder that she looked up. Looking around, Naruto saw that he was in his mindscape the way it was before he changed it for Alter. The sky was a great blue, the river no longer ran with blood, and the trees and bushes had returned in full force. Furthermore, before him was the reason for this welcome change, Kyubi. Her serene smile was as bright as it usually was whenever he came to visit her. Her voice was also its normal melodic tone as she spoke to him softly. Naruto-kun, why is it that, even in the deepest parts of your mind, I can feel the turmoil stirring within you? As she spoke to him, the sound of her voice flowed into Naruto's ears, and upon hearing it stop, he immediately grabbed onto her legs and began to scream. I never wanted this. I never wanted this responsibility. Not this power. Not this life or these burdens. Why? Why did it have to be me? Why did everything have to happen to me? Does my life have to be total hell? Kyubi couldn't help but look down at her vessel, a sad frown gracing her porcelain features. She gently tugged at his arms so she could kneel and place her head on his shoulder. She brushed his midnight black hair out of his face as he let out his overwhelming emotions. Running her nimble fingers through his hair, she spoke to him in a silky smooth voice. Sure, it's okay, Naruto-kun, it's okay. I know that you never wished for this horrible thing, you never wished for this madness to happen around you. Naruto, his eyes watering and his nose stuffed, tried his best to calm himself enough to speak without inhibition, only managing to succeed a little. So why did you ask me to come here? Why, when you knew what was going to happen? When you knew this was the end, when there was no way to stop it from happening? The raven-haired beauty sighed as she placed her hands on his shoulders to gently pull him in front of her so that he was facing her. You refine, Naruto-kun. I don't know about it. I knew everything that was going to happen to this world because of what I could do. I saw the world end because of this horrible plague. But that was before I put you in the picture. This statement caused the emotional blonde to look at her with a slight daze of confusion that mixed with his own. His unspoken question reached her rather quickly, and she smiled softly before beginning to explain her answer. I took the situations I was seeing and mentally inserted you into them. Using a special trick, I was able to deduce a few things. With the power of your leaf and techniques, coupled with your immense drive to accomplish anything, you were able to completely tip the scales out of the virus control. While I never took the matter of Seiko's chronic erosion and the virus' ability to evolve at such a massive rate into account, they completely tipped the scales. Naruto-kun, I knew that you could stop this from happening. Naruto heard these words and turned his head away in shame as he closed his eyes. Even if I could stop this, that would mean I'd have to go all out. I can't do that around them, not where they can see me. It was at this point that Kyubi was starting to get a little agitated. Normally she was able to get to him faster than this, but he, as most would say, was simply feeling sorry for himself. His voice didn't change much except for the fact that it became a little harder and more stern. I know that you fear being judged, but I also know that you worry about those people out there. By holding back your true power, you are running a grave risk of getting them and yourself killed in your battle for survival. While you still lived in Konoha, you were always talking about becoming the most powerful shinobi in history. You talked about becoming the next Hokage, a leader. When the village was attacked by Otogekure and Tsunegekure, the Sandaime fought with all of his strength to stop Orochimaru and gave his own life to do so. The Yondaime, your father, gave the same to seal me within you to protect his village from the rage of Uchiha Madara. They both fought with all of their strength in order to protect those they cared about. Follow in the footsteps of their idols. Use your true power to its fullest. Protect the people you worry about. Throughout her little speech, Naruto heard her words clearly, his tears stopping completely as each word sank into his mind. He was still sobbing, though he wasn't in as much pain as before. After a few minutes, his eyes opened into a sorry face as he spoke in a solemn tone. You're right, Q-chan. If you hadn't held me back in the mansion, I could have easily stopped all the infected. While I was holding myself back, not wanting to become a monster in their eyes, I almost let them all die. If Alter hadn't taken over, I would have died too, and then there wouldn't be a chance. Damn it! All I've done is sit back and feel sorry for myself while letting others protect me. I'm bucking done for. I'm taking the stand now. I'm going to protect them. Throughout her speech, Naruto had been standing up as his face took on a look of fierce determination and his hands balled into fists while Kyubi, still kneeling, smirked down at the blonde. The demon soon got up to stand before the rampaging blonde before she replied with a smile on her face. I am glad that you are seeing the better side of things now, Naruto-kun. Now, before I can send you back, I must tell you. Anyway, in order for you to have enough power to open another con to go back in turn, you will have no choice but to completely fuse it with you. You simply might not have enough power, and since the main piece of the jutsu has to do with balance, using my chakra would imbalance your already inter coils. This made Naruto's eyes widen, but before he could say his question, Kyubi had already taken the liberty of saying the answer. Before you came here through the portal, your reserves, even without my contribution, were on par with the Kage's. When you stepped into the rift, the cold feeling you were experiencing was the effect of time on your body. The main reason it didn't affect your physical body is because of my influence. But your coils became more seriously aged and started to break down. I learned this information by closely observing your memories, and I came to the conclusion that your chakra production within your coils has been seriously degraded. That is the reason why you have been feeling more tired than you normally would. If we meet fused, then you'll gain my chakra and I'll also put the rest of my soul within Shiketsu Suru, making you stronger. Wait a minute, wouldn't that kill me from a chakra overload? The soulful chakra construct shook his head before answering the blonde swordsman. When you gain my chakra through fusion, the scarring effect will cause your coils to revert and grow in size, larger than they originally were. However, you won't be able to hold all of my power, and any excess chakra will be automatically released from your body. It's going to take a few minutes, so when you go back, I'd suggest you quickly warn your other half to get away, or the chakra blasts will force them away. Naruto nodded, his look of determination fading slightly into a somber face. I'm going to miss you, Q-chan. I know this started with me hating you and you hating me, but you're the most loyal friend I could have ever asked for. Kyubi was surprised by this because she was still ready to explain it to him. Her eyes softened when she realized he'd already figured out what fusing would mean to her. Naruto-kun, I'm going to miss you as well. I don't want to leave you alone, but I made you a promise to find a way to get you back home. I'm going to provide for you and give you the power to do whatever. But in return, I want you to promise me something. The blonde maelstrom of power nodded as she walked over to him, and wrapped her arms around his body before speaking softly. I want you to promise me that you'll do everything you can to keep us alive. I want you to do that for me, even if it means that you're going to have to become a monster in their eyes. Be strong. Naruto returned the soft hug and placed his mouth on her head to give her a small brotherly kiss before speaking. I promise you, Q-chan. I will use everything at my disposal to protect you all. I promise you until my last breath. I will be strong. Hearing her statement, Kyubi smiled as best he could as tears began to flow down his face. He let his arms fall behind him as he stepped back, his smile still on his face, though it began to falter when she looked into his eyes. His blue eyes were sad, but he still held a smile on his face, but she could tell it was forced by the tears that had sprung down his face once again. Once again, Kyubi spoke to her softly. No, don't cry for me, Naruto-kun. I'm doing this and I'm keeping my promise to you now. You must simply keep yours to me. Goodbye. It was at this point that her body had begun to fade away. Naruto watched as every part of her soon dissipated into a red mist, and in due time there was nothing left of her. The blonde maelstrom stared at the spot where she had once stood and in the interest of keeping her promise, let a single tear fall to the ground. It didn't take much longer for Naruto to be forced back into the physical world around him. His eyes shot open, and he could feel the weight of Alter's hand on his head and his own on his side. The laughter around him and the argument taking place inside his skull had yet to cease, but he blocked out the noise as best he could and let his hands fall to his sides. His voice was low as he spoke, and only Alter could hear him. Get away from me! As the words left Naruto's mouth, Alter could feel something inside the teenager shift. It felt as if he had finally realized something within himself. Though he was puzzled, he didn't listen and kept his hand on his head, though he would soon realize that his choice wasn't going to feel good when the air began to change. The air around Naruto turned dark malevolent as swirls of dirt and dust rose up around him, and he soon began to leak a foul, red energy. Alter's eyes widened as he was able to quickly recognize this chakra as that of the Kyubi's own. Pulling his hand away from his head, he realized he was too late. The laughter around him stopped as Naruto threw his head back, shouting his warning to everyone. Get away from me! Everyone ducked behind whatever was nearby as they felt the energy blast coming from Naruto. Alter, who didn't have enough time to retreat, was pushed back to the second floor of the mall. Everyone could only listen, as it sounded like something out of a horror movie. Sounds of lightning and roars of rage, pain, and torment permeated the energy. The fear of the inhabitants was practically palpable, and they couldn't even think about it. Naruto knew they were afraid. He could feel it in the air. He could smell it, and he was sure the infected did too. However, he didn't care at this point, as he felt the same pain running through his body and into his hand. It began to emit a light similar to what happened during the soul transfer. He knew what was happening and quickly grabbed his sword so the remaining Kyubi soul could complete the fusion without a problem. Minutes passed, and the fear in the air hadn't dissipated. Over time, Naruto could feel his power returning to him and increasing beyond what it had been before. He felt his canines begin to elongate, and his eyes began to burn, causing him to roar in pain, clenching his now claws in pain. With a final roar, the evil energy surrounding him erupted as if a bomb had gone off, sending debris and chairs flying while the people behind them remained relatively unharmed except for the fact that they now feared for their lives. Naruto sat there on his knees, motionless, his hands once again at his sides for what seemed like an eternity. The first person to do anything was none other than Takagi Saya. Her orange eyes were wide with slight fear as she stood up, despite the warnings of her friends and parents, and stepped over the glass railing that had shattered during Naruto's display of power. Walking over to him, she was cautious as she called his name softly. Naruto-kun? The sound that reached the blonde's ears made her body move slightly as her head began to look at her. She stopped in her tracks with her scared look still on her face. She saw that his mouth was smiling. It wasn't a crazy smile, no, but it was one that reminded her of sunlight. When she looked into his eyes, she almost melted as the warmth spread throughout her body. His eyes had become exotically colored with red irises, while his pupils were slitted like an animal's, but they weren't evil. They made her want to smile back. The blonde powerhouse slowly stood up, and by this point everyone had abandoned their makeshift cover to come out and surround him. Those laughing at him and those following him now surrounded him and Saya with looks mixed with confusion, fear, and relief that he was okay. Naruto was about to speak until he heard a familiar voice behind him, belonging to the man who ridiculed him earlier. "What the hell was that, you damn monster?" Alto was about to jump down from the second level after recovering and silencing the man until Naruto looked at the dark soul with dominant eyes. That, coupled with the fact that Alto no longer felt like doing much at the moment, caused him to nod with a small smile. Maybe Kyuubi was able to get through his thick-ass skull then. His thoughts continued uninterrupted as he watched the altered Naruto turn to the man with a serious face before speaking. "I would suggest that you be a little gentler when demanding information from someone who is stronger than you." This made the black-clad man sneer before brandishing a small knife as he spoke. "You think you're tougher than me, kid? Ha! That's actually very funny. You're the one who thinks he can move through time. You're the monster who sat there feeling sorry for yourself because you're weak." He would have continued, but he quickly found himself gasping for air as Naruto lifted him into the air with one hand. After about a minute of gagging, Naruto spoke with him still in the air. "I'm weak, aren't I? Yeah, I must admit, I felt bad for thinking I was okay. But my eyes have been opened. I've been holding back everything I am. It took losing a part of me to learn this." This comment made Alto look down with a slightly solemn look. "So that damn bitch was all over it, wasn't she? Kid probably had it pretty hard, but at least she was able to get him to release himself." Naruto's face turned sad for a moment until it hardened once more as he burned a hole into the man's eyes with his own serious glare. "But I made a promise to keep everyone alive and I intend to keep that promise. There is a way to stop this plague and I am going to find it. Call me weak if you want, but threaten me and I will not hesitate to treat you as a threat to those I have promised to keep alive." The frightened man nodded in understanding and Naruto dropped him to the ground clutching his neck and gasping for air. The blonde ignored him as he walked away from the man and headed to his group. They were gathered once again behind him with small smiles on their faces. Giving up on his original pathetic thoughts, Naruto stayed true to his promise. "I know what I said before about me being unable to protect you, but I've seen the error in my words and my ways. I've been holding back because I was afraid you'd all hate me and think I was a monster. But my eyes have been opened. If it comes down to it, I'd rather have you all alive and hate me than have you die and like me." This caused an unexpected person to speak up, and it was Soichiro. He walked over and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder with Saya looking at him, and Naruto doing the same. "I'm not going to lie, I was worried about you for a moment, Uzumaki-san. I had thought that your resolve had failed you and you finally broke under all the pressure on you. I wouldn't have been surprised that for someone so young such a responsibility was placed upon them. But I'm proud that you opened your eyes. Learn this lesson that I can pass on to the next generation, that to protect those you care about, you must do everything you can. Never back down, fight, and never give up." Naruto smiled at her and nodded. "Yes, Takagi-sama, I never will." With that, everyone soon walked up to him and stood behind him, placing their hands on his shoulders in an effort to show they would stand by him. Saya was the first to speak. "We will never hate you, Naruto-kun. Nothing could force us to do such a thing." Siko spoke next. "Saya-chan is right. We will never abandon you. We will always stand by you as your loyal friends until our last breath." Shizuka softly kissed his cheek and rested her head on the hands adorning his shoulder. "If you ever think we'll abandon you, erase the thoughts as soon as they come to mind." Alice couldn't help but giggle and smile as she hugged Naruto's legs, making him stumble a little. "We can't leave you behind, Naruto and I-chan. You're faster than us and we love you too much." This made Naruto chuckle as he rubbed her head with his claws lightly, tickling it and making her giggle. Everyone said their words that made Naruto feel warmer and warmer inside, happy that he was better than he was before. As the moment drew to a close, something was heard that made everyone in the mall stand at attention at the sheer intensity of the noise. A roar ripped through the mall like a wave of fear and made everyone tremble, even the resident time-traveling blonde. He looked towards the entrance, and was shocked when he saw the glass shatter as another intense roar created a shockwave throughout the mall. Everyone backed away from him as he growled and began to turn towards them. So the virus is going to do everything it can in order to stop us, isn't it? Looking towards the entrance with a passive look on his face, Naruto placed his hand on the handle of Shiketsu's Tsuru, ready to face anything that crossed his path. The creatures near the entrance began to make their way into the mall, and the people around the blonde screamed in terror, except for those who had been through it with him. As the noise level began to rise, Naruto charged chakra into his vocal cords and shouted, "Silence!" The power behind his voice created a large explosion, causing the people around him to fall silent and those at the entrance to stagger slightly. Turning around, Naruto looked at Soichiro and spoke in a serious voice. "I trust you can get everyone out of here, Takagi-sama?" The man nodded and silently began leading everyone to the other end of the mall. The people who had once ridiculed the blonde followed her with the fear of losing their lives implanted in their brains. The blonde maelstrom closed her eyes and turned back to the mall entrance, her thoughts clearer than ever. "For the majority of the time I've been here, I've done nothing but act like a pathetic sack of shit. I feared losing them and instead almost caused them to die. No more!" His eyes snapped open and he frowned as he gripped the hilt of his sword in a crushing grip. "I'm proud to see what you've achieved during your mercy match, Naruto." The former Jinchuriki turned his head to see Alter coming down the stairs with his own sword drawn. He turned back to the entrance before answering. "I owed it to her, Alter. She was the first person who truly tried to understand me. When she told me what I was doing, my eyes were opened. After I realized my mistakes, she made me promise to protect you with all my might. I will do just that to honor her." The dark spirit smiled and stepped down to stand beside his better half as he too looked at the entrance. "So you do and think the little parasite is sending after us this time?" Naruto smiled and shrugged as he slowly performed Shiketsu's Tsuru. "I'm not entirely sure, but I expect it to be a good fight." Alter chuckled before placing the butt edge of his sword against his shoulder. "You and me both, kid." Just as he finished his sentence, another piercing roar nearly knocked them both off their feet as a gust of wind accompanied it. Naruto had to brace himself and squint to see ahead, but when he did, his eyes went wide and he nearly lost his balance at the sight that had emerged before him. He had expected something similar to what they had fought through at the mansion, but the virus was apparently starting to get much more serious. This creature was almost 4 times taller than Naruto, and its skin looked blackened and peeling, possibly due to something burning it too much over time. Naruto could feel soulless eyes staring into his own and could perfectly make out the contours of its muscles. However, what caught Naruto's attention was the fact that he could make out something underneath its skin that appeared to be some sort of biological armor. It was definitely larger than a behemoth, and honestly made Naruto wonder how much the virus wanted him dead. "Well, my main mission is to kill this thing and prevent the end of the world, so I guess I can understand them wanting to get rid of me." It was after the roar that Naruto saw the smaller behemoths, predators, a snatcher, and the infected that looked like grunts coming out from behind this gargantuan. Naruto chuckled nervously as he turned to Alter with a slightly averted gaze. "I think he seriously wants to kill us, Alter." Alter sighed and shook his head before slapping the blonde on the back of his head, causing him to flinch as the black spirit spoke. "Of course, this parasite wants us dead. It's our job to kill it and stop this mess. I was honestly, though, expecting something a little bigger than that." Naruto laughed a little before bending down and pulling out Shiketsu's Tsuru before stretching his blade arm out to his side. "I'm going to tear it to pieces anyway. This virus dares to threaten me, my friends, the innocent people of the world. I'll fight to the bitter end." Alter looked at him with a small smile, one that wasn't filled with joy or disgust, but actual respect. "You may have taken the loss of a friend, but I'm proud of what you're restarting to become, Naruto." "Show me my..." Naruto burst from his spot, becoming nothing but a blur of black and blonde as he barreled toward the ranks of the infected surrounding their higher evolutions. He reached out and slammed into them mercilessly, leaving them falling to the ground in piles of limbs and blood. Every now and then, he would stop, taking the time to unleash a devastatingly enhanced technique thanks to the Kyuubi's soul and his rebuilt chakra reserves. Alter stood back and watched, knowing that Naruto was more than a match for all of them. Show me what you can do. His now blood-red eyes narrowed in anger at the creatures as he charged wind chakra into his sword, giving it a bluish glow before slicing through the neck of a behemoth, standing behind him as he fell to the ground motionless. The lone thief tried to grab it with the longer gut tentacle and missed as Naruto caught it in his hand before it could touch him. Pulling hard, he sent the smarter-than-average infected flying towards him as he prepared to strike at it. As it flew past him, he sliced it cleanly in half while also detaching the tentacle and using it as a whip-like weapon to strike at a predator that had leapt after him from the roof. As the protrusion wrapped around his neck, Naruto yanked once more and slammed into the ground right above the army of infected, sending scores of them into the air. When Naruto heard the telltale roars of the newly dubbed Gargantuan, he turned to look at it, and saw that it was larger than he had originally thought. The massive creature had piercing red eyes that seemed to be in a permanent state of rage. Naruto dove to the side as her fist came down much faster than he had thought possible. This is faster than I thought. I'm going to have to take him out quickly. Turning around, he saw that the monster had reached the ceiling and ripped out a large steel beam before bringing it down on the small blonde's head, though he was quick enough to dodge it, and went in to start slashing at the beast. As he leaped up and brought his sword down on his shoulder, he saw that it merely scraped the armor beneath his skin. So is this the trumpet card virus, is it? This armor is tough enough that Shiketsu's Suru is unable to pierce it even with wind chakra channeled through it, rendering my kenjutsu completely useless. Looks like I'm going to have to do this old school. Naruto smiled as he leaped back 20 feet, using the monster's shoulder as a springboard. When he landed, he replaced his sword in its sheath before taking a firm fighting stance. Looking around, he saw the infected advancing once more. With a grin, Naruto prepared to move as well, that is until he heard the scream. The piercing shriek was heard throughout the mall and echoed off everything around him. His eyes widened as only one word, one name flashed through his head. Chapter 18. When he heard the scream pierce the air, Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as he knew exactly who it was screaming. He froze in his taijutsu stance before shakily turning his head to where he had told everyone to go. Near the back was a door, and this door led directly outside into the horde of infected creatures. Damn it! I need to get to them. Naruto immediately whipped his head around to look at Alter, and the dark entity nodded at the unspoken question. Go get them, Naruto. I'll put this stuff away and see you all in an hour. The blonde whirlwind nodded in thanks, and took off like a bat out of hell toward the back of the mall. Alter couldn't help but close his eyes and smile as he drew his sword to a ready position in front of him. His power began to escape from him in a black cloud as he stood ready. The monsters surrounding him now, originally focused on Naruto, were now focusing on him. His eyes snapped open as he unleashed his full power with a maniacal grin. Come at me with everything you've got or you won't stand a chance! As Alter fought the creatures of the dead, Naruto sped towards the rear with speeds no human, regular or infected, should possess. Just give up! There's nothing you can do to stop me! Your persistence was amusing at first, but now you're nothing but a nuisance. As the teen became nothing but a black and blonde blur, he couldn't help the smile that curled onto his face. You're scared, you know what you're saying is a lie because only I can kill you. The virus laughed in his head as Naruto neared the end of his run. You can tell yourself all you want, but the reality is, you won't survive this. None of your friends will either. I'll come get you myself if I have to. The blonde kept his smile, but now spoke out loud instead of mentally. You claim we're weak and don't stand a chance. Well, I don't believe that. I'll send your pathetic plan straight to hell with you. You'll never stand a chance. I'll burn you and everything you take. I'll never back down. Naruto's last sentence came as a roar as he reached a metal door that led to the back parking lot. While he could have easily kicked it open, Naruto brought his fist up and charged it with his newly replenished chakra mixed with kyubis and slammed it into the metal barrier at full speed, releasing everything into it with a huge explosion and putting his hand deep into it with a dent. He smirked and spun his fist inside the dent and sent it hurtling towards the massive horde of creatures that had his group and the mall survivors surrounded. Drawing his sword, Naruto disappeared, never seen by his group to begin with, and began cutting a swathe of destruction through the undead throng toward those he had vowed to protect. As he drew closer, he could see the predators in the distance, and another gargantuan was already charging toward the group defending their position near the Humvee they had entered, while Shizuka, whom he had heard screaming, was cowering nearby. Tears formed between her and another commercial van, breaking her heart a little to see her so scared. With an inhuman roar, Naruto charged chakra into his voice and legs, releasing it all so that he would soon become the center of attention high in the air, blocking out the sun from casting a far-reaching shadow of death over the world of the infected. His group near his vehicle heard his predatory roar and looked up to see him at least 10 meters in the air with red energy swirling around him and Shiketsu Suru. All the girls smiled and all the men nodded in approval, as they could have sworn they saw wings, the color of blood made from the energy surrounding him, form on his back, making him look even more like a vengeful angel of death. His roar pierced the air and no one could doubt that they were a little afraid of him, but the group that had come to know him as a friend, lover, and brother-in-arms felt no different about him. A single thought ran through their heads, and it was the same throughout: he will protect us no matter what. Descending upon the crowd of undead, Naruto's eyes reddened into slits as he landed, sending out a shockwave that exploded and caused everything, even the behemoth, to stumble and nearly fall. With a grin, he raised his head, and everyone felt the same as he swung his sword for the first time at the enemy surrounding the survivors. The Avatar of Death himself had come to pass judgment, and he wasn't going to let anything in the parking lot besides the survivors and his friends out. The blade slashed through the undead in front of him and released a crescent of pure chakra that continued through the undead horde of ancient humans. He stood up and stuck his neck out with his smile still on his face, the chakra surrounding him still adorning his back with blood-red wings. As he walked over the bodies of the fallen, he spoke in a chakra-enhanced voice, gaining the attention of the behemoth who began to attack him. "No one!" Naruto stood atop the small undead mountain as he stared down at the beast charging down, while tossing its smaller counterparts in every direction. "Ever!" The behemoth came closer and closer, but Naruto stood his ground, unwilling to give in to the fear that barely gripped his heart. He released even more chakra and began to sense everything and anything around him physically. Not only that, but the wings on his back had seemingly grown larger, stretching out over a span of 10 feet. Everyone he was fighting to protect stared at him in awe, even those who had been with him from the beginning, never once seeing this power of his at its fullest. "Hurt my friends!" As he let this out, another, more massive shockwave shook the earth around him, shaking the ground and sending the undead flying as the behemoth continued on its way, though it wasn't for long. Naruto once again leapt into the air, charging massive and near-fatal amounts of chakra into the blade of Shiketsu Suru, as he closed in on the behemoth's massive form. "I know the behemoth has armor underneath its skin, but maybe with that much chakra I can rip its head off its shoulders." Well, here's hoping. Flying like the avenging angel he personified, Naruto let his sword crash into the beast's neck and felt it almost collide, but he held it steady and placed a foot on its shoulder as he pushed forward with his momentum, forcing the sword to slice through the skin and hardened bone that formed armor beneath it. As he felt the blade begin to slow, he let out another roar as he forced his body to its limits to work with the vast amount of chakra leaking from the blade. It hooked only for a split second, but then Naruto forced all of his strength into one final jolt of energy, sending him flying forward 20 meters, landing in front of everyone with his head down and his wings beginning to fade from reality. The behemoth had stopped its charge, and now its roar stopped as well. It began to stagger until it fell to its knees, shaking the ground as it did so. Shortly after this happened, the beast's head began to fall from its body with a groan, and the popping of bones, the sloshing of blood, and the snapping of flesh were heard by all, causing some to flinch, but others knew this sound all too well in their efforts to survive so long. As the monster fell to the ground dead, everything around it soon erupted into chaos. With their primary controller and deterrent dead, the other creatures brought back to life soon returned to their mindless states and attacked the things closest to them. For some, it was simply one of their own, but for the rest, it was the group of survivors standing near the Humvee. With their inhuman roars beginning to echo in the open air, the rest of the survivors were put on high alert. Naruto stood with the look of one without fear, as he knew they would be able to make it out of the parking lot alive and unharmed. Not for long. For some reason, he felt as if something had been lifted from his shoulders, but he shrugged it off and spoke. Everyone who has been riding in my group, get into the Humvee. Those who have stayed behind at the mall, get into the other vehicle and be ready to follow us. Everyone nodded and started doing what he said, but since almost everyone was in their respective vehicles, Naruto heard a voice from the only other man outside the cars. It was the same man who had ridiculed him at the mall not even an hour before. Why the hell are we listening to you, monster? The group in the Humvee heard this and all poked their heads through any opening to see what was going on. Naruto looked at the man with disdain as he spoke. You want to get involved in this now? Are you bucking crazy? Just get in the car. The black-clad man snarled and pointed an accusing finger at Naruto before continuing. How do we know you're not the one responsible for all this shit going on right now? For all we know, you could be leading us to our deaths. Naruto forced himself not to punch the man as he turned with a flourish to slash the head off one of the infected creatures when it got too close. Turning around, he now faced him from the side, his eyes shadowed by the hair that hung over them. Either you get into the vehicle now or we'll leave without you. It's your choice and I urge you to please make the right choice. This made the man flinch a little until he swallowed his pride and headed over to the van containing the mall survivors. Naruto nodded and jumped into the Humvee before yelling to Shizuka and Asami who had taken the wheel of the van. Scram now! Head to the front of the mall. We need to pick up Alter, Shizuka and Asami shouted. Okay. Before they started their respective vehicles, and Shizuka took off first, plowing through the undead with newfound vigor. Asami followed suit and watched as the Humvee's jostling didn't even rattle the blonde on top of it. While she didn't have any blossoming feelings for the guy, when they went to Koda, she couldn't help but think he looked as hot as he did. She soon shook her head from the thoughts while keeping her eyes on where the Humvee was heading. As they all got closer, she couldn't help the feeling of dread that washed over her. Asami feels scared for Naruto-san. As they neared their destination, the creatures could be told to thin out. Body parts were strewn across the ground, and the other gargantuan's corpse could be seen lying in a crater. Naruto tried to detect Alter's chakra signature, but was finding it difficult to do so. He was only finding a small glimmer. No, please don't let this happen, not now, not after her. As they drew closer, the blonde leapt out of his position and began running across the wrecked front of the mall. Stepping inside, he saw that the place was now the textbook definition of a war zone, with craters covering the floors and walls, and there were even random bodies embedded in the walls, with the behemoths, snatchers, and predators now headless or dismembered. The blonde quickly recognized the sounds of blades clashing and immediately ran towards where he heard it. Running the length of the mall once more, he arrived where he saw Alter was on his last legs with someone who was matching him in swordsmanship with some sort of biological sword coming from his right arm. Naruto was about to jump until Alter saw him, and his eyes widened. Naruto, get out of here! Get away from here now! Just as Naruto was about to ignore him and rush to his aid, the person he was facing turned to Naruto, stopping his assault on Alter. Naruto was very quick to recognize the face, as he would never forget it when he saw it. It was the decaying visage of the personification of the virus he had come face to face with in his own mind during the soul transfer. The virus chuckled as it turned on Alter with the determination to kill him. I told you, Uzumaki, you cannot defeat me and neither can your darker half. Watch as I drain his life away while you sit on the sidelines, unable to do a single thing, but watch as the life leaves his body after I destroy his soul. Alter was about to yell at Naruto to run once more, but then his eyes widened as he felt a sharp pain pierce through his stomach, through his liver, and out his back. He turned his head slightly and saw the hollow eye holes of the virus with a smirk on its face. He winced in pain before frowning at the being that was far more evil than him. You can kill me, you pathetic parasite, but you'll never kill them! Not while Naruto's there to protect them. The scent of the virus's breath reached him as it spoke so close to him. Oh, believe me, Alter, I'll deal with him soon enough. Now join the rest in death, you pathetic weakling! The virus twisted the blade into Alter's stomach, causing him to grunt before the maniacal parasite ripped it out, causing the Dark Soul's corpse to fall to the ground as it held the wound with its eyes wide open as its mouth dripped blood that was so dark it was almost black. The cloaked virus then turned to Naruto with a dark grin on its face as its eye holes drilled a hole into the maelstrom's stunned head. Alter, no, this can't be happening, this can't be happening. Ah, sorry. I was hoping to finish him off before you came looking for him. At least then maybe you wouldn't be so traumatized from me gutting him like a fish. Shut up! The virus was slightly surprised and raised an eyebrow when he saw blood-red chakra wings beginning to form on Naruto's back due to the chakra that leaked out in his shocked state. The blonde was standing with his legs slightly spread with Shiketsu's suru in his sword hand and the other balled into a fist. He shuddered in pain, rage, and shock. My God, Naruto, you seem so angry. Any particular reason why? I think I warned you about this. I said I'd come after you myself if I had to. If anything, you should be angry with yourself, not me. Naruto looked back at the virus with blood-red eyes and tears streaming down his face. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to rip you apart! With this yelled at the virus, Naruto charged forward at blurring speeds, going for a horizontal slash across the virus's waist, hoping to bifurcate the forsaken creature. But he was not so lucky as it blurred and appeared behind Naruto with its own biological sword poised to slash at its spine. Naruto saw this coming even in his rage and spun on his heels to parry the blow away from him. As this happened, the kinetic energy of the attack traveled through the air and caused the stairs to explode into a blizzard of cement and metal. Naruto's eyes widened at this, and he quickly looked back at the virus to see it grinning as if it had already won the battle. What the hell are you smiling at, you pathetic parasite? The virus simply shrugged and sent Naruto back without even moving his wrist, causing him to slam into a wall and collapse on his body. You were astounded by my power. I understand. The last time a living creature saw my power was during the first outbreak that wiped out the dinosaurs when I had to do it myself, but they didn't have the mental capacity to understand the awesome power I wield, even when I was weaker than. Rising from the rubble, Naruto glared at the virus as it gloated over its power to the blonde, but remained calm as he slowly gathered chakra into his sword for the next strike. I'll defeat you, one way or another. I don't care if you were the same Yami. I'll kill you for threatening my friends. For making Kyubi kill herself. For killing Alter. I'll cut you to pieces. Naruto now had the same amount of chakra in his sword as when he fought the gargantuan in the parking lot and charged forward once more. The virus sighed and raised the blade that was made from its arm and readied it to parry the strike. But what came next came as a huge shock to him. Shiketsu's suru slashed at him and severed his leaf arm, spraying the ground to his right with disgusting black fluids. Naruto stopped behind him and turned, ready to attack again until he saw the virus upon him with rage clear on its face. His other arm formed another blade that was ready to slice Naruto's neck, but he ducked just in time to dodge the blow. Raising his sword, Naruto parried its follow-up attack and sent a haymaker straight into his right cheek, sending him hurtling into a 2-story elevator and causing it to collapse. Naruto stood up and braced himself, knowing that the virus wouldn't give up after losing just an arm. True to his thinking, the virus sprouted like hell and brought its bio-blade towards Naruto's head, only for him to parry it once more and vanish before reappearing 10 feet away. The virus smirked and let its feet touch the ground just a little before disappearing from sight and coming back behind Naruto with its leg ready to flip the blonde over his head. It connected due to Naruto's inability to dodge it and flew towards the front of the mall. Skidding to a stop, Naruto stared at the virus before hearing a familiar voice behind him. He turned his head and his eyes widened to see Siko and Saya running towards him. Siko had her sword drawn and ready to fight while Saya had a Colt M1911 in her hands. Eyes still wide, she yelled at them. No! Get back in the Humvee! Tell Shizuka-chan and Asami-san to get everyone away from here. Saya stopped in her tracks as did Siko when the pink-haired girl spoke. We can't leave without you, Naruto-kun. You have to come with us. Naruto was about to speak until he heard the virus's dark laughter coming from where he'd been kicked. He turned his head quickly and saw the virus stalking towards him with its bioblade now gone, replaced by a normal but decaying hand. If only I had my other arm, I'd applaud your courage for telling your friends to leave you to die. I don't know how many times I'll have to tell you, they'll die soon. Siko frowned and readied her sword to fight until the virus spoke again. Especially you, Siko-chan. However, you'll just die with the rest, Saya-chan. The violet-haired swordwoman felt a little disgusted by this, but then Naruto spoke. Shut up! Keep your damn mouth shut! The virus only gave her a look as it zoomed past Naruto, walking towards the two girls, both too scared or stunned to move, the shock of this sentient creature speaking to them and knowing their names. Oh, why is that, Naruto? Do you wish to keep poor Siko-chan here in the dark? Why haven't you told her yet? Siko looked at Naruto and gave him a questioning look while Naruto kept his gaze fixed on the decaying creature's face. I wasn't going to do it because I wasn't going to let it happen. Now shut up and fight me. The virus chuckled and began circling the girls. Now why would I do that when I could just tell poor Siko-chan that it's your fault she's feeling so weak right now? Her eyes widened as she soon felt her weakness surface once again, like she felt back at the mansion. Only this time it was much more prevalent. She didn't break down, but she nearly doubled over because of it. See? She's weak all because of you, Naruto. All because you listened to that damn demon and came here. She's dying, all because you came to this moment. Siko now had tears in her eyes as Naruto stared a hole through the virus's head. Shut up! I'll stop what's happening to her. I'll kill you and then I'll make things right. I'll make them the way they're supposed to be. The virus looked back at Naruto with a bored look on its face as its hollow eyes flickered and it sighed. Your never-give-up attitude is really starting to bore me, Naruto. I'd advise you to just accept your fate and die along with that pathetic excuse for a person. What was his name? Failure, I think. Naruto was about to attack it until the virus disappeared from sight and reappeared on the second level of the mall. The blonde knew it was retreating and that he wasn't going to be able to catch it. I'm going to say goodbye to this field for now, young Naruto. I'll see you very soon once again. But until then, know that what's going to happen to her is your fault, and yours alone. You're the only one to blame for her condition. Goodbye. With that, the personified virus disappeared from sight and didn't reappear anywhere. Naruto grunted until he heard whimpering behind him. Turning his head, he saw that Siko was crying and looking at him as Saya carried her back to the Humvee, not even giving her a second glance since she didn't know what to make of what the virus had said. The blonde sighed and stood before sheathing his sword at his side. I've lost so much today. I've lost Q-chan, I've lost Ultrasan, and now I think I've lost Siko-chan and Saya-chan because of that virus. Now, the only thing I can hope to do is talk to her and execute damage control. I'll have to explain things to her and tell her the honest truth because, as much as I hate to admit it, the virus is right. Her condition is my fault, as I removed myself from the timeline to come here. With one more sigh, Naruto walked towards the Humvee, looking back only once to see Alter's mangled body lying on the ground. I can't believe all this. The ride in the Humvee was very silent. Shizuka and Takashi were up front while Soichiro, Yuriko, and Rei sat in the back seat. Koda was in the hole in the roof watching their course so it was clear of the infected, and Siko and Saya sat right behind them side by side, while Saya continued to comfort Siko. Alice sat in the back next to Naruto with Zero in her lap. Since they had come from the mall, she could tell something was wrong with the blonde whirlwind, and every time she tried to figure out what it was, Naruto would just shake his head and look down. She was starting to get annoyed with it, and would occasionally puff out her lips and said annoyance. Siko occasionally glanced at Naruto, who kept his head down in shame. All this time, he's done nothing but protect us, protect me. How can he be responsible for what's happening to me? She sighed and lowered her head as Saya rubbed her back comfortingly. It just doesn't make any sense. The journey continued and soon it was night. The silence was pierced by Koda's voice. Hey guys, I think we're going to have to stop for the night. I'm starting to see some of them in small patches. There's a small house up ahead we can stop at. I think it'll hold all of us, And if not, there's another house next door that the mall survivors can board. Takashi touched his leg to show recognition and relate it to Shizuka, who soon stopped in front of the two houses not surrounded by the infected. Everyone soon piled in, and Takashi took control, telling the mall survivors to take the second house and the group to take the first. The man in black looked like he was going to protest, but a quick glance from Takashi silenced him. As everyone filed into their respective dwellings for the night, no one noticed Naruto remaining outside, leaning against the Humvee with a grim look on his face. He didn't cry, keeping his promise to Kyubi, but the blonde couldn't help but feel sad about everything that had happened. Just when he got his spine back, the two who helped him get it back died and the rest were now very dubious about him. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms with a sigh. This is starting to get really complicated. I'm losing them to that damn virus. Damn, how am I going to explain all this to Siko-chan and the rest? Naruto was going to continue his thoughts until he heard something. Naruto-kun. He looked up and was surprised to see Siko standing in front of him. Her left arm was across her chest, holding onto her right as she looked into his eyes, still a little scared of what the virus had meant. Siko-chan. Siko stopped him by closing her eyes and looking away. Please. I just want to know, what does that mean? Naruto sighed and gestured for her to come with him as he opened the Humvee door. Come on, Siko-chan, this is going to take some time, and it'll be safer in the Humvee for this conversation. She nodded and followed him to a vehicle's tank. Naruto sat in the left seat while she sat in the right one with both legs in the middle space that led to the back. Siko was still shaking a little from the shock, but Naruto, despite him being the supposed cause of her pain, looking at her was able to calm her down somewhat. She looked him in the eye and Naruto began. I'm going to go ahead and say it and get it out of the way. The thing about me being the cause of your pain, that was the viral origin. It's gained a physical form and knows everything about me since I fought its armies once before. Siko nodded, faintly guessing that was what it had been. Naruto nodded back and continued with the currently one-sided conversation. I know you want to believe that I'm not to blame for what's happening to you, and I'm pretty sure you're feeling it. Unfortunately, I can't comfort you with this by saying that it's not true, because he was right. Me being your ancestor, as you already know, and not being married beforehand has caused an anomaly. With this, it means that everyone in my line is being removed from the time stream. Naruto, although hurt, knew that he had to look into her eyes to understand it. He was now responsible for the consequences of his decision, and he wasn't going to run away from it. Not like he'd seen people do it before him. Siko's face was pained, and she broke her gaze to look at her knees. Despite the calm she'd maintained during the beginning of the outbreak, she couldn't help but feel like everything was coming down on her. She may be calm, but she was still human. Her tears fell silently until she looked back at him. So this means I'm going to die and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Naruto's eyes widened until he was waving his hands back and forth. No! I won't let this happen to you. I'm going to fix this, Siko sniffled and replied. But how can you? The only way would be to be too. Her voice trailed off when she saw the look of guilt on Naruto's face. As she shook her head, he nodded. I'm going to have to return, Siko-chan. I have no choice. When this is all said and done, I'll have to leave. We have 2 weeks to finish this. All we have to do is kill the origin and everything should collapse. When that happens, I have the window to return to my time before you fade away. With me back in my rightful place, the rest of my descendants will return, keeping you alive. Siko's tears were now running like a waterfall, and she couldn't stop her grip on his arm from tightening. But I don't want to lose you. Naruto, knowing that girls held a special place for him, was shocked by this. As she let it settle, Naruto sighed and answered her. I'm sorry, but let me come with you. Naruto snapped his head up and saw her now looking at him even more intensely, her tears still present. Sighing, the blonde looked away with pain present in his eyes. I'd love to do that, but I don't know. Now Siko was on her knees, moving her legs out of the way as she looked up at him with pleading eyes. Please, Naruto-kun! I don't want to be alone, not after everything you've done to protect us. I hide it all the time, but I don't want to be left behind in a place that sees me as an emotionless person. When I first learned that you came here from 3,000 years ago, I always had the idea that you would have to leave, but even with the thoughts, I don't want to lose you. Whether we're distant relatives or not, I want to stay with you. Naruto was surprised at how ahead of her game she was with this. He knew couples broke up occasionally when things didn't work out, and he'd only been on her time for a week and a half at best. He couldn't understand why she was acting so adamant about staying with him after such a short time. He placed a hand on her head and sighed once more before speaking. Siko-chan, I'll think about it. She gasped and looked up at him, eyes shining with hope. In a wellspring of all her emotions washing over her, she jumped up and wrapped him in a hug, nearly suffocating him with her feminine strength. Naruto-kun, thank you! If you say yes, I promise you won't regret it. Naruto smiled slightly when he heard this, and even as she shook him, he was able to think clearly as he went over everything that had happened. From arriving in her time and fighting her mutated creatures, to losing Alter and Kyubi and then the girls he had met during his time in his modern world. Alter would have already said yes in some perverted way, and Q-chan would back up the decision, albeit in a less perverted way. I still hate that they're gone, but I won't tarnish their memory with painful thoughts. I'll honor their memories and, just maybe Siko-chan will come home with me. Come to think of it. I wonder, will the others want to come? Are they that attached to me? Naruto stopped his thoughts for a split second as Siko acted very out of character by crying happily and squashing her head into her cleavage. Smiling, only one thought occurred to him. It doesn't matter if everyone cares about me, maybe it wouldn't hurt to have people come back to me who don't see me as a tool to be used someone other than Hinata-chan. Chapter 19. The night sky was bright, stars filling the darkness above and lending a sense of serenity amidst the madness to the survivors who had endured their many sleepless nights since the beginning of the undead outbreak, as if nature itself was trying to ease their hardships. While the air itself was freezing cold from the absence of the sun, the Humvee in which the blonde maelstrom and the violet-haired beauty still jostled each other from the latter's excitement. Surprisingly, the girl's unusual screams of joy hadn't attracted any unwanted hostility, though something dark overlooked them unknown to them inside an alley not far away. As she calmed down, Siko took several deep breaths before speaking, amusing the blonde with her uncharacteristic behavior. I'm so happy, Naruto-kun! If you let me come with you, I'll never let you down! At this, the blonde swordsman raised his eyebrow with a grin. Is that supposed to imply that you would ever let me down, Siko-chan? Eyes wide, Siko shook her head with renewed vigor. No, Naruto-kun! I would never let you down! Naruto couldn't help but laugh as he cupped her face in his hands before placing a quick kiss on her lips. Siko calmed down slightly at this as her eyes lidded in a calm state. When she was about to go back to him for another kiss, Naruto simply laughed and threw his head back, showing that he didn't want one. Moaning slightly at the action, Siko could only listen as the blonde spoke to her. I'm sorry, Siko-chan, but I need you to do something for me and go find Saya-chan. I need to talk to her about something. Siko, still sad about losing the kiss from her blonde leader and lover, nodded and got off of him before leaving to go grab the bubblegum-haired genius that was part of their lover group. Naruto sat alone for a while and his thoughts were his own. She didn't even look at me now. I have to fix whatever is in her head from what that damn virus said. I'm going to fix Siko-chan's condition, but I need to tell Saya-chan how I'm going to do that and find out if she'll want to come with me like Siko-chan does. As he thought to himself, he was soon brought out of his mind by the slam of the metal door. Opening his unconsciously closed eyes, Naruto saw Saya sitting across from him with her legs and arms crossed, frowning and scowled. However, her hair was down, giving her a hexy look. Fidgeting in his seat, the blonde powerhouse laughed nervously as he gave her a small nod. Hey, Saya-chan. Hey, you look a little angry. What's wrong? Now the blonde knew it was time to fear for her life as she frowned even deeper and unleashed a torrent of angry words. After the first word, she quickly put up a sound-dampening jutsu to keep the noise to a minimum so as not to draw attention to them. What the hell do you mean? What's wrong? Siko-chan told me everything before we left, but I'm still not convinced. What did she mean when she said you were the cause of her pain? Naruto brought his hands to his face, slightly afraid that the assault would soon turn very physical. But he was lucky as he didn't feel a thing. Opening his fingers to peer through the cracks, he saw her fuming and decided to do his best to calm her down. Well, the story itself is quite complicated to really get into, but I can always give you the quick version. Saya simply crossed her legs and arms, waiting for his explanation. Sighing, the blonde lowered his arms and straightened before beginning to speak. As you know, I'm not from this time. That's been made clear to everyone for a long time. But, and this is where the whole thing with the virus saying it was all my fault comes in, I am also Siko-chan's ancestor. Her line descended from my own Uzumaki clan line. In reaching this moment, I stepped outside of my own time and caused my line to be erased from the world. But it is a slow process. Saya kept her eyes on him as she spoke, still unconvinced. If you retreated in an instant, shouldn't everyone else disappear in an instant? Naruto shook his head as he prepared the next part. I'm not exactly sure of the details, but I just know that even though time is moving forward, it's rather slow. Time is catching up to everyone. Everyone in my line is being erased. I can save them all, and this future world as well, but I'll have to kill the virus before I return. My duty was originally to protect you, but now my mission has changed, and it's my priority along with everyone's safety. As the blonde fidgeted in his seat, Saya watched him intently. She calculated everything, from the words he'd said to the tone of his voice with each one. She compared them to what she'd heard from Siko, and it all matched. She smiled, and Naruto flinched as he tried to crawl out the door, but it was locked for some odd reason. As he began to uncross his arms, the blonde braced himself for whatever was coming and squeezed his eyes shut tighter than ever. But the pain never came. What did come confused him to no end. When Saya leaned down to plant a kiss on Naruto's lips, the blonde was caught off guard and unable to react the way he normally would. Unable to react at all, he sat like an idiot in shock as she positioned herself on his lap, never leaving his lips until she was perfectly situated above him. Eyebrows raised in complete confusion, Naruto spoke in a tone that also betrayed his confusion. Saya-chan, not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? Saya giggled, her eyes slightly closing as she spoke softly to the power-bound blonde. I told you, Siko-chan told me everything while she was bringing me here to talk to you. I just said I wasn't convinced yet, and that it was true. I wanted to hear everything from you. When the virus was talking at the mall before we left, I'll admit I was scared, but I never thought you were hurting her on purpose. When she told me everything about her being from your line, it all started to make sense to me. You've created a paradox, and now you have a limited time to fix it, or things can't be changed. I understand, but it also means, Naruto, though still shocked, knew what she was talking about, and his eyes nearly fell as his gaze on her faded. Yes, it means that when this is all over, I'll be leaving you all, but I already made Siko-chan an offer that I'd like to make her. Saya raised an eyebrow at this and continued to stare at him, hoping his words would reach her. After clearing his throat of a little phlegm, Naruto spoke. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to come back with me. I asked her, now I'm asking you, would you come back to the elemental nations and live with me? Saya's eyes widened considerably at the question he was asking her. She was about to answer him with a yes until she remembered everyone else. But what about the others? What about my parents? What about our friends? Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the door before opening them to look at her, his smile still on his face. I was going to make you the same offer. If I can keep the portal open long enough, I can stabilize the platform between times that keeps us on track with my chakra, and we can practically walk 3,000 years into the past. By doing this, I can also speed up the process by using my chakra to pinpoint the day after I leave and basically pick the exact date we want to go to. Saya's eyes widened slightly when she heard him speak. Naruto-kun, what exactly are you talking about? I'm a genius and I still have no idea what you're talking about. Naruto was about to continue speaking until a sudden migraine shot through his head. Saya, still on his lap, was going to help him, but then her eyes widened and she started sweating. I don't know, I felt like I knew. Its guide must have been from when Q-chan fused with me. Her knowledge must have transferred over, as well as her power and soul. When you asked me the question, everything she must have found out about the jutsu must have come out and I used it. The bubblegum-haired girl made a sympathetic face, but she was still confused, and her next words expressed it. That's what I don't understand. I remember you telling me you had a demon sealed inside you when we were back at the apartment, but what exactly was this demon? Naruto chuckled and smiled before putting his hands behind his head as support against the Humvee's metal door. Well, when I really think about it, calling Q-chan a demon is really harsh. Honestly, she's the closest thing I've ever had to a mother. As she continued speaking, her voice turned warm, like how Saya remembered it when she asked him about the moon that night in the apartment. She and I, we didn't get along very well for the first few years. When she was sealed in me, I was still under a genjutsu that a great enemy of my time had put her under, and when she and I had first met, she wasn't exactly the nicest person to me. Then, as time went on, she and I started talking. One day, the genjutsu finally broke and I was able to see her humanoid form, though she kept her normal tails and a cute pair of ears that I couldn't help but play with when I first saw them. I remember so well that indignant look on her face. Saya felt a hint of love in his voice, but it wasn't the same kind he showed her. It was something much stronger, the kind a son would give his mother. She helped train me after everyone started abandoning me when the outbreak began. Few stayed with me, but they remained loyal. Yet, I never had to distrust her loyalty when I needed help. The way she acted like I was one of her kids, it makes me happy to be able to truly know that someone loved me like a son. As she listened to him, she buried her head in her arms as tears began to wet her shirt, spilling from her eyes. As they sat alone in the dim light of the Humvee's interior, one could only hear the occasional sniffle coming from Naruto. It wasn't loud, as it was barely audible. As Saya felt a vibration in her chest, she could barely make out a small laugh from Naruto, one that held a slight whimper. I made a promise that I wouldn't cry over her, but I can't help it, Saya cooed softly as she rubbed his soft, untamed hair. Naruto-kun, you're only human. You can't conquer your emotions forever. They'll come eventually. I know we can't bring her back, but we'll just have to move on and live our lives as best we can. We'll hold on to her memory. I swear that one day you'll make me happy. We'll live happily together in the elemental nations and help you rebuild your world. All of us. When Naruto heard this, he jolted slightly as he lifted his head to look into her eyes. Her eyes were shining with the tears that had inhabited them not long ago, but her face was the definition of happiness. You mean you're coming? Saya smiled and nodded, getting the desired reaction from the blonde powerhouse. He hugged her so tightly, but not crushed, and buried his face in her hair. Thank you, Saya-chan. Thank you, she smiled at him and couldn't help the thought that came to her. On the battlefield, he may be cold and heartless, but he still protects us. Outside, he's just someone looking for love and companionship. No one really gave it to him until Shizuka-chan, Siko-chan, and I arrived. We're his lifelines. He needs us as much as we need him. As long as he has us, he has a reason to stay sane. Well, I love him too much to let him go crazy. I'll always stay with you, Naruto-kun. Their lips had somehow moved closer to each other, and Saya spoke softly. We'll all be by your side, Naruto-kun. For Q-chan and for Alter-san, we'll help you keep her memory from harm. We'll love you and do whatever it takes to make you happy, never forget that. As soon as Naruto heard Alter's name, his eyes darkened and he lowered his head. Saya-chan, please don't mention Alter. Saya mentally cursed herself and was going to try to apologize for bringing him up, knowing that even though he was very attached to Kyubi, losing a part of yourself is not an easy task to get over. As she searched for words, he interrupted her thoughts with his own words. Just please, I'm sorry, but I'd like to be alone after losing so much in a single day. I want some time alone to think, to say goodbye to Alter. Saya, though saddened by the loss of her time with him, understood and nodded before leaving him. However, before opening the door, she turned and gave him a small smile before speaking. Alter-san was a good person, Naruto-kun. He wasn't with us for long, but he fought to the very end for what he wanted, just as you would. He will always be a part of you, and as much as I would probably deny it from what I determined by his attitude, he would have done what was necessary to protect you the way you do for us." Naruto gave her a grateful smile and then left the blonde to his own devices inside the Humvee, allowing her to let out a depressed sigh. Moving around to the back of the tank-like vehicle, Naruto sat cross-legged with Shiketsu's Suru sheathed in his lap. Closing his eyes, the blonde powerhouse's brow furrowed as he forced himself not to think about Alter's face as he fell to the ground covered in his own blood. Remembering the normally enraged soul's rare, stoic visage, he tried to think of a proper goodbye. "Alter, I really don't know what to say. You were a part of me, you were a part one didn't know for a long time. I guess the only thing I can say is goodbye." As the mediocre goodbye ended, his mind suddenly flashed to the rotten, putrid visage of the incarnate virus. Anger surged through him as he remembered Alter, but then he pushed the image out of his head. I refused to allow my rage and regret to crush his memory. He had a bad reputation for being an idiot, but he helped me and practically beat my spine into him with Q-chan's help. For killing him, I'll tear that damn virus to pieces. I swear. Now, Naruto-san, there's no need to be so angry. Naruto's eyes shot open when he heard the familiar voice and looked up to see the dark, rotten visage of the virus personification sitting across from him in the same position. Grumbling to himself that involving the virus in such an enclosed space wasn't a good idea, the blonde settled for voicing his displeasure, which was the understatement of the century. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't cut your head off your shoulders right now, you bucking piece of shit." The virus brought her only hand to her chest, where her heart would be, though Naruto suggested she didn't have one to begin with, in a mock shock and grief as her tone took on a pained undertone. "Oh, Naruto-san, you wound me with your words. I only wish to have one last civil conversation with my greatest enemy before the world ends and the chance is lost forever. After all, The lilt in her voice trailed off as she looked down and spoke, seemingly to herself. "I never meant for your friend to die. At least not by my own hands." Naruto was about to rush forward when he heard this, thinking the virus was trying to play with his emotions, but stopped when he heard the virus mutter something to itself. "My brother." This stopped the blonde before he could follow through with his intentional actions. His face was easy to read as he did his best to convey his confusion, and his voice did the same. "What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean?" The virus's head snapped up and stared a hole into the swordsman's eyes, making him flinch. "Don't think your soul connection to him, which he knew about, will ever defeat our blood connection, Uzumaki." Naruto was still confused as he tried to understand what the virus was talking about, until it hit him like a ton of bricks falling from a mile in the sky. "Alter, was he your blood brother?" Sighing, the virus nodded before speaking. "In a way, yes, he was. While he carried the darkness from you with your soul, he contained my DNA." Naruto shook his head and blinked rather harshly before frowning and speaking in confusion once more. "How the hell is that possible?" The virus leaned back against the back of a seat, looking down at the blonde boy, who was his all-time sworn enemy. "I find it rather amusing that while you say he's a part of you, you only know the basics of what he truly was, young Uzumaki. You were never told his more advanced functions as a part of you, though this isn't shocking, as I doubt even he knew what it was." When the virus began to try and explain it to him, Naruto was still very confused. "Alter told me that he was simply me. It was all my negative emotions that they tore apart my soul to store so I'd never go berserk." The ageless, rotten being nodded as it continued. "That's true, but there's much more to it than that simple bite. Think back, young Naruto. Think of all the times that, had you been normal, you would have died from being bitten by my army when their outbreak occurred. Remember all those times you rushed headfirst into battle, getting bitten but continuing on, knowing you'd heal." The virus was right, and Naruto knew it. He had been very hot-headed during his outbreak and was rushing in and out without a single scratch due to his QB healing factor. While everyone around him was turned into walking corpses when they were bitten, he was perfectly fine. "I did that, but what does that have to do with Alter?" Nodding at her confusion, the evil creature continued. "You see, Alter was you, and you were Alter, but he was the part of you that held everything negative about you, including ailments and negative emotions. Each time you were bitten, the virus should have quickly nullified your regenerative abilities, but before it could kill you, Alter's part of the soul you shared broke it apart and absorbed both chakra and spiritual energy, making it part of his biological makeup when his soul fused with the body. When this happened, he fused with an already infected body, and his soul transferred the infection from the past into this one, making it even stronger in it. To simplify it, Alter was able to take two separate viruses and put them together, making him nearly my equal in raw strength and skill. Naruto sat there for a moment, as he let everything the virus had just said sink into his mind to saturate it with thought. When it was all clear, the blonde sighed and said something that reminded him of his old friend. "Why is everything nowadays so damn troublesome?" The virus simply shrugged. "I guess it's as good as mine. Troubles have always plagued the universe, but as always, death is the most natural cure for any spark of trouble." Naruto heard these words and his eyes hardened almost immediately. "So now we're back to square one with this issue, I see. I suppose trying to convince you that I'll kill you will just be like me talking to a wall." The virus nodded and looked ready to sigh before speaking in a voice that betrayed some form of regret. "I have no doubt that I am a very cruel entity, Naruto-san, but this is not what I wish to happen. I sympathize with your luck, or lack thereof, in this situation. You survived once, and now you go through it all again with no hope of survival. When the time finally comes for our final battle, I will show you the mercy you have earned and end your life swiftly." Naruto, though annoyed and angered by the virus's condescending words, also realized that those words he had just heard were the closest thing to an apology for everything. So, with the words and their intended meaning fresh in his mind and in a final act of civility toward the virus for their conversation, he extended his left hand toward the rotting figure before him. With a smile and a nod, the entity took Naruto's hand in a firm grip. When they broke it, the virus prepared to leave until it spoke one last time. "I know you wish to win, but remember your own limits, young Uzumaki." With that, the virus disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Naruto to his own thoughts from then on. The blonde sighed as he leaned back to think. That virus makes things so troublesome. God, now I'm starting to sound like Shika. But I can't help it. With all that revelation on top of what's going on down there, I can barely keep my head straight right now. Kyuchan Alter. Naruto sat up and moved to get out of the Humvee, his mind wandering elsewhere. I worry about the group now. I have a feeling the virus won't spread anymore. The air around them seemed much more dangerous when he left. Even though it was a civil conversation, I could feel him fighting the virus's own basic instinct to kill me immediately. He may have been nice this time, but next time, he'll do everything he can and everything he has to kill me once and for all. As Naruto left the Humvee and prepared to enter, he never noticed the figure still hiding within the shadows of an alley not far away. Opening the door and going, he still didn't notice the shadowy figure disappear from sight of the alley, unknowingly clutching its stomach area and grunting in pain. Just as the door closed, it reappeared on top of the roof of the house and sat near the edge, letting its hand fall from its side, allowing blood to drip from a wound that, to any normal person, should have been fatal. Hands glowing green, the figure began to press them against the wound while talking to itself. You know, being technically my brother, he's going to have hell to pay at the family reunion. Chapter 20. Small cough of blood, Alter forced himself to remain standing, hands still pressed against his stomach in his slow, successful attempt to heal himself. I guess you can say I took more than just the bad stuff from my lighter counterpart. I just don't know when to give up. Roaring his last words, Alter lunged forward, hands tearing from the wound, allowing a bit of blood to play in the air as he fell onto the roof. While in midair, Alter retained his hand and, with precision chakra control and superior elemental manipulation, formed a blade made entirely of air in his right hand while his left hand broke through the hand seals for a jutsu. As he reached his end roughly a third of the way through the virus, his chakra took control of the wind around him as he roared his jutsu. Futon Hakai no Kaze! Alter swung his left hand up and over in a wide diagonal slash, letting his jutsu rip through the roof of the house, opening a path of destruction toward the virus. When it reached and impacted, the entity shot out of the tower, with Alter moving like hell toward it. Coming in like a comet, Alter was ready to charge in for the kill until the virus flipped in midair and kicked the darkened soul in the face, sending it tumbling straight out onto the street. Under a pile of smoke and debris, Alter coughed and choked on blood as he began to heal his wound again to close what had reopened from the wound he had healed. Damn, looks like I really might die this time. Landing on top of the Humvee, the virus stared down at the wreckage with no emotion on his face, as stoic as death itself. I told you, I will eliminate any and all threats to the natural process. You are no exception, Ototo! Holding his bioblade skyward, the virus charged it with his own chakra-like energy, and it began to smoke with a putrid green cloud, cascading to the ground like a steaming waterfall. I made a mistake letting you live last time, Ototo. I don't plan on making the same mistake again. The incarnate virus would have finished his words, but it was a silence as a foot connected with massive force to the back of his head, sending the plague flying from the Humvee into another abandoned car, reducing it to simply a pile of useless metal. Behind where he had been was an Alter Kage Bunshin, who held his side in pain before he disappeared in a small puff of smoke, leaving no trace that he had ever been there. Still lying beneath the rubble of what was once part of the street, Alter smiled a little at the memory he had received from the clone. Guess he wasn't prepared for my genius and ingenuity. Chuckling to himself, Alter stood up from his mess and felt the last remnants of his wound close up, repairing his liver and flesh like new. Standing straighter now that his blood was his own within his body and not the earth, the tortured soul brought his wind sword before stalking towards the mess of mangled metal where the virus had reluctantly made its temporary refuge. I will not give up until I die, Aniki! Until that day finally comes, I will fight! With a roar, Alter erupted with vigor into his actions with him upon the car in a split second, his sword raised and ready to strike. Bringing it down with determination in his eyes, the last thing he had expected was for it to be deflected by the virus blade protruding from the wreckage. Alter's eyes widened at the action, and his shock lasted long enough for the virus to leap up and retract its blade as it grabbed Alter by the neck and lifted him into the air with a face of rage. You're forcing my hand to do things I'd like to prevent, Ototo. You should have died in peace when I killed you the first time. Now I'll make sure you're dead. Using strength beyond what even Alter could muster, the virus crushed him into the ground, creating a crater before he felt immense pain wash over him. He looked down to see the virus's hand piercing his chest and felt a burning pain beyond his imagination as a silent scream knocked the breath out of him, forcing his head back as he could barely make out the virus's voice through the white noise in his head. There is no escape for you this time, no healing from this wound. It's over here and now. Alter felt his grip tighten on her chest and could only know that he held her heart in his hands. As her screams died from her own exhaustion, her eyes opened. I guess this isn't it? Alter's eyes began to close as she felt the virus's grip tighten, that is, until she heard a voice she thought she'd never get the chance to hear again. Keep your strong eyes off him! The virus only had a second to look up as it loosened its grip on Alter's heart. All it saw was a black-booted foot swirling with red chakra directly in its face before connecting with it, pulling it away from Alter and causing it to relinquish its hold on the dark soul's heart. Looking up, Alter saw the mess of blonde hair that belonged to only one person it would notice some sort of connection to besides the virus. Took you quite a while, huh, Naruto? Naruto didn't register what Alter had said as he calmed himself and looked down at the breathing form of someone he thought was dead. He bent down and looked over him, thinking what he was seeing might be a mirage or some trick of the mind, but the warmth of his blood on his hands told him he was really there. As soon as he realized it was real, his mind went into overdrive, working on a sort of autopilot. He began channeling his healing chakra into Alter's wound, and it began to close faster than anything else he had ever done. Alter's face relaxed in the comforting sensation he gained, letting himself get lost in the only warmth he'd ever felt, unlike anything, even when he healed himself. I really thought I was going to die for a second there, Naruto. I thank you so much. Naruto was pulled out of his autopilot when he heard this and paused for only a split second until he shook his head and continued working on the wound above Alter's heart. It's no problem, Alter. I thought you died. I'm not going to let that happen, Alter chuckled as he felt his heartbeat return to normal. Well, now that this is settled, perhaps you can stop me from dying and fight this bastard with me. Coughing lightly, Alter sat up and formed 2 swords of pure wind in both hands before taking a stance. He then noticed Naruto's current state of dress. The blonde was wearing only his black cargo pants, which were tucked and buttoned into his black combat boots, showing the scars covering his upper body. Shiketsu's suru was strapped tightly around his waist. As Naruto placed his hand in a tight grip on the handle of Shiketsu's suru, he began to channel all of his chakra throughout his body, causing his muscles to strain and veins to pop out at various points on his arms and across his chest. In an instant, he drew his sword from its sheath, and as he grazed her eyes, time seemed to slow down as they faded into a shade of red, slicing and dicing him into the appearance of a demon. It's time to take care of this. We'll do it together this time, Alter. With a smile and a nod, Alter leaped into the air and roared his attack. Sanran Gairu! Slashing the sword in his left hand upward, a massive, hurricane-force wind blast tore through the area toward the virus. It picked up cars, tossed lampposts across the street, and blew out windows, and the combined noise woke everyone inside the 2 houses. When the gale descended on the virus, it roared in surprise as it was lifted into the air, tossed helplessly like a rag doll. Naruto seized the opportunity and dashed forward. Leaping into the air, he channeled critical amounts of chakra into his sword, causing it to gain a smoky red aura and trail behind him. He brought it up in a slash, unleashed it all, and a great wave of fire tore through the air, mixing with the hurricane-force winds and turning into a gigantic blaze, scorching the earth and buildings and stealing the oxygen from the area. Due to the chakra channeled through his body, Naruto blew through the inferno and came to see a startling sight. As the virus burned, it didn't flinch or scream for death's mercy. Instead, it righted itself in midair and used some sort of energy to harden the air beneath its feet, standing upright as its entire body burst into flames. As Naruto approached, the virus held its one arm across its chest and struck, causing a massive shockwave to reverberate through the area, scattering the fire and sending both Naruto and Alter in different directions. The shockwave also destroyed several buildings that were too close to it. After crashing into the ground, Naruto soon felt a great pressure on his neck and the sensation of weightlessness as he rose into the air with the virus he saw through its cracked eyes. Hardening the air beneath his feet somehow with the same energy, the virus simply looked at him in a semi-calculating manner. As the virus held him in midair, the disgusting, erosive parasite had an emotionless, stony face as it spoke. You and your little group are beginning to test my patience at a very alarming rate, young Uzumaki. I suppose it's time I stopped playing around and finally put an end to this little game. Now there are no apologies. I will show you no mercy in this. My goal is to kill you, and I will do it on this day. As the once hyperactive blonde dangled in the virus's clutches, he could only glare in rage at the face of the destroyer of both his home and the future. Do you think I'm just going to sit back and watch you destroy this world? No! With a jolt of power, Naruto slammed his foot into the virus's shin, causing it to lose its focus on the platform of hardened air and sending the 2 tumbling to the ground, Naruto now free from its grasp. Flipping in the air to right his free-falling body, Naruto landed with a thud on the concrete before looking down at where he had dropped his sword while it was in the hands of the virus. Getting to his feet, he rushed towards the sword, but didn't notice the virus hot on his heels. However, just as the virus was about to grab him, a gunshot rang out, stopping everyone so they could look towards where the noise originated. In front of the house now stood the group of survivors with Koda at the front, pointing towards where the virus with a hole in its chest was. Giving a thumbs up, Koda spoke in a voice that sounded a little crazy. Right at the kill box, Naruto smiled slightly at the boy before turning to grab his sword. As he did, he heard something behind him. Knowing something was up, he quickly grabbed the blade and turned to see the virus now with a look of pure rage on his face, blood dripping from the fresh wound he sported. You Uzumaki and your group have toyed with me for the last time. It's time I sent you all to hell. And you can watch me do it. With a roar, which somehow froze Naruto in place leaving him unable to move, the virus disappeared and reappeared in front of Kota before ripping the gun out of his hand, causing everyone to either gasp or scream. With a swipe of his arm, he used the gun like a bat, sending Kota flying into the side of the Humvee before he fell to the ground, unconscious and nearly dead. Asami started running towards him, screaming his name until the virus kicked her into a building, collapsing the wall and shattering several of her bones. Takashi and Rei soon snapped out of their shock and went on the offensive, with Takashi firing his shotgun at it, and Rei firing a few shots from her own rifle. Both proved ineffective as the virus dodged the shots and reappeared to slam into their heads, knocking them unconscious. Naruto roared in anger and wanted badly to charge in and fight, but he could only watch in worry and rage as he saw Siko and Soichiro take a nearly useless stand. The violet-haired woman drew both the sword Naruto gave her and the one she received from Saya's father before running towards the virus. Soichiro did the same before leaping into the air, his sword poised to kill his target. As Siko closed in, the virus dodged and slammed his foot into her back, slamming her into the ground. Soichiro, thinking he had an advantage, made his slash, but his sword was grabbed by the virus with a bored look on his face. For a race that does not wish to die, none of you fight hard enough to survive. With a yank and a punch, the virus dislodged the sword from Soichiro's hands and sent him flying towards a second-story window with a powerful haymaker, causing Yuriko to scream for him. Looking around, the virus could only sigh in disappointment before turning its gaze towards the group of even less capable survivors standing behind Shizuka, Saya, and Alice, all of whom were trembling in fear, but stood firm in the face of their own deaths. With a small smile, knowing Naruto was watching, still frozen by her actions, she moved forward. You three, you all hold a special place in young Uzumaki's heart. Don't you? Naruto began to shake with rage as he saw Shizuka's eyes widen in fear and Alice begin to cry with Zeke in her arms. Saya was too shocked to do anything but watch in fear. A few steps and a giggle later, the virus spoke again. Marikowa-san, a genius doctor, but too dense, weak, and stupid for your own good. Why would Naruto ever love you? He's smart for a human, he's strong. You're just a burden to him. Naruto's grip tightened on his sword so much that his knuckles turned white, but his body wasn't listening to his brain moving. The virus kept its smile as it turned its head back to Alice, who tried to stop crying. Oh, poor Alice-chan, are you scared? No, you're here with your pseudo-father after all. That's what you are to him, isn't it? It's almost always on his mind how to keep the girl he sees as a daughter safe, but once again you burden him. You hold him back. He can't save you, won't save you, he knows you're a burden. With the damage done, Alice began to cry once more, much louder than the last time, to the point where she had to inhale more deeply. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot and wide with nothing short of pure rage, causing him to shake uncontrollably and his growl to echo throughout the city. Unconsciously, red chakra began to seep out of his back. Now we come to the greatest delinquent of all, you young Takagi Saya. The aforementioned girl jumped and gasped before her face turned into even greater fear when she heard the virus call her name. All she could do was stare at its dark face in fear and worry, knowing that somehow, it was okay. You have a piece of young Uzumaki's heart in a vice, don't you? You're the one holding him back to the point where he's afraid to unleash his true power. The power of what could be a god held back for the love of a pathetic little human. It sickens me, honestly. By this time, Saya had tears streaming down her face and was hiccuping to keep her tiny cries from coming out. However, across the street, Naruto was still standing, motionless, but his entire body was thrumming with energy. His eyes were the darkest of blacks, bordering on a temper, and his claws had lengthened to nearly 2 inches from his fingertips. His canines were an inch long with his mouth open, growling with rage, giving him the appearance of a demon. Behind him, however, were the contradictory signs that he was otherwise. The energy that had seeped from his skin now took the form of giant red wings, forming a bone structure, but not filling the gaps, as if they were nothing more than red, bandaged bones. As they took their bandaged form, the chakra began to spread and envelop his body, giving him an even darker look around him, almost like a dark angel. First, it wrapped his chest like armor, brighter in its redness in some places than others, like a kind of lining. Then it continued down his arms and closed them into gauntlets that made his claws look longer than they were, adding about an inch to them, while his elbows had a 2-inch spike protruding from them. His hands still firmly held the blade that refused to drop. As the energy spread down his legs, it covered him with greaves that appeared to be as ordinary as his combat boots, just one part of a set of armor. Then, surprising everyone in the area, including the virus, it began to tremble. This twitching soon warranted a creaking noise that eventually turned into a loud crack, sending out a shockwave. As Naruto held his sword diagonally across his chest in the air with rage playing on his sword-like face, never letting up as he glared at the virus, his mouth began to move with a guttural sound coming out, everyone knowing it was his voice, as unrecognizable as it was. Achi ni akuma o mezame sasura shiketsu suru. The area was soon covered in an immense pressure, unlike anything they had felt before it. A wind so powerful arose that dust and debris were sent flying everywhere, relentless and causing everyone to cover their eyes. Everyone covered themselves for protection, except for the virus, who simply watched in intrigue as the events unfolded before his eyes. My only regret about this is that I have to kill you, Uzumaki. You are a powerful being, and it is a shame you have to die. A god among humans you truly are. As the wind died down, everyone looked at Naruto and gasped at the sight before them. The ethereal armor that had encased him moments before was now physically real. It was blacker than the darkest skies, and the plating was pure white. It fit his form like a glove to his eyes, and they could only stare in shock as the rising sun reflected off it. His eyes had maintained their pure red, but were now slightly softer, as if they were simply dead. His hair had grown out and split into 9 long, spiky strands that whipped around in the remnants of the wind as it died down. His winged outlines were now pure bone as well, curved and looking even more menacing than before. His sword had also changed. Now, the blade seemed to absorb all the light around it. Even when it moved slightly in his hand, one could see the rippling effect it had on the light around it. One could just look at the blade and know that it was dangerous to anyone or anything that had the nerve to come into contact with it. The virus was still staring at Naruto, but now had a small smile on its face. I find it funny, young Uzumaki, that you think you can still defeat me. I've destroyed universes before, stupid girl. Do you think this process is any different than those? They fought, yes, I fought a strong opponent, and I'll admit you're stronger. But that doesn't change the fact that I will destroy this world. After this one, I'll move on to the next until the entire universe is once again destroyed. Then it will all start all over again. This is the cycle, and this is how it will always be. If you think you can stop it, you're nothing more than a madman running headlong to his death. The armored blonde stared into the virus's eyes until a low laugh that sounded more like a growl vibrated through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine except for the virus once again. Her voice rang out, sounding deeper than before and echoing through the street and city like a chorus of demonic creatures. Madness, my worst enemy, my evil tormentor, but also my greatest ally and my best friend. You declare me insane for fighting you when it's you who's insane to think those words will deter me from what I've fought for. With those words, the awakened Naruto disappeared and reappeared to strike the virus with his free hand, only for the virus to dodge and send a palm strike to his chest. The power of the blow propelled him backward and he crashed into a car, crumbling the metal. However, Naruto wasted no time and got up to run back until he was stopped by Alter, who held his side in pain. You're hurt, Alter. Sit down. I can take care of him. He tried to push past it, but Alter stopped him once more. No, Naruto. I know you'll deal with it, but it's risky with all of them here. However, I can take them, lead it in another direction. Naruto nodded and set his eyes on the virus once more, which stood in its place with a look of indifference on its face. Do you plan on fighting me, Uzumaki-san? Without wasting another second, Naruto charged forward, leaving Alter to take everyone. As Naruto sped toward the virus, he pulled his sword back and brought it down for a separating slash, meant to fork the virus in half, except the creature raised its bioblade and parried the attack. Naruto looked to his left, where he saw Alter carrying everyone away, some of whom had to carry the unconscious. Alter had pulled Soichiro from the second floor and was carrying him away. Turning his head, Naruto wasn't prepared for the virus's incoming counterattack. Barely blocking the horizontal slash across his chest, he jumped back and stumbled slightly, regaining his balance as the virus pressed the attack. Blocking another slash with his left gauntlet, Naruto went for a slice at the waist, but the virus disappeared only to reappear a few feet away. Not wanting to waste time, Naruto rushed forward and went to scratch the entity, only to be blocked and countered once more. Leaping out of its reach, he ran through a set of one-handed seals before shouting the name of his attack. Futon Gyrobursu! Releasing a massive blast of wind, the blades sliced through everything in their path, including the virus. The creature suffered multiple lacerations across its body. When the gale subsided, it retaliated and raised its leg before slamming into the ground with a thunderous kick, destroying everything in a massive shockwave. The area, smaller than a football field in radius, became nothing more than a crater. Worried, Naruto looked around and saw that the group had barely reached the edge of the area before it was reduced to rubble. Sighing in relief, he turned just in time to be hit in the face with a powerful fist. As he flew through the air, he heard the virus screaming after him. Never take your eyes off the enemy, Uzumaki! Not if you want to survive the battle! While flying, Naruto flipped in the air and used Kawarimi on a piece of debris, appearing behind the virus poised to attack. And you never underestimate me! Sending his elbow into the base of its spine, the virus was sent flying across the expanse until Naruto used Kawarimi again and appeared right in front of the virus to meet its face with his boot, sending it flying into the air, bleeding and in pain. With a roar, Naruto shot into the air, using his chakra to propel him even higher. As he drew closer to the virus, he grabbed it by the neck and climbed even higher, nearing the black clouds that had begun to gather, as if the world itself knew a battle was being waged for its fate. As they climbed, Naruto whispered deadly into the virus's ear. I'm going to enjoy watching you die. Slowing down above the clouds and out of sight of everyone else, Naruto backed away and was about to send the virus back to Earth. As he released it, he heard the virus laugh, and a crack of thunder covered what he said as lightning danced through the clouds below them. He never heard the words that came out of its mouth. The only death you'll ever see is your own. Naruto watched as the virus disappeared below the cloud line, his wings flapping and keeping him in the air somehow even though he thought they had nothing to fill the gaps in his bones. Sword in hand, his grip tightened as he heard the blast of force from the virus impacting the ground below him. With a grin on his face, he began to descend from the air. When he was below the clouds once more, he saw something that made his eyes widen. The wind was picking up around them as a small tornado of power swirled around the virus, blacker than the clouds above them, a mix of green flowing through it at times. As it stopped descending, he heard a voice filled with rage echoing throughout the sky. Most likely the entire world could hear this voice. You've angered me for the last time, Uzumaki! Now you will suffer! Now you will die! In a flash of black, all light disappeared from the world for minutes. There were sounds of roars, thuds, and bangs as Naruto waited with bated breath for the next move. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, lights slowly began to return to the world. When it became bright enough for him to see, he stared in shock, awe, and surprise at what he saw before him. The virus had transformed completely. The bodies of the dead took on a colossal form. Their arms were enormous, and their legs were bent in a crouch. The body was vast and made from what seemed like over 1,000 bodies. The head, though, was the most complete of all. There were no fissures between what would have been bodies. The face looked exactly like the virus's incarnation, only larger. The eye holes now glowed with an aura of death, and it approached him where he hovered in the air. The only audible sound he made was the sound of his breathing, which could have killed from the smell of death alone. His arm was surprisingly fast as it came forward to strike Naruto. Then, in shock, the blonde didn't dodge and was knocked into the air and crashed into the ground, creating a large cloud of dust and even more debris. Beneath the cloud of dust, Naruto was still in shock until he heard a familiar voice in his head. Naruto, buck off together. Naruto was surprised by this, but then he remembered they had a connection. Now he knew they were safe, but now he needed to know what they were doing. Alter? Where are you? The voice quickly responded. We're out, but things are starting to get very dangerous. I don't think we have much of a choice. We need to abandon this fight and return to our time. Bring them with us. For a moment, Naruto was sorely tempted to do just that, but then he remembered something. No, I can't. Why not? He closed his eyes as the cloud of dust and debris still hung in the air. I made a promise to protect them, but I can't abandon the other survivors here and other places on Earth. I have to save them too. Naruto, it's useless. They're most likely already dead. Come with us and open the portal. No. I won't. You have the power, just like me. The same knowledge. Open it and take them back. But I have to stay. I won't give up. I have to end this now. I'm going to. Alter's voice in his head went silent for a second before speaking. Wait, you, no. Don't do it. Don't you dare. I'm coming to get you and we'll go back. With everyone else, Naruto no longer held the conversation in his head as he roared, loud enough that it echoed through the atmosphere. Leave me! Get back! I'll end this now. Now go or you'll die too! His voice carried across the world, and for a split second, everything went so silent that one couldn't even hear the sounds of the infected. Then, as that split second ended, the world went into total chaos, even more so than before. Survivors in the United States destroyed homes. People in Europe ran through the streets at the declaration. Russia became nothing but a massive bloodbath as survivors began slaughtering the infected at a rapid pace. The world was now hell, but nothing compared to what was happening in Japan. The few remaining survivors from the school and the mall trembled in fear at the sight of the monster before them, but they soon felt something different. An energy that warmed them, but sent chills down their spines at the same time as the power it held. I never thought this would be possible. I never thought I'd need it, but I guess some things are inevitable. Now, we'll see what happens when I combine this with the release of Shiketsu Suru. Gathering all the energy around him, the dust surrounding him began to swirl and spin like a tornado with the energy drawn towards him. His eyes opened, revealing his red slit eyes with two sidebars through them in between. The next two words caused the earth to shudder, as if fearing what would come from the blonde powerhouse. Chapter 21. The world shook as the two words left the powerful blonde's mouth, causing him to reclaim his revered mantle of Gamma Sennin. As he began to stand up, a tornado of power began to swirl around him, reaching all the way to the clouds in a permeable energy emission, piercing the clouds and reaching the heavens. As it died slightly, he looked down at his hands and noticed that the power he now held had grown warmer and stronger than before. Sennin, I regret never finding your answer to peace, but I hope that by using the power learned from your favored species, I can bring peace to the future. Closing his eyes, Naruto lowered his hands and raised his head to the sky, opening his eyes through the dust and debris still flowing through the air to look up at the colossal new form of the virus. In the distance, he was alerted to a spike of energy, indicating that the portal to the past was opening. Naruto closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly to look at the ground. Tell everyone I won't forget them, Alter. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll make sure they know, and they said they'll never forget you. But that doesn't mean this is goodbye. I hope to see you back there. Naruto's mouth curved into a small smile, but he could barely muster a laugh. I'll see what I can do about it, Alter. Go now, get them out of here, goodbye. As he sent his last thought to Alter, he didn't hear a reply. He only felt the telltale signs of people entering the mass of energy, and then it closed in without a sound or vibration of energy. It was simply gone, as if it had never been there before. He sighed and looked up, his eyes now hard, ready for the battle that was sure to come now that the survivors of his group were gone. You have failed! They are safe! Now I am going to kill you! Now, there will be an end to this! A deep, rumbling laugh echoed across the islands of Japan and around the world as everyone soon heard the voice of the virus. Do you think that because you've saved a meager group of survivors you've disturbed the cycle? Ha! You're stupid to think that. They're gone and can no longer reproduce in this time. You've merely made my job easier. Now, prepare for your death." As soon as those words left the creature's mouth, its eyes began to glow, and the earth began to rumble once more. Soon, jagged spikes of earth began to sprout from the ground, and Naruto was forced to move and dodge in order to avoid being impaled. However, during his dodging, he didn't realize that he would soon be crushed by the colossal virus's approaching hand. Turning at the last second, the blonde didn't have time to dodge, and was knocked far enough away to reach the ocean that was 2 miles away. Naruto leaped across the water for half a mile until he flipped and pumped chakra into his feet, steadying himself and landing on the surface in a crouch. His face was distorted in a serious scowl, and his eyes seemed to glow with death. He charged absurd amounts of chakra throughout his body, propelling himself forward, and the results were devastating. Flying towards the shore, Naruto moved so fast that vapor trails rose from his feet and shoulders, as well as the blade of his sword, and threw up 10-foot waves of water to his left and right. The second he hit the shore, he slammed his foot into the ground and used it to leap into the air, creating a crater and allowing the water to pound the shore mercilessly. Flying through the air, he grabbed his sword and raised it in the air, ready to unleash the chakra within it and ravage the land with its power. When he brought it down, the virus just smiled, staring at the attack and taking what was coming. Unleashing all his chakra, a massive crescent of black, red, and blue chakra charged toward the virus, but to Naruto's surprise, he was able to block it by moving just one hand in its path. When it died, all that was left was a cut on his palm and a few bodies falling from the extremity of the conglomerate. Naruto frowned even more as he descended towards the ground, but he wasn't prepared for what came after him. The blonde's eyes widened as he saw flying creatures coming after him from behind the virus. As they approached him, he saw that they were what appeared to be nothing more than pure shadow. Twisting his body to spin in the air, he planted a foot on one of them, and it dissipated into nothingness. Smirking at the fact that it was solid enough to feel a good hit, Naruto used the next one to shoot into the air while dodging and attacking more and more shadow creatures. Seeing that only one remained, Naruto smirked and spun around, causing the shadow creature to fail to attack him, and planted a foot on what would have been its chest, sending it flying into the mist and towards the virus's face. Sheathing his sword at his waist, he spun down to gain even more momentum before meeting the virus's forehead with a massive roundhouse kick, sending it tumbling back and causing it to fall over, crushing several houses and leveling a good portion of the city. Naruto wasn't done yet, as he used the remainder of his momentum to push forward and continue toward the now fallen virus. With the chakra in his hands swirling into a nearly forgotten ball of chakra, he forced more into them, and they grew even larger before he was once again upon the creature, slamming them into the surprised virus's chest. Udama Reisenjingen! With the virus no longer able to go, the jutsu's propulsion created a crater over 300 yards in radius. The scream was deep and deafening as the virus knew more pain than it ever imagined. Satisfied, Naruto leaped back and landed on top of a building at the edge of the crater created by his devastating attack. His victory was short-lived, however, as he heard the virus's movements arriving. Knowing he was going to have to react quickly, Naruto leaped into the air once more and used his wings to stay afloat. As the virus slowly returned, Naruto could easily see the gaping hole it left in his chest from its last attack, causing him to smile slightly. Just as he was about to attack again, he heard the virus's angry voice calling out to him, "You pathetic human! You sniveling little bastard! I'm going to enjoy gutting you like the animal you are! See the honor I will now bestow upon you that you'll never live to tell the tale! See my true form! Behold Azrael, the angel of death!" The earth now truly shuddered in fear at the roars of the now identified Azrael. Naruto could feel a chill run down his spine at the mention of the name. He could feel the power in him, but he could also tell that he had entered very dangerous territory. At least they got to escape. They survived. Dust and energy converged on the forehead of the conglomerate's body, and soon all the bodies within it were vaporized in a flash of blinding white light. Naruto shielded his eyes and had to look away until the light faded. Only then could he look and see what would make all mortal creatures scream in fear and awe. Even though he was so far away, Naruto could see him perfectly with his enhanced vision from his release and Senin Moto. The angel known as Azrael stood about 4 inches taller than Naruto. His eyes weren't the blinding white Naruto would have expected of an angel, but were completely black. His skin was flawless, but pale and only seemed more so because of the darkness of the clouds that hid the sun. A long, silky black cloak adorned his body and a hood covered his head but allowed long strands of thick, white hair to fall in front of his face, though it did nothing to block the look of rage on his face. Naruto had to admit that Azrael would have been intimidating even if he was just that form, but to add to that, he also had giant, pitch-black angel wings spread out to their full 14-foot wingspan. As Naruto stared in awe and fear at the angel of death, he also heard the mortal angel speak. "So you've decided to defy me completely, have you? You've brought me to the point where I can no longer let my plague simply ravage your world into extinction. You are powerful, young Uzumaki! A warrior of time across millennia! You are powerful enough to have made me come to this earth myself to wipe out the rest of this pitiful organic race." Feeling his anger rising with every word, Naruto took a deep breath and roared back. "You claim to have been able to destroy me in your first form. What makes you think you'll be able to defeat me now? You're weak. You're not as strong as you say, Azrael." He took a deep breath to speak again, but the hand now around his throat stopped him. Now he saw Azrael's face perfectly, and it was that of a pale but handsome young man. The rage was evident in his expression, and Naruto only felt even more intimidated by it. "You are a very conceited human, young Uzumaki. I do not take kindly to people insulting me or my proclamations. Now you shall face me with my true power." Swinging his arm back, Azrael punched Naruto directly in the nose, sending him flying back to the ground. Pulling himself together at the last moment, Naruto landed on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, but he was still safe for the time being. Raising his sword above his head, he blocked Azrael's blow and saw that he was using a sword he hadn't seen on him. It had a white hilt with a hard white blade and otherwise looked generally normal, though Naruto knew differently, as he could sense the power coming from it. Parrying the blow before the angel of death could recover from the block, Naruto swept the sword aside and went for a stab at the pale angel's heart. He would have succeeded if Azrael hadn't wandered out of sight. Appearing behind Naruto, the angel sent a kick to the blonde's temple and sent him flying into the city, smashing several buildings before finally stopping at a very familiar house. It was the one they were squatting in, which belonged to Shizuka's friend. Although a slightly nostalgic feeling washed over him, he didn't have time to react as he had to block a punch from Azrael, who had just reappeared in front of him. Countering the blow, Naruto kneed him in the stomach before following up with his right fist with a direct punch. With Azrael in the air, he sent another direct kick to his chin, sending the angel through the roof of the house, high into the air. Gathering chakra in his feet, the blonde released it as soon as he went to jump, sending him flying after the pale angel, but also leveling the apartment with the force he put behind his jump. Not having time to worry about that, Naruto readied his sword for a decapitating strike, but was stopped by the angel's blade as Azrael righted himself in the air. "You are a great opponent, Uzumaki! But now is the time for you to die!" Working his sword through Naruto's defenses, the angel stabbed the blonde in the chest, causing blood to spurt from the exertion the boy was going through. Grunting at the excruciating pain he was being put through, Naruto grabbed the blade and pulled it loose before falling back to the ground, landing and crushing a car. Covering his hand in healing chakra, Naruto held it over his chest before looking over to where he saw Azrael now floating in the air, his massive wings flapping to keep him upright. Naruto was getting to the point where even he was enraged by this battle. As he finished healing his wound, he began molding and shaping a large amount of his chakra in his mouth in an attack he had only used once before. It was the same attack that had destroyed the Hokage mountain. "Akumaroa, Shaku Abubirasuto!" Throwing his head back, he let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. The shockwave that was unleashed tore through the ground and across the ocean. Azrael couldn't escape and was sent flying even higher into the sky at impossible speeds that would have killed any normal human. The demonic roar subsided after what seemed like an eternity, and Naruto now stood at the epicenter of another crater that merged with and swallowed the one created before. Looking out over the barren expanse, he realized it stretched for what seemed like an eternity, giving him a clear view of the ocean to the east of his position and making a massive dent in the mountain in the distance. I can only hope there are no more survivors in this part of Japan. Naruto looked back and saw no sign of the Angel of Death and began to fly towards where he assumed it would be. As he rose almost 30 meters off the ground, he heard a voice behind him. "Impressive, Uzumaki." Jumping slightly, Naruto turned and retreated from the voice at the same time, holding his sword protectively in front of him. Staring back at him were the emotionless eyes of Azrael, as the angel let his sword disappear. Naruto didn't let this fool him as he held his sword ready to strike. "You have impressed me beyond compare, Uzumaki. In fact, I may go so far as to count you as my equal in brute strength. But you are nothing more than a lowly human. Your race has prospered only because we, as angels, live. Now you humans have imagined yourselves too much and have decided that your death shall come sooner. I must say the age of your planet and its time of destruction is a new record. You have become prideful creatures, imagining yourselves gods. You tried to create life, you tried to fix the problems that would have been non-existent had you remained foolish, miserable animals. You are nothing more than a pig. Something for me to sacrifice for the hell of it." Naruto snarled at the angel's human declaration and roared at him in rage. "You call us weak, but who's been keeping you in check these past few weeks, huh? We humans are stronger and more resilient than you think we are. Now you will face me one last time. I will destroy you. Even if I die too." This made Azrael laugh out loud as he let his sword reappear in his hands, only this time it seemed to be slightly longer, and now glowed with a faint aura. "I'm glad you're ready for death, Uzumaki, for I will happily grant it to you." The angel disappeared and came back into view in front of Naruto as it made a vertical slash which Naruto blocked, but the weight of the blow sent him flying to the ground and slammed onto his back. Naruto quickly stood up, swung his sword at the oncoming angel of death, and unleashed its surging wave of black, red, and blue energy. When it impacted, the angel simply knocked him to the side, sending him into a building not far away and slicing him in half. Seeing it coming fast, Naruto dodged to the right, and Azrael crashed headfirst into the ground, but it didn't stop and continued to plunge deeper and deeper into the earth, causing it to rumble and shake. Naruto barely kept his balance as he tried to figure out what the angel was doing. Just as he was about to fly through the air, he felt a hand grab his leg and looked down to see Azrael's evil grin. Eyes wide, he didn't have time to react as he was lifted into the air before being thrown at least a mile toward the mountain. Still dazed and confused by what had happened, Naruto flew until he hit the ground and crashed into a tree in a park. Gah! Damn it, I need to step up my game. Time to let the boys loose. Standing up and driving his sword into the concrete, he put his hands into a seal he hadn't done in a long time before using massive and excessive amounts of chakra. He drew so much that the ground beneath him began to shake from the sheer pressure of the power. Finally, it stopped as he let it loose with his words. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. All around him and throughout the city, clones of the blonde swordsman, perfect and exact in their appearance, began to appear en masse. The world shook as the explosions from their appearance announced their arrival. At the sight before him, Azrael only smiled once more before storming off. A pathetic attempt to survive! He was able to discern and bisect the real Naruto before rushing straight at him as a black blur. Naruto readied his sword and parried the blow, sending the angel crashing to the ground beside him before ordering his clones to jump on top of the angel to keep him grounded. As the pile rose into the sky, Naruto thought he had a few seconds to regain his thoughts, but was unfortunately brought back to reality when he heard an inhuman roar in the sky. Looking back at the pile of bodies, he saw it explode into a tower of smoke. He didn't have time to react as the angel of death was upon him, slamming his fist into his stomach, causing it to enter a building and collapse on top of him. Wasting no time, Azrael charged his energy into the palm of his free hand and unleashed a massive beam of energy that destroyed everything in sight. However, Naruto had slipped away, sliding along the ground as he tried to recover his surroundings from being stunned by the building falling on him. Damn it, even my Kage Bunshin was nothing to slow him down. I need something to get me flowing. Just as the thought occurred to him, he felt heat coming from his sword and felt his armor tremble slightly as if trying to get his attention. He looked up and noticed Azrael once again looking down at him from the air with his arms crossed and his sword unsharpened. TSK, young Uzumaki, you still haven't died. That's why I'm not sure whether or not I should congratulate you or get angry at your pest-like nature. You remind me of a cockroach. A pathetic little creature that clings to life by a thread. Naruto felt his anger rise, but once again he felt the heat coming from his sword. Looking up at him, his eyes softened and he remembered Kyuubi's words. Q-chan, you keep trying even after leaving me, thank you. His eyes turned cold once more. He looked up at the angel above and used his own wings to get down to his level, though still a little far from him. Pointing his sword at him, he spoke in a calm but cold voice. You're trying so hard to anger me, to make me make a mistake, but you're failing, Azrael. I will not become another victim to fall before you. You will die by my sword, or I will kill us both. Throwing his head back in a raucous laugh, Azrael spoke in a voice that echoed around the world. Would you kill me? Kill us both? How? Ha! How would you accomplish this? Naruto frowned and brought his sword down before disappearing from sight and kicking the angel in the face, sending him flying across the barren expanse that used to be part of Japan. To kill you, I will show no mercy. Azrael soon fell out of the air and crashed into the ground, but turned around and stood up with a look of rage. Slamming his hands into the ground, he broke off a huge chunk of earth and threw it at the floating blonde and watched as he dodged it, and flew towards him at a speed blinding to any mortal. Spinning in the air, Naruto gained momentum and drove his roundhouse kick into the angel's stomach and made him cough up blood, but he just hung in the air as Naruto threw a huge left haymaker at his face, sending him flying towards the blondes on the right. Naruto appeared almost instantly in his line of flight and delivered an uppercut to his chin, sending him into the air with a shockwave, signaling the destruction of the sound barrier. Flying through the air with such force that the ground around him was destroyed, Naruto sheathed his sword and gathered his chakra into his palm, but didn't allow it to take the form of the Rasengan. Instead, he balled his fist around it and caught up with the angel, breaking the barrier himself before sending another punch, so fast that if you watched it in slow motion you could see it breaking the sound barrier once more, into the angel's chest and spun in the air before sending it back to the ground so fast that it was simply a black line until the collision sent a massive explosion in all directions. Naruto shielded himself from the debris with his arms and gathered even more of his chakra into his hands, to the point where they actually began to bleed from the strain. Screaming with rage, pain, and fear, Naruto took off towards the ground, his screams heard across the world, and at the moment of impact, everything went silent for a full second. In that second, the world felt like it was dead. Nothing remained, that is, until the blast from the attack blew skyward, sending dust, dirt, and debris into the air and sea. Naruto now stood, breathing heavily and labored, in a crater over 100 meters deep and in a stagnant darkness that made him feel like he was surrounded by nothingness. The only knowledge he had was that he was physically strained and tired and that the angel of death's body now lay beneath his fists. I told you I would kill you, I kept my promise. He tried to get up and pull his fists away from the angel's corpse, but then he felt a hand grab his left arm and hold it there. Looking down, he saw two white eyes glowing in the darkness. You may have hurt me, Uzumaki, but now you're weak. You're mine now. Taking a good, strong grip, Azrael yanked his arm free and ripped it off at the shoulder, causing Naruto to let out a shrill scream that reached the heavens. He whipped out his right hand and jumped, but not before a deep cut was made across his stomach. He emerged from the crater he created, spilling blood onto the ground as he fell to his knees, nursing the stump that used to be his arm. No longer screaming, Naruto only grunted in pain as he looked up through the blackened vision to see Azrael rising from the crater in midair with his sword in his right hand and Naruto's arm in his left. In his chest, Naruto saw two perfect holes, showing where he had driven his fists into the angel. I gave you the chance to roll over and die, Uzumaki. The virus took the arm and threw it to the ground in front of Naruto, who growled at its words. It would have made your death very merciful and swift if you had simply submitted to my power and let the human race die forever. Disappearing and reappearing before Naruto, Azrael grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air, not caring that the blonde was losing color due to blood loss. Naruto coughed and chuckled at the same time. This caused Azrael to fly into a rage and he violently shook the dying blonde. Even in the face of death and its harbinger you mock me with your laughter. Pathetic vermin, tell me why you laugh at me. Naruto narrowed his eyes and let his laughter die down to a simple smile as he pointed at his heart. The angel of death narrowed his eyes before slamming the blonde into the ground and stomping on his chest plate, crushing it and giving him a clear view of his chest. On the skin above his heart, Azrael could see something that made even he tremble in fear. Naruto began to laugh once more. I told you I'd either kill you, or I'd kill us both. The angel of death backed away in fear, but even he knew it was useless for him to try and escape. Naruto continued speaking as he lost more blood and the seal began to gather more and more natural energy. This seal, a powerful fuinjutsu of my own design that can seal even the most powerful of demons, will be your tomb. I constructed this using my knowledge of my own seal and advanced fuinjutsu scholars. It will seal you within my body for as long as time passes. Primed to burst when my heart dies, I anticipated that I would die in battle and seek out the strongest around me and seal their soul within me. You are that person, Azrael. Now is the time to die. Azrael screamed in rage before planting his foot on the ground, gathering as much of his power as he could to erase the seal. I've done too much to let a mere seal be my downfall. I will destroy your body, and you will die weak and alone. Releasing his attack, the beam connected with a blue dome that now surrounded Naruto as he continued to laugh at the angel. Energy began to build up as a cyclone of energy began to spin around the two. Nothing will be able to disturb this process, Azrael. You will die here and now. Azrael tried his best to dodge the hand that now emerged from Naruto's chest, but it eventually caught, and he crashed to the ground as 5 more hands extended from the arm. Each one grabbed an arm, a leg, and the last one grabbed his head and began pulling while the main one held him to the ground as he screamed in protest. You can't do this! You'll break the balance! You'll cause far worse things to happen, and his wrath will fall upon your race. I am his sword! Naruto sighed as his eyes felt heavy. He spoke in a voice that seemed only his ears could hear. You speak of the wrath of a higher power that you are apparently its sword on earth when it is merciful to us by letting us live. You are not a sword, you are a murderer, a demon stained with the blood of the innocent. That is why this seal will work on you. You are not an angel, you are a demon. As he spoke his final words, the hands ripped Azrael's soul from his body and thrust it at top speed into Naruto's body before a large white light erupted from the blonde's chest. Naruto didn't scream, even though the pain of the sealing was unbearable. He simply closed his eyes, and when the light faded, his last breath left his mouth in the form of 6 words, 6 simple words. I love you, all of you. It was in this final moment that the blonde powerhouse, the maelstrom of Konoha, Konoha's #1 unpredictable ninja, the #1 hyperactive knuckle, the orange Hokage of Konoha, the son of prophecy and the savior of this world, son of the 4th Hokage, son of the Red Death, harbinger of peace and conqueror of death, Uzumaki Naruto. He died with a big smile on his face. Chapter 22. Nothing. That was all that could describe what Alter saw. What used to be a suburb and a city was now nothing more than a crater. In the center, he saw another crater that jutted even deeper into the earth. Knowing what awaited him at the center of this annihilation, he steeled his nerves for what he thought would be there for his eyes to see. Walking slowly, he detoured around the rocks and spires that jutted out of the ground and looked out to see where he could see another crater, and then looked behind him to where there was a massive dent in the mountainside. Knowing it was his former host that had done so much damage, the dark soul couldn't help but smile at its destructive tendencies as his thoughts entered a state of admiration. Had damned, the kid could really do some damage. As he approached the edge of the hole in the ground, Alter could see the shock of blonde hair that told him the body he was attached to belonged to his host and friend. As he approached the body, he also saw another one not too far away. That can only be an evolved form of the virus he fought. Damn, seems like he really had it bad. If the damn parasite kept evolving, makes me wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed. Unable to bear the sight of the other body, Alter frowned and ignored Naruto's own body for a while to walk over and throw Azrael's body into the dark crater in front of him. Turning to Naruto's body, Alter leaned closer and saw that a seal was placed over his heart. Upon further inspection, he realized what Naruto had done to defeat the virus. His head drooped, and his thoughts turned grim. So they actually pushed you to seal that damn thing into you, huh? Risky move, considering it could have taken over you, but it seems to have worked. Now the damn parasite will rot inside the seal for eternity. Gathering his chakra, Alter performed the necessary hand seals, and behind him, a dark portal appeared. If one stood near it, they would be able to feel the cold tendrils of time pouring out of it. Alter took Naruto's body, turned, and walked through it, leading the world to its bright new future. A portal appeared in the area that was Training Camp 7, and from it stepped the pale form of Alter carrying the dead form of Namake's Uzumaki Naruto. Knowing that it was in such quick succession that he had performed time travel, he was in a burden of chakra depletion. Alter did his best to hurry to the main part of the village. As he began to limp towards the Hokage Tower, he caught the flashes of glares from the people directed towards him for carrying the corpse of one they abhorred with great passion, despite what the fallen had done for them. Alter grunted at this. These people don't deserve to have the body of a true hero resting within their village. But the girls deserve to have the body of their lover buried near them. As he approached the Hokage Tower, Alter could make out the faces of everyone he had brought with him to save them from the hellish battle of the future. The faces of Saya, her parents Siko, Shizuka, Alice, Rei, Takashi, and Kota along with the survivors from the mall looked up at him with hopeful expressions. He could also see people from his time who had come to see him bring him back. These faces alone made his spirit crumble. When the group saw Naruto's head fall off and his arms and legs dangling from his corpse, they immediately feared the worst and began to cry. Alter, despite being a dark and vulgar soul, couldn't help but feel a sense of remorse for doing this to them. It seems I've taken more from you than just power, my friend. I've also taken your feelings for this race. As he approached them, Alter felt something wet drip down his face and knew, as he laid the body at their feet, that this was the first tear he had shed in sadness. Turning quickly to hide the feeling he had long considered a weakness, he spoke in a trembling voice that betrayed his ruthless bravery. He managed to destroy the virus and seal it within himself. It would seem that he was willing to give everything to keep the world safe. Tsunade, who was among the group that had come to see Naruto return, walked forward and placed a hand on Alter's shoulder. Where he normally would have shrugged it off, he let her touch him, as even he felt he needed some sort of comfort in this time of tragedy. Are you going to be okay? Alter nodded and turned away once more, sniffling once to clear whatever was blocking her nose. Facing the girls, she spoke. I know how he felt about you, and I know what you're carrying around from him. Their faces turned red, and Hinata was about to speak to the small crowd until Alter continued. And I know what you meant to him, Hinata-chan. I will be there for all of you, just as he was. Though I can't take care of each and every one of you like he did, I will take care of his children, just as I would have. I won't allow them to grow up without a man in their life, but I can't take their father's place. That was and will forever be their role, dead or alive. Knowing the dark soul was trying to cheer them up, they tried to smile, but tears still fell as they kept their eyes on the corpse of the man who had saved them from disaster and the apocalypse. No one had words at the moment, and Alter knew the sight of their lover and friend's corpse was devastating. He moved slowly to lift the body and walked away from everyone. Stamping his right foot against the ground, the earth shook slightly before a long rectangle opened up in the ground that was 1 meter wide and 10 feet long. When the perfect 10-foot deep rectangle was made, people passing by began to stare in amazement at what was happening. Alter stamped his foot once more, and stairs appeared for him to walk down into the hole. Everyone gathered around and watched as with each step, a coffin that appeared to be made of pure gold began to rise from the earth, ornate designs adorning its surface, and when Alter reached the top of the stairs, the coffin was as high as he made it and opened up. Walking over, he placed Naruto inside the coffin upright. Drawing Shiketsu's sword from its sheath, Alter held it up to the sky and spoke in a bombastic tone. This magnificent sword, which has slain armies of the undead and infected en masse, used to protect the innocent from the greatest enemy the world faces, is too powerful to ever see the light of day. Lest it be needed once again, it shall remain buried beneath its wielder's village, with its wielder. In the hands of Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is where this sword shall remain for eternity. Turning to Naruto's body, Alter positioned the blade so that Naruto's hand rested on the pommel, while the tip of the blade rested at his feet. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, you have saved the world countless times and brought about a golden age of peace in 2 different times. May you sleep in peace for eternity. Turning around, Alter heard the coffin close and begin to sink into the ground once more as she walked up the steps. Once it was at regular ground level, she prepared to permanently place Naruto's body within the earth forever, but hesitated when his eyes began to burn more fiercely. It was at that moment something happened that caused everyone to gasp and turn back. The coffin began to rise from the ground once more, only this time it trembled as if a monster were trying to break free from within. Alter prepared for the worst and drew his sword, though his vision was blurred by the burning in his eyes. When the coffin fully returned to the surface, it stopped shaking so violently, putting everyone on their guard. In these heightened moments of senses, one could vaguely make out the sliver of light beginning to leak out from the cracks between the body and the coffin lid. Alter's eyes widened as he felt a spark of chakra from within the coffin and realized what it was. Nature chakra. But that means his body naturally collected it during the sealing, but how could he planned his death in the first place? Alter turned and spoke in a frantic voice. Back off! Hurry! Get away from the coffin! Everyone was about to protest until his face turned serious and he roared. Now! This caused everyone to move immediately, and he turned toward the coffin just in time to witness the lid shatter into 1,000 pieces, each one breaking into even smaller pieces, making the bright light coming from inside seem even more majestic. I see what you did, Naruto. Horribly reckless, but incredibly cool. You used your required stationary position during the sealing and gathered massive amounts of nature chakra to recover your own chakra after using so much of it to fight the virus. You knew you'd die from the sealing, but you weren't ready to leave everyone alone. You really are stubborn, aren't you? Stubborn enough to overcome even death. With that final thought, the light burst forth and blinded everyone, but something else was heard. A scream came from the blinding light, and everyone recognized the scream well enough to know it was the one they loved so much. The light went out, and everyone rushed to look inside the rectangle. What they saw made them worry and fear again. There, Naruto stood with wide, glassy eyes, blood pouring from the stump of his arm and his sword on the ground in front of him. His shaking head looked up at everyone, and the ghost of a smile crossed his lips as he spoke in a strained voice. I'm so happy I got to see everyone again. After that, he fell forward, but Alter was faster than the fall as she seemed to catch him while flipping him onto his back. Damn it, don't die again! It was then that Tsunade appeared, her hands reddening as she cauterized the profusely bleeding wound, then turning green as she applied a diagnostic jutsu. It's drying up again from chakra depletion. I need to transplant enough regular chakra into it before the nature chakra runs out. Alter looked down and closed his eyes as they filled with water. No one else had enough chakra to fill the blonde to the point where he could recover, but he was already suffering from his own chakra depletion from using the time travel jutsu twice in such quick succession. Guy, use mine! Tsunade nodded and placed one of her glowing hands on his chest, but hesitated when she felt him. But you barely have enough to sustain your own life. You'll die if I do this, Alter snarled as he narrowed his eyes at her. Just do it, woman! I won't allow her to die again. Now you better do this or I'll find a way to do it myself. Tsunade looked down and squeezed her eyes shut, but she knew she had to move fast, because the nature chakra was dwindling in her last legs. Fine. I'll do it! At those words, his hands glowed even brighter as Alter soon felt his chakra beginning to drain from him. His eyes softened as he felt his life beginning to leave him, but soon the feeling of pure drainage subsided as he felt some of his energy returning. His eyes snapped open as he looked down to see another hand on Tsunade's. He followed the arm to see that it was connected to the pineapple-haired young man, Naro Shikamaru. The boy also held the hand of a pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura. His hand was connected to another, and this chain led up the stairs and out into the crowd. Each hand was held by a ninja and each was willing to give their chakra to save the one who had saved them. Alter smiled and chuckled as he felt his power returning. He also felt Naruto returning at a much faster rate. The blonde began to tremble as he was brought back to life. Furthermore, something else happened that caused a commotion. In the excess of chakra, his natural healing properties caused something that should have been impossible. But then again, Naruto had already defied death, so it didn't surprise anyone. His arms slowly began to grow from the stump that had been there before. First came bone, then tendons and muscle, then skin grew back completely. Then, this arm reached out and gripped the earth beneath it, trying harder to bring the body it was attached to some kind of relief from the pain it was in. When life returned to the blonde, his eyes flew open and a scream roared out that made everyone want to cover their ears. But instead it was that scream that told them that their friend, who they thought was gone for sure, he was alive once again. 10 years later, it was a bright day in Konoha no Sato. The air was filled with the smell of wonderful food and the joyful screams of children. From the Namake's estate, one could hear the voices of children running around the back where a small playground was set up. On the back porch of the estate sat 6 figures who had smiles on their faces, well, except for one almost permanent smile. The beautiful, older faces of Namake's Saya, Namake's Siko, Namake's Shizuka, Namake's Hyuga Hinata, and her husband, Namake's Naruto, sat with their eyes on their children who had just arrived home from the ninja academy. Alter sat next to her brother with her smile on her face and her arms crossed. Naruto and Saya's 2 pinkette girls, Ai and Kibo, were both playing with happy smiles on their angelic, mustachioed faces with their older surrogate sister, Alice, who had grown into a beautiful teenager. Not only that, but by being close enough to Naruto Alter, her body had naturally drawn on enough of his chakra to be able to gain admission into the ninja academy. She graduated and was now a ranked chunin. The only girl that came from Siko and Naruto, Meo, was a sweet girl who acted like her mother, but had long blonde hair that resembled her father's color. Her eyes were violet, and she had her father's whisker marks. Shizuka's girl, Saikatsu, had platinum blonde hair and was so hyperactive, she was like a younger female version of her father. Her eyes resembled her mother's, but she also had his whisker marks, considering her part of Naruto's legacy. The last child was a boy. The youngest of all, he looked so much like his father in that he had sun-kissed blonde hair and the perfect tan skin he got from playing with his siblings outside. However, his attitude was just like his father and mother's, as he was very kind, caring, and hyperactive like a permanent sugar rush. Like his mother, he had the trademark Hyuga eyes. He had awakened the Byakugan and was the youngest in his family to be admitted to the ninja academy. Remembering what had happened, both Hinata and Naruto came up with a fitting name for the young man, Kyusishu. Under the village, deep within the earth, where Namake's Uzumaki Naruto's possible coffin lay buried, unneeded for long, something within him was disturbed. Putrid green smoke swirled within it, and from it, a dark voice echoed so that no one would hear its foreboding words. No one can hold back the angel of death. I will return and defeat you, Namake's Uzumaki. Naruto. Final.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.